Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, 'cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. Da, 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 da. Or all at the Vosh stream. I always thought Vosh gave off theater kid vibes, but he can't sing. Yeah, that's just because I suck dick. I can't sing. Wish I could, though. That's true, Keffels. That's true. How are you today? Guys, I went to bed early because I wanted to wake up with a lot of energy, and I woke up with a crippling headache. Um, so I sat here at my stream computer in the dark and played video games, like calming video games, like chill games, for my head to go down a bit, and then I showered, and I barely had enough time to eat, and now I'm here. This fucking sucks, man. God damn it. Still with the headache. I get like chronic tension headaches. I don't know why. I don't even have bad posture when I walk around and stand and stuff. Yeah. I know about the new FD signifier video. The anti... Once again, we're proving where our priorities are. We're literally on the cusp of fascism in the United States. Unprecedented rise in hate crimes and discriminatory legislation. We're really proving what we care about. LeftTube has a drama problem. Not FD signifier. LeftTube does. Pay no attention to the 2.5-hour video. You know, it's the LeftTube that has the problem with drama. It was the same with Keffels, dude. All the Keffels drama was started by other people. All Keffels did was call a bunch of Nazis retarded, and then the entire online left descended on her. Everything that happened was a product of them initiating conflict. It's always them. It's always the performatively fragile people. We don't drama bait. Oh god, can we please be done with the shitty arc? The shitty arc of, like, left infighting? That's the history of the entire left. You'd have to go back to the Enlightenment. So you agree with FD signifier? Yeah, I guess I do think that the left tube has a drama problem, yeah. You know they feel safe only going after other leftists? Yeah, it's scary going after right-leaning people. He still refuses to actually watch the Professor Flowers debate? Curious. So we were having a conversation with the one, the only Marianne Williamson in 1 hour at 2 p.m. PT. And at 5 p.m. PT, we are going on the Crucible, the Big Papa Fascist show, to debate a Jordan Peterson fan. So we have a bit of a tonal dissonance here. Yeah, we saw Yolmarin. Looked pretty neat. It was pretty good, Posada Sean. How y'all doing? So the segment on me starts at 1:30. Do you think we have time? Wait, hold on. Somebody in chat said the segment on me starts at 1:30, and then I randomly panned through this, and I saw that I am Zan, Destiny. There I am. So it's the whole video, like the whole video. How much effort did it take to edit all this? If my portion is just at like the 1:30 part. What's with the TV? It's a TV. You show up in a bunch of clips. How much effort did it take to edit this? You need to watch the whole thing. It's a holistic thing. 2.5 hours. This would be more than an entire stream just to cover one video. Hey, it's me. Dun da 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 da. Da da da. Dee da dee da dee. Ba dee da da. Good picture of me to use too.
This site basically allows its users to learn about anime. There's nothing necessarily bad with that.
In order for that to proceed smoothly, you'll need something.
Oh wait, hold on. What's the actual? What are we complaining about?
Not enough. There's a reason people don't focus on that, and I'll come back to it later. I remember after the drama.
From what I've seen, he also clips you out of context. Clip me out of context. Wait, hold on. You're telling me that a left YouTuber clipped me out of context while making a video attacking other people on the left? That's crazy. I don't believe it. I'd have to see it to believe it. All right.
You can see there's a lot of drama involved with this guy. It was the drama with Noah Samson, which came somehow before and after a lot of this. All the drama that I'm speaking of, for a moment, maybe this is me projecting, I feel like I saw it on his face when he talked to Noah Samson on stream.
Harass me, because it makes me out to be the instigator, the eternal arbiter of harassment, who can never ever have too much done against them. I do think a lot of it is a narrative-based thing. The issue is that a lot of people do view me as some kind of big bad, scary antagonist, a person who's representative of the rot in the online left, and also, because people constantly talk about this alleged harassment from my community, a person who mobilizes this massive wave of hate that people will get after.
Several months later.
All right, thank you guys. Keep it up, though. Don't get complacent. The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. Move you.
What? This isn't harassment. She came out of nowhere and was wrong.
Off this site and into... I don't want to bring up the substance abuse.
I've heard it seen a few times.
How is that harassment? Wait, how is me saying I don't want to... Contra engaged in behavior that when done against her made her descended to an opium addiction. Like, I said I wouldn't bring that up, but that's true. That's not like bullying. That happened. She talked about it, you know? Yeah, how is me deciding against it? Okay. Yeah, the clip is so out of context that it was incoherent, so he had to add some in. It was so lacking in context. He had to add a text box being like, okay, I know I'm really like shoddily scraping these together, so like you need like a little bit of patchwork glue to even understand anything about what's going on right now.
People refer to debate bros as the new alt-right. Initially, I agreed with
I'm always saying that.
This uncritically. They're definitely cut from the same cloth and occupy many of the same spaces online.
That's extremely true. Debate bros love Poll and Stormfront. That's where I'm always chilling. That's true.
Participate in harassment campaigns against people they don't like. But what I'm starting to realize is that debate bros aren't the alt-right. They're not that bad. Instead, they're...
Oh my God, he's so moderate. He's so wise. Listen to the moderation of his tone. I realize that these live streamers aren't all literally neo-Nazis. This guy's like the Buddha.
Really controlled opposition. In a post-Trump world where figures like the Quartering or Armored Skeptic are no longer relevant, and
I haven't... Okay, I don't know if you can really compare the Quartering and Armored Skeptic. The Quartering feels pretty relevant to me. He gets higher views than I do, certainly higher than FD Signifier. He's got a pretty huge channel. Does he know what controlled opposition means? Let's find out.
And one of the OGs of the anti-SJW world, the amazing atheist, has kind of turned over a new leaf. Plus guys like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson being outside of the sphere where you can kind of farm content. Some of the most valuable figures for the attention economy are debate bros. I know for a fact that if I put Vosh's face on—
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with the concept of controlled opposition? Does he not know what controlled opposition means? Controlled opposition is when one group controls both sides of discourse by fronting the other side. What is that?
On the thumbnail for this video, it will get more clicks. I know this because last April, I put his silhouette in my April Fool's thumbnail, and that shit hit 1 out of 10 by a wide margin until people realized it was a prank. I know this because I get so—
We call this the Vosh bump. It's because I'm amazing and popular and everyone loves me. I am the content. Look at me. Say my name.
many emails and comments and tweets asking me to talk to Vosh or talk about Vosh and other debate bros. And since the beginning, before—
Never forget, after this guy made his first anti-debate bro video, which was full of, like, lies, the only debate bro he would talk to was Shark. I'm pretty sure because Shark is black. He walked back everything he said in the debate bro video, and then he kept making videos saying the same stuff. He's a fucking coward. He literally, like, all of it just fell apart to Shark's, like just basic Socratic method. And then he just kept saying it. It's fucking spineless, yeah. He said it was because Shark is black. Oh, did he admit it was because Shark is black? Like, he actually said that. Okay, great. That's fantastic. Truly the height of intellectualism on display here.
when I first had 100,000 subscribers, this was people saying, FD, choose a side. And obviously, I chose not to side with debate bros because I don't like them. But they're not monsters. Neither is Merrick.
Thanks.
Neither is Professor Flowers.
Wait, Merrick? Wait. Which Merrick? What Merrick are we talking about? Because, like, Merrick is very publicly... Merrick DeVille? Yeah, but Merrick is very publicly on our... Okay, whatever. Merrick's in the video? Merrick isn't a debate bro. Okay, whatever.
Neither is Hassan. Neither is DJ Mule. Neither is Rewired Soul, for that matter. But we overstate the possible badness of these figures to justify treating them inhumanly. We call it accountability, but that's not really what we're talking about 90% of the time.
People
like literally 2 minutes ago, this guy was like, yeah, I used to accept uncritically that all debate bros were neo-Nazis. But now I realize they're not that bad. What level are we operating on here? When it comes to, like, essentialist denunciations, there is no comparison. Like, at all. Why are the clips so why are the clips so crispy? I have no idea.
make it seem like you're a bad person, you're a villain, you're right. Immoral. They have to moralize their content consumption, and they have to also moralize like the kinds of content that they don't like. And this is ironic because this is a very liberal tendency, because liberals have no way of doing materialist analysis. It's antithetical to their worldview, and therefore they like to harp on cultural signifiers. And
I just look, okay, this isn't relevant to the video at all. I feel so jacked today. Oh my god, was the bagel that I lifted up to my mouth earlier like super ultra heavy and I didn't realize? I feel like my shoulders are busting out of this shirt right now. Is it just a smaller shirt? I feel like oh my god. When I walked over to the shower and stood up for 20 minutes in a row while washing my body. Oh my god, I'm fucking yoked over here. I'm getting jacked. Was it an everything bagel? No, it was just a regular plain bagel. Oh my god, take it off, take it off. Sorry, I'm being stupid.
Ironically, that's why you get this, like, my consumption is saying something about my morals. That's why I'm consuming good things and not bad things. That's why there's so much cultural analysis. And not in like a Gramscian sense, but instead in more so like why is there a bad character in this new movie that's doing bad things, but he looks kind of cool, which is almost like this puritanical 90s era, anti-video game, anti-violence momentum that you're
Oh, he talked to Hassan. Yeah, because Hassan is black.
seeing both from the left and the right, because
Right.
because no one
All right,
has
move it along.
the press they achieve. All of it revolves around consumption.
Oh, wait, these are my videos.
Systemic change is really difficult to achieve, impossible as a matter of fact. So they just pick apart like whatever they can and just hyper focus in these like little communities that they've created on the internet. And
What is it? It's true. I make YouTube videos as a YouTuber. That is true. Hassan is criticizing the liberal tendency to form social in-groups without any like interest in broader social change, which is the opposite of me, because I'm constantly critical of people who turn the left into an insular social group, and I'm always looking to maximize like a possible gain in pulling people over. And like, why show my videos here? Scroll through Hassan's channel. Like what? Like what is the implication here? Like Hassan is referring to any YouTuber? Wait, hold on.
possible as a matter of fact. So they just pick apart like whatever they can and just hyper focus in these like little communities that they've created on the internet. And all of it revolves around consumption. It's never about like genuine move.
Hold on. Let me get FD signifier up here. This is so dumb. I can't believe, why is everyone who criticizes me dumb? Incredible every time. It's so stupid. It's such a reach.
It's and just hyper focus in these like little communities that they've created on the internet. And all of it revolves around consumption. It's never about like genuine moves. It's never about like,
it's about who you watch. What does who you watch say about you? We'll say stuff like they're harmful to the left or to social movements, which maybe is true to an extent, but
I think Hassan's point was more about Twitter mob stuff. It was obviously not about me, because if the point was about me, then it would have been equally applicable to every YouTuber.
to what extent? DJ Mule, again, less than 10,000 followers. Professor Flowers, less than 30,000. Xander Hall, less than 100,000. Vosh has over 400,000 subscribers. When you look at the view counts of his content on YouTube, he rarely breaks half of that. I don't think he's...
Do you know what uploading 1 or 2 videos a day means? Wait, seriously? Find me anyone who uploads 1 to 2 videos a day who gets a view count equal to oh my god, this is so stupid. This is so dumb. Chill out, it's not an insult. But this, well, I mean, it's kind of an insult by implication. But also, like, it's very, very dumb. Between my 2 channels, I get 10 million views a month. Between them. Bosh, don't engage in the video that I'm looking at.
Done it, but
It literally, like, hey, I have 200,000 Twitter followers, and I can't help but notice my last tweet did not get 200,000 retweets. Elon Musk, sir, watch the whole video. You sound dumb as fuck right now. What? So okay, really quickly, out of curiosity, like simping aside, how is it dumb as fuck for me to be like locked in linear time like you? Okay, I don't know if you're like Dr. Manhattan and you're watching the tachyons move in both directions and you can see everything. You're watching the tachyons hurl in from the future and you're collecting them and learning about what's to come. But unfortunately, I have to experience things linearly, which means that when I engage with stuff, it has to happen before I can engage with it, you see. It's a difficult concept to understand for you higher dimensional beings.
Once or twice in the last couple of years, and one of those is the video with Professor Flowers. 75% of his community, at least on YouTube, has checked the fuck out because he's kind of like the entry point for a lot of people until they figure out.
See, who's saying this isn't an insult? He's saying that because my videos get 100,000 views, that means the other 300,000 subscribers don't watch? This guy, is this a joke? He has no idea how YouTube works. Dog, you have a channel. Check your analytics. That's not how that works. Not everyone watches every video. This reeks of jealousy. I'm giggling. Yeah, like, oh my god. I can't help but notice that you have 200,000 Twitter followers, but your tweets usually get around 10k likes. Sorry that the other 190,000 people who follow you have checked out and never engaged with your content. Good on you for the remaining 10,000 people, though. Jesus Christ.
you know. So it's not much about the spreading.
Wait, hold on. Let me check Markiplier. Like, I guess it's kind of nice because it seems like a reaffirmation that in order to disagree with me, you have to be kind of like a retard. Because this isn't just like an analytical failure or an emotional bias against me. This reveals a basic misunderstanding of the platform that he also uses, which is very weird. You can check your analytics. All right, here we go. Damn, Markiplier has 34.4 million subscribers, but I can't help but notice that a lot of these videos get maybe 2 million views at most. Shame that 32.4 million of his subscribers have moved on. That's like 95% of them or something. Cool that the other 5% of his viewers watch every single video every time, though. The Majority Report has over 1 million subs and less views. Yeah, well, the Majority Report releases more videos a day than I do. Like, they release like 6 videos a day, which means that they get a ton of like variance in how many views they get, you know? 1.2 million subs, but their videos rarely break 100K views. But that doesn't mean they aren't getting a lot of engagement. It means that if you're a fan of the Majority Report, you're probably not watching like 8 videos of theirs a day. It means that you appreciate their stuff and you check out maybe like 1 or 2, you know? That's the point of releasing it in a bunch of small segments as opposed to like one big block video.
Of bad ideas either. But I'm sure some will try to say, for whichever one of those figures in that list that they hate the most, that it's not about some tribal behavior. It is about accountability and the spreading of bad ideas and setting an appropriate example for the community. That these various communities have the...
Also, you're a streamer. A lot of people already see your stuff when it was live. Actually, the majority of people see my content from YouTube videos, not streams.
Right and the necessity to protect themselves in their spaces, which sometimes means making an example out of transgressive behaviors within and outside of community. And I agree with that to an extent. But without a critical eye on this behavior, we all have created not so much a cancel culture, right, as it's often employed by conservatives, but definitely a culture where we incentivize outrage. It gets us clicks, it gets us likes, it gets us clout and attention. And because it's so closely tied to identities within these communities and dissension within the community.
Why does it feel like so many of these graduate wannabes take so many words to express a point that everyone understands? Yes, YouTubers make YouTube content, and yes, that forms online community. I feel like this gets repeated in every video, and it's a way to drag out like the runtime. You know, I don't know if like the Adam and Eve sponsorship was contingent upon a given like total length of the video, but I like it's so weird. It's because they're essay pilled. Yeah, the problem is like good essays have editors. It's oh man.
Is dangerous. We have little to no critical framework on our own behavior and whether or not...
This is one of the things that made Contra good, by the way. That makes Contra good if she ever made videos, which she doesn't. But if she did, it would be one of the things that makes her good.
We're doing the right thing a lot of times. All the analysis of problems gets edited out the discussion. We just want to keep community intact. And what that does is prime us for doing too much and really being manipulated sometimes by people who know this about us. Keep our...
That's what always happens.
Oh, hey, it was the person who was bullied off of YouTube by the same kind of people who hate me. That's great.
And you always have to approach it with nuance because you can't say you never did anything wrong.
Intro. Other influences, Lindsay was canceled a couple of years ago. But understanding Lindsay's cancellation from a couple of years ago and looking back at it with hindsight is the most like potent evidence that this holding people accountable, the accountability myth that I've been talking about, is incredibly flawed and hard to make sense of under any type of heavy scrutiny.
True.
And so
I will never be held accountable. God, this video essay is like infinity length long.
So because of this, DJ Mule isn't just a guy who made...
I'm just skipping to the part where I see myself in the thumbnail because I'm the only interesting part of this video.
some insensitive comments about another guy and his ex-girlfriend. No, he's an abuser, or at a minimum, an abuse apologizer. Professor,
he's objectively an abuse apologizer. That's true. That's not an exaggeration or an abstraction. That is an accurate and direct description of what he is. Yeah. It's not to say he's not would be a false statement.
Flowers isn't just a person who didn't perform well in a debate.
She actually did better in the debate than she did in her follow-up videos. Her follow-up videos were her like burning an effigy and chanting "Kill Whitey, kill Whitey." The debate with me, she at least didn't have an effigy or a match. Yeah, I don't know.
With a hostile audience, they are a reverse racist who wants to genocide white people.
True. Also, oh, no, just regular racist. There's no such thing as reverse racism. Also, apparently he just still hasn't watched that video, so he doesn't even know. Like, he hasn't watched the video with me and her.
Hassan isn't just a young, successful leftist who is just indulging in his money and fame. He's also somehow a sexual predator and everything that's wrong with the left.
When has Hassan ever even been accused of being a sexual predator? Did I miss that drama? When he went to a brothel? Didn't he just, like, go to a brothel? That's not... When he was, like, 20? The 19-year-old girl when he was in his 20s? Who gives a okay, sure, alright, whatever. Somebody lied about him doing stuff with a 17-year-old. It was DGGers who accused... Okay, alright. Adjacent to a Destiny drama? Okay, yeah.
And Voss isn't just a guy who has some very clear racist tendencies in his analysis.
I like how we're doing the reconciliation bit at the end. It's like, hey, man, they're not all that bad. They're just people. And then it's like Vosh is, okay, listen, I will acknowledge the fact that Vosh is indeed basically a neo-Nazi, but he's not literally Hitler. He's more like, I don't know, Goebbels or something. Very clear racism.
And regularly says offensive things because he wants to be seen as edgy. All good reasons to critique Vosh.
I don't even say offensive stuff that much, I don't think. I feel like my stuff is pretty above board, honestly. I think it really just indicates the fragility of the left, that saying retard is some kind of like ultra edgy, hyper distinct. No, like really, it's pretty pathetic, you know. It's like, oh yeah, what an incredibly edgy warrior of controversy. He says the Xbox Live word.
No, he's also a pedophile, a CIA agent, and sexually attracted to horses. Yes, these are real things people say about this dude.
It took a long...
Dog, if you're gonna call me racist, just call me a pedophile too. They're both equally wrong. You know, it's like, I don't know why you would do this like ambivalent, well, I'll give him some charity shit when you're not gonna give me charity on the points that I care about, you know?
Long time kind of pull out of the, you know, predominant negativity that dominates.
Is he defending you or attacking you? He's attacking me while pretending to be sanctimonious, which is one of the most annoying things people on the left do. God, I wish he doubled down and said all these things are real. That would have been funnier. That would have been way funnier, yeah. It's probably also something he thinks, to be honest. I don't know.
The what was it, Augie, the Augie sphere, the Augie sphere of the early.
I don't see my face anywhere else. Did we do it? Did we defeat the video? Is that me? I see red.
That within his community, it's a running joke. Like, it's a running joke that Voss is actually a CIA plant meant to derail the radical potential of Breadtube, which is laughable on multiple levels. There's also
Keep
lots
laughing.
of accusations that Voss is, I'll say, a peer. If you catch what I'm getting at there, you know, trying not
We that sensitive? Oh yeah, okay.
to get this demonetized. Now, this is because
What is this
Voss has said some ridiculous things about Pedialyte drinking in the past.
No, I haven't. It was all pretty above board. See, this is what I mean with like the sanctimonious attacking bullshit. The like people who come away from this, like the kind of people who watch FD Signifier, you know, not the brightest. Vosh, please watch the whole vid. No, the whole vid isn't about me. Why would fuck would I care about the other parts? aren't going to come away from this being like, ah, well, I've now been given a more nuanced view of it's always like you know, denunciation through like a paternalistic, condescending, that bullshit. Yeah, if you're gonna attack me, just attack me. Please watch less of the vid. True. Be better. Yeah, I love that. I love be better.
It is possible for an adult and a child to have a relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
Damn, that's a lot of context we're adding in right here. That's crazy. I wonder what was happening before and after when I know this clip is going to end, because this was clipped out by a neo-Nazi and posted on Twitter, deliberately removing the before and after part where I was constructing a consistent utilitarian argument against having relationships with children.
Is possible.
And nobody should be saying those types of things publicly. And
yeah, this FD signifier guy is definitely engaging in good faith and definitely trying to convince people that I'm not a pedophile, which is why in this 2.5-hour video, he's made apparently just a bunch of out of hat, like, hey, so this is crazy, but like, here's why other people say he's a pedophile. Haha, like 50 times. And then in the end it's like, okay, well, he is a racist, but like, that's it. I don't know. I do feel like you could get him on stream now. Not in a million years would he go on stream. Why edit a clip already edited out of context? I feel like it was edited like an additional time because I have no idea why all the clips in this video are so crispy. FD is so dishonest. Yeah, for sure. It's so easy to find context. No, well, they don't want to find context, obviously. The goal of stuff like this, it's the exact same thing that Non-Compete did in my conversation with him, where he like randomly accused me of being a pedophile. And then I was like, okay, no, hold on. No, I have you here on a call with me. So let's talk about why you're lying right now. And then I like explained why he was being dishonest, and he didn't want to engage, and he was running from that. And then like, was it like before or after? Like, I think he essentially admitted that it didn't matter whether or not the accusation was true. He just wanted to say it. Was it before or after the actual argument? The point of doing stuff like that, like nobody will put up an out of context clip, like thinking, ah, well, if they just address this, then I will amend my statement and I will no longer do or say this. What they want to do is basically just like drop a shit on the conversation and then run. It's a well poisoning kind of thing, you know? And by providing out of context clips, and not like finding or providing any of the incredibly easy to find contextualization, any of the really obvious stuff that you could find from my community, where it's like, hey, if you look at the before and after, this actually is completely sensical and you would agree with it. The goal here is to just leave the audience with the impression that he's being charitable by not calling me a pedo, but actually he does think it and they should think it too. You guys know what I mean? Non-compete was so disgusting in that. Yeah, it is genuinely disgusting. I really do feel like these are like remarkably bad people. And this is one of the reasons why I have a lot of faith in the stuff that I do. And it's because even though I have disagreements with lots of people online, for the most part, I'm still pretty conciliatory when it comes to like respecting their content. I think Sean is a piece of shit, but his videos are great. Contra did me dirty, despite having a previously friendly relationship with me, but I still think her videos are great. Basically, at this point, every person in BreadTube has at some point or another indicated they don't like me. But for those who I think their videos are great, you know, I'll still give them credit where it's due. But when people don't like me, all of a sudden, like, the gates are open and they're on a run for the most, like, insane denunciations in the universe. Like, disliking me can never be a moderate position. You can never have a mild opinion on me. All negative opinions on me have to be the most, like, exaggerated, cartoony bullshit imaginable. Which, considering the fact that I don't do that to other people, makes me feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm usually kind of the good guy in these interactions, even if you were to leave out, like, the objective rightness or wrongness of the positions involved. Yeah, schizo posting Olympics. It's like crazy shit right out the gate. FD has good videos when he's not being a dumb fuck about you. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think like there's something about me specifically that incites like the lowest IQ engagements imaginable. H-bomb hasn't, I don't think. No, I think H-bomb hasn't, but I don't know. Anyway, let me see. Is there anything else here? We have like 20 minutes before we have to jump on with Marianne. Oh shit, I know these people.
Yeah.
When
That really is so disturbing. Is it okay if I like just chime in on that?
yeah.
That is something that really disturbed me because I had never talked about land back in that debate, and just like the way that that the clips blew up around land back because people heard decolonization. It's just like the damage that did to talking about land back was just really disturbing.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of damage was done to the land back topic from Professor Flowers. I completely agree. Were you contacted to get your side of the discussion? What do you think?
The narrative is also that Professor Flowers is pro-genocide, when if you watch this 3-hour-long thing, which I really did try. I can only get through the first 90 minutes because
I watch more of this debate than Vosh has ever watched any of my content. Maybe. That might be true.
I think I got the picture, and it proves my point because within the first 5 minutes, it's Vosh who brings up genocide.
And yes, because, yeah, right? Yeah. Like, if I was talking with a fascist, or like, I don't know, if I had like Ron DeSantis sitting down, like I might be the one to bring up the word genocide, but that's because I'm trying to pick at his views, you know?
It seems like the fundamental bones are pretty similar, and then when you get into the logistics of creating an ethno-state, there's not really any way to do that without genocide, you know? Like, take South Africa, right? I mean, it's all well and good to talk about living free of your oppressors, but when you break apartheid in South Africa, there are millions of white people living in that country. Like, what do? Do you just, like, ship them all out? Do you build camps? I mean, it seems like this logic always leads down a really bad road.
And Vosh,
that way, that was, like, totally reasonable. We had talked about like ethno-states prior, so I was like, well, you can't really create an ethno-state without genocide unless you already have like a mono-ethnic or mono-racial country, which basically doesn't exist. That was fine. I didn't come across as bad faith or angry or whatever there. I was asking the question.
Keeps returning to it as Professor Flowers tries to over and over again explain the difference between genocide and anti-colonial violence.
Okay. He's doing it. The anti-colonial violence that she was defending South Africa's right to do was the deportation of 6 million white people, which is unquestionably ethnic cleansing. So yes, if she's like, well, I'm not in favor of genocide, but I do think that they should be able to deport all people because of their race, I will keep going back to that subject. That is true. I don't care whether it's being framed as anti-colonial or not.
Something she also did in several follow-up videos as she was being attacked by this community.
When I say that people don't have to live with their oppressors, that is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about ethno-states. Ian is. Many people.
So, people don't have to live with their oppressors, she said to me. Okay, so what does that mean in terms of policy? Like, getting rid of them? What does that mean? Well, it meant ethnic cleansing or genocide, depending on, I don't know, how charitable she's feeling. I feel like the fact that she's willing to own up to the mass deportation thing kind of indicates that she personally, in her head, would be okay with just putting them in camps. Not just deportation. She said colonized people could do what they want. Yeah, she did. She did basically imply that if they, like, outright killed all the white people in South Africa, that would be their right. She didn't explicitly state it, but she kept saying, like, whatever they wanted to do, you know? I don't think violence should happen, but if that's what they want, like, that kind of thing. She also does believe that definitionally all white people are colonizers based on their skin color. She does that weird online lefty thing where colonizer doesn't mean anything. It just means, like, white people. Like, it doesn't have any specific definition that refers to the extent to which you personally contribute to colonization. It literally just means you're white, which is weird. Because if we're going by, like, the definition of just, like, well, if you're white, so, like, white Europeans in countries that they would have come from ethnically, or, like, nope, just all white people, colonizers, you know?
People believe that this sentiment is actually about white genocide or white ethnic cleansing. I believe that Ian brought up the concern for white genocide because I had mentioned Kenya reclaiming businesses. There are a number of African countries who did this after colonialism because most of the wealth and power was still owned by the colonialists. In other words, even though colonialism had...
So keep in mind, so first of all, these decolonial activities did often involve a lot of really bad behavior, okay? Decolonization as a whole is a good thing, but lots of bad things happen during decolonization, much in the same way that generally good actions can still lead to, like, some bad things happening. Also, there is a huge difference between reclaiming wealth systemically after you've decolonized your country and ethnically or racially deporting people. Big difference between those things.
Ended in title, it still had ongoing effects in wealth, power, and resources. So there are ways that the post-colonial governments took that power back.
This part was sussy as hell. Go to the 12-minute mark. What?
To feel better as friends reached out to me and I talked to comrades, my friends, there is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers that will ever compare to what colonizers have done to them. That compares to the millions of kidnapped and enslaved people, to the thousands of years of history and way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the entire caste system that has been created, to the relocation and murder of millions, to the subjugation of entire nations, and to the subjugation and profit of stolen land. And how dare you compare the removal of those who have colonized stolen land and who have subjugated indigenous people as to being the same as the Holocaust? Colonized people have every right to say, you have slaughtered and subjugated us for hundreds of years, and you can no longer stay on stolen land. And as Kimberly Jones said this for Black people, I'll say it for all colonized people as well. You should consider yourself lucky that colonized people are looking for equality and not revenge. You have no right to be a part of this conversation. No right.
Yeah, the Hitler particle emissions critical. I like how her response to the idea that, like, how dare you say that I want to ethnically cleanse white people. Frankly, Whitey, you should consider yourself lucky that I don't, because I could, and I would, and I want to, and I dream about it, and yeah, she's fucking insane.
Again, this doesn't have to do with retribution. It has to do with power imbalances and attempts
It doesn't have to do with retribution. That clip.
To move toward greater equity. In these instances, when a given state takes back businesses, at times the countries who colonize that area stop having access to resource extraction, and sometimes the colonists running these industries leave. However, the ongoing effects of colonialism are still massive issues in post-colonial African countries. My main point is that fixing these problems by way of expropriation is not an ethnic cleansing, as I've seen people argue.
This wasn't about accountability. This was a public shaming effort.
Yes, that is true. I was publicly shaming her for being an ethnic cleansing denier. That is true. Or sorry, not denier, defender. Yes, I think that's okay. Anyway, so this is like a goalpost move. In the debate and in a bunch of follow-up videos, she was talking about, like, explicitly removing people from a country based on their race. Not just about the reappropriation of colonizer businesses, which I think is fine. Obviously, if your country has been basically like an apartheid-ridden, two-tiered society for decades and decades, or even centuries, and then you finally take back power from, like, the occupying force, like, that's fine. Like the like Indians taking back stuff from the British Raj, of course that's fine. But I don't think you could then go, okay, like, now that we've taken back businesses and political power from the British Raj, now we have the right to kill, enslave, or deport, like, millions of British people who live in India. Though I don't think millions of British people lived in India after the fall of the Raj. I don't actually know how many did. A lot of white people do live in South Africa, though.
And really much worse than that. For half a year, Professor Flowers experienced nonstop harassment, leaving her in a deep suicidal depression, not just on the way she was treated, but also on how it affected, like...
Yeah, this began the 6-month-long campaign of me hearing nonstop that she was being bombarded with harassment and never being given any proof of it, no matter how much my moderators asked for it. I think I saw one screenshot, literally one in total, of a DM that she had gotten, which was from, like, VoshFan88, DMing saying the N-word, comma, we are Vosh Army, created like 3 days before the DM was sent or something, which, Yeah, sure. No, I'm not joking. That's not a joke. Anyone in chat can attest to that? I showed the screenshot on stream at some point, I think. Yeah. So yeah, some people say they remember. Yeah, just... They literally had a Groyper profile picture. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, very sincere Vosh fan. Yes. Hello, I am big Vosh fan. Heil is, yeah, incredible stuff. Oh, the picture's still there. Oh, even Professor Flowers said, I'm pretty sure this isn't a Vosh fan, as the hashtag Vosh Army isn't something I've seen them use. That is true. That does not exist. Oh, hold on. They don't have a Groyper profile pic. They have an anime girl profile pic. The only thing more racist than a Groyper profile pic. So this is the one piece of evidence we got. One where Professor Flowers admitted that it probably wasn't real.
Her work and worldview and the people around her. It took other white leftists, white male leftists, coming forward to stem the tide of harassment, which is incredibly sad. And I feel guilty that I wasn't one of those voices early on to participate in that. And this, of course, led to them being attacked and harassed for weeks and months on end. But again, just to illustrate the craziness, this debate happened.
It didn't happen. Well, the debate happened, not the harassment.
In September of 2021, and way later in February of 2022, I made a video on Black love, not at all really connected to leftist political ideas and issues. And I decided I would have Professor Flowers read one line in it. Do you know these motherfucking Vosh stands jumped in my comment section with the nerve to tell me that they were disappointed in me for associating with her? These people...
Sure. Okay. All right.
Committed her voice to memory just so they could police her presence on my channel. Much like with DJ Mule, they were trying to hold me accountable to their community and their sensibilities, which of course I didn't. But let's for a second imagine, right, that Professor Flowers did do some real harm here. Let's imagine for a moment that we live.
She directly advocated for ethnostates at 640. I hate this dude.
Extreme. That there were always ways to address colonization without going as far as excluding an entire racial group.
First off, if Black Americans did go to Africa, to a place where there were no white people, this still wouldn't be an ethnostate.
There are white people in Africa.
I should have corrected this point during the debate. An ethnostate is made up of only one ethnicity. I don't say this as a gotcha moment, but to point out that the way that people talk about Africa is as if it's made up of one ethnicity of Black people. This understanding is inaccurate. Africa is the most genetically diverse continent in the world. There are over 2,000 languages. Even if there were a country with only Black Africans, it wouldn't be an ethnostate as it's made up of multiple ethnicities.
So obviously, like, ethnostate etymologically means one ethnicity, but in reality, what people mean is a race state. Like, we talk about white ethnostaters, but it's not like, oh yeah, they only want like German ancestral Americans, not Polish ancestral Americans or Italian ancestral Americans or whatever else. Like, they're not going to kick out all the Swedish, Norwegian, Finnish, French, so on and so forth, because it's exclusively, yeah, only Latvians. No, like, obviously, colloquially, it's used to mean, like, of a single race. Or, yeah, or you could say, like, a single national identity group. You could excise some ethnicities, but allow other ones in, depending on their relationship. Like, for example, the Iranian and Turkish hatred of Kurdish people, like, the attempts to sort of discriminate against them. It's not as though there are only two ethnicities in Iran, Kurdish and non-Kurdish Iranian. But you could still argue there's an ethnostate tendency to saying stuff like, you know, Iran's not for Kurds.
Secondly, there are indigenous people who are isolationist, and this is a kind of ethnostate where they truly are a singular ethnicity and visitors aren't allowed. Well, I don't see Black...
If the only examples you can think of an ethnostate are the fucking North Sentinel Island and...
This is a kind of ethnostate where they truly are a singular ethnicity and visitors aren't allowed.
And the island of Niihau with indigenous Hawaiian people, then probably when people say ethnostate, they're not referring to literally like everyone here is related by blood. Like, oh yeah, we have real ethnostates, these uncontacted tribes.
Well, I don't see Black separatists wanting to live in isolation to this extreme. I don't think this would be wrong if it happened. I think Vosh truly...
Oh.
separatists wanting to live in isolation to this extreme, I don't think this would be wrong if it happened. I think Vosh truly believes that I'm advocating for violent separatism, and I'm simply not. There's a number of ideas I could think of separatism without violence. Buy a plot of land off the grid and build your own community, or move to places in Africa that already have an all-black or nearly all-black population.
Okay, you guys realize this is literally the race-swapped version of the black-pilled white nationalist Americans who are like, guys, we're never going to get those brown people out of our country. We need to find some, like, white community in Finland and just stay there. This is literally the same thing. It's like, listen, I'm not a racist, okay? I understand that I probably couldn't, like, genocide the 100 million non-white people in America. I simply want to go up and live in some, like, Russian village where everyone is white. Like, white nationalists say this shit all the time.
There's a number of options where I can see black separatists.
Oh, yeah, also, critical point here. Black Americans and Black Africans, historically and contemporarily, are so not the same that the idea that a Black American could just go to Africa and just be there is fucking ridiculous. Black Americans are American. They're Westerners. Black Americans descend from a lineage that has been in the West, or at least in America, longer than a lot of the white people in America. The idea that they could just go to Africa and have something in common because of their skin tone is insane. It's ridiculous. Let her LARP, Vosh? I will not let her LARP, actually. The funny thing is that a lot of the tendencies that we associate with black culture here in the United States also, I'm pretty sure, would end up getting treated over in Africa, at least some parts of it, in a fashion similar to, like, the racist Fox News thug fear-mongering that we hear about. I've heard stories about, like, cultural, like, conservative opposition in some African countries. And again, I'm being kind of general here because I'm not, like, an expert on, like, Africa as a continent or any of its individual countries. But, like, they are more socially conservative than ours are by a huge margin. So, like, I have a fit, like, dog, can you imagine a bunch of black Americans moving over to Africa and then immediately getting treated, like, worse than black Americans do here in America because now they've compounded, like, cultural differences on top of, like, existing, like, traveling and just the general difficulty of integrating to a new culture? Holy shit. We don't want another Liberia situation. All right, whatever. We're almost talking to Marianne.
Live in a world where white South Africans have to worry about being ethnically cleansed and don't control 95% of the wealth in the nation they colonize, even after decolonization efforts that have happened in that nation, and that Professor Flowers was somehow irresponsible in her language. The ensuing harassment campaign was for what purpose? What lesson was to be learned there? What goal could people possibly have been pursuing?
Stupid whining. And being done in bad faith as well. Also, I hope everyone understands the only reason that we keep talking about Professor Flowers is because everybody else keeps bringing her up. My talk with her was the most unambiguous, objective L she could have possibly taken, and lefties will still, like, break every bone in their bodies so they can contort into the tiniest boxes to defend her further. Like, the convo happened literally, like, almost 3 years ago, and people are still constantly bringing her up as some evidence of, like, the mistreatment of my community, mistreatment which just is never substantiated, I guess, after some pretty heinous political positions fronted by her. But, like, they just keep bringing her up. The debate was September 2021, I think. Okay, so not 3 years then. I guess a year and a half? Here's her word for word defending genocide.
Entertaining. What exactly is genocide? During the debate, I was genuinely unsure if removing colonizers is genocide. What I understood about genocide is that it can
remember that she literally defines colonizers as white people. So what she's saying right now is, I don't know if removing 6 million people by state force would count as genocide. The answer to that is kind of ambiguous depending on the definition of genocide used. It does meet the definition of ethnic cleansing. By my definition, it absolutely meets, like, genocide. Like, if like Ron DeSantis took power and he was like, okay, yeah, we're literally just going to deport all black people, I think that calling that genocidal violence would be completely okay. I don't think anyone would, like, race forward with their finger up, you know, outstretched going, technically, actually, it's not genocide. It's actually just ethnic cleansing.
be tricky to determine. Much of my understanding of it came from the Rohingya genocide, where their oppression wasn't considered genocide by the UN until 2017. So is removing colonizers genocide? I really wasn't sure. I should have just said.
Well, if by colonizers you mean all white people, then yes. If by colonizers you mean the actual people who were in charge of or directly contributed to colonial power structures, then that can be fine, depending on how it's done.
I'm not sure what the definitions of genocide are, pause to look it up, and discussed it from there, instead of me responding with, I'm not sure, or I think that's okay, as any sense of uncertainty was seen as evidence of me being pro-genocide, and someone who was all too close to white nationalism but naively couldn't see it. So after the debate, I looked up if violent decolonization is considered genocide. I didn't find a clear answer on that, but what I did find on the legal definition was this. Genocide is A, killing members of the group, B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group.
I would say forced deportation of millions of people would count as serious bodily or mental harm, in my opinion.
C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D,
I think that also counts.
E, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
Kind of like abstractly, because you're forcing the children of that group onto another country, out of your borders.
For the legal definition, the intent is a deciding factor, and there must be a proven intent on the part of perpetrators to physically destroy a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does an intention to simply disperse a group. Also, the victims of genocide must be deliberately targeted, not randomly, because of their real or perceived membership of one of the 4 groups protested under the convention, which again are national, ethnic, racial, and religious groups. After reading this, something that struck me as really frustrating was that the gotcha moment where my views were compared to genocide didn't constitute as a legal definition of genocide.
Can you imagine? Like, does it not feel like we're just watching a right-winger here? Like, literally, I feel like I'm back in 2019 and I'm arguing with some far-right guy. And he's like, technically, that's not actually genocide. And then, like, looking at, yeah, like, it's in every way. Okay, hold on. We have a conversation with a former presidential candidate in, like, 3 minutes. We're being very irresponsible here. End the segment. I don't care about the rest of the video. It's dumb. I'm smart. Blah, blah. Okay. I'm not covering my torn up chair because I feel like she would understand and appreciate the innate authenticity of me looking scrungly. Please do. Put a towel over. Oh my god. Is that right? No, wait, I folded it the wrong way. We have to go the other way. Donuts completely unnecessary. Don't cover the chair. Yeah, I think it looks stupider like this. Looks even worse. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Why is Vosh always wearing swim short? They're 5-inch inseam short shorts. What do you want? Take it off. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, hold on. Let me open up Zoom. Don't be annoying. Why is Zoom opening here? Oh, fuck, that's right. We were having issues with, oh, shit, hold on. Camera. New scene. The name is already in use. Virtual cam. Hold on. Okay. Virtual camera settings, output type scene, virtual cam. Okay. Start virtual cam. Use virtual cam. Ah, there she is. Hey, how are you doing? It's a delight to meet you as well. To everyone who's watching, I mean, surely she needs no introduction, but hello, Marianne Williamson, welcome. It's such a delight to talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
How are you doing this fine day? Hold on, just making sure that my Zoom isn't glitching on me. And I think I made it happen. Nice. Beautiful. There we go. All right, everything's set up on my end. Hey! I love that painting behind your head.
Oh, thank you. It's a ballerina.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah.
It's too abstract for me to make out. But looks pretty either way. So I wanted to get right to it. It's a delight to be able to speak to you, especially after.
Thank you.
I mean, I've seen you in so many contexts. You know, after the 2020 primaries, there was so many people, it seems like, fell off, like completely disinterested in continuing to engage in political commentary. You know, apart obviously from like, well, Biden became president, you know, Bernie Sanders, Warren. A lot of people, it seems, stopped trying, but I've been seeing you do like interviews and calls and talks, like you've continued to engage. Why is that? Why have you been so consistent?
Well, I remember when I dropped out of the race, I wrote a letter to people who had supported my campaign. And I made a commitment. I said, I promise that I will continue to try to champion the issues that I ran on. That's why I ran, was to talk about those things. And I wasn't going to stop. You know, I didn't run for president expecting to win. So it was just a shift of platform, but I had hopefully had more of an opportunity to talk about those things. And I wasn't going to stop. I mean, I did, it took me a year. I had some personal healing to do after the experience, because it was as brutal as it was exhilarating. But once that was over and I felt more back to myself, I wasn't prepared to shut up just because that campaign was over.
I'm delighted.
And the things that, well, I was just going to say, the things that I talked about on that campaign were things I've been writing books about for decades. I wrote a book called Healing the Soul of America. In 1998, it was published, talking about the corporatocracy, talking about racial injustice and reparations, talking about children, talking about wealth inequality. So this is not, I didn't just wake up one morning and say, oh, I think I'll talk about these things.
Yeah, you said you didn't run for president expecting to win. And that and the conversation around it, it's actually one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you, because this is actually kind of a follow-up. I saw a conversation you had maybe 2 weeks ago or so, one that was, I think, largely unproductive for reasons which I don't think at all were your fault. And it was about the ability to get good work done through electoral means, even when you can't necessarily win. I was interested in maybe having a better version of that, because I was really interested in what you had to say. What did you want to do through running?
There is no platform like a presidential campaign. There is no other sort of vortex of conversation that is more, on a certain level, influential, but certainly ubiquitous. You know, everybody's involved, everybody hears you. So I felt in my gut, I felt in my heart, that's what I should do. You know, running for president, whether you are one of them, one of the machine, or you're not, is not easy. And you take a lot of slings and arrows, and people are horrible to you. So it's not something you do for fun.
Oh.
You do it only if you think there's something serious that could be accomplished.
Yeah, at least I would hope so. I'm sure there are plenty of people who come at it from the perspective of like a careerist, but obviously I don't think that's necessarily applicable for you.
That's not my career. I'm not part of that political establishment, but I feel very strongly. And if anything, I feel it more strongly now than I even felt it then. The kind of energy that we need in order to disrupt the status quo, the economic status quo in this country, I don't think is going to come from that machine, because that machine perpetrates that status quo. That machine is the status quo. And I realize that now more than ever. And that's why my passion for talking about these things, if anything, is greater now than it was then.
I love that, because I remember back during the primaries. So I'm left-leaning. I'm a socialist. You know, I'm one of the unpleasable, never happy types, of course. And
I've heard that about you.
I'm glad. If anything, I'm to be known by. I remember back when the primaries kicked off, you know, people were very cynical about the candidates lined up. And I remember there being this kind of, this wave of appreciation for you, even from people who are probably quite a bit to your left, because of your apparent sincerity. I mean, I think that really distinguished you from a lot of the people there. You talk about the machine. What do you think distinguishes you from that, abstractly?
You know, I don't think in terms of those categories. I think every person is different. And I think that, you know, I don't think in terms of what distinguishes me. I only think in terms, maybe because I'm a writer, I don't think in terms of what I have to say compared to what some other author has to say. I just think in terms of what in me wants to be said. You know, as a writer, I'm sort of guided by Hemingway's comment that once the story stops writing itself, put the pencil down. You know, you could read, you know, major books about major authors, and I never hear them referring to other authors. It's more about what in me wants to be said. And for me, in the political sphere, it's what do I feel needs to be said in this country? And I feel that so many of the things that need to be said, although they're said by Bernie Sanders, are not said nearly enough within the halls of Congress or in the White House. And that's all I think about. I think about, well, not all I think about, but in terms of that question, I just think about, can I contribute to magnifying a conversation which is clearly suppressed in this country? And you see it not only in terms of presidential candidacies and how there's this suppression of the progressive voice, you see it in the congressional. You know, one of the things I was involved in last year was trying to endorsing and trying to magnify congressional candidates, progressive voices in congressional campaigns that were crushed by the same money, by the same forces. I grew up in a time when those kinds of progressive voices were not crushed. As a matter of fact, I grew up in a time where they were major core pillars of the Democratic Party. You know, the Democratic Party elite now talks about progressives like we're trying to hijack the party. They hijacked the party. They're the DuPonts and the Morgans. We're Eleanor and Franklin. Franklin Roosevelt wouldn't even be allowed in today, be considered too fringe, too left. Well, I'm just not the type of person who's going to be quiet about that. I'm just not.
You talk about suppression and these voices getting crushed. And I completely agree, by the way. I think it's interesting how the Republicans, despite their general politics, are actually pretty receptive to in-party critique. You know, it's a very tumultuous environment.
It is so odd. So the Democrats, for the most part, stand for the more egalitarian policies, but they have a more elitist relationship to their own constituency. The Republicans have the more elitist policies, but in a weird way, a more egalitarian relationship to its own constituency. It's
No, Republican politicians will bend over backwards if there's like a growing movement, a sentiment in their constituency, you know, whereas the Democrats, I mean, everyone, you know, every Democrat in Congress is 87, and they all like internally lock in their policies and just try to convince the constituency, it seems like, well, this is the only way forward. It's a less democratic environment. And which is weird, because you'd think, I mean, it should be the other way, but I don't know. You've been closer to that. How does it work?
First of all, if you talk about it in terms of the Republican, there's also a shadow side there too, because that has been so true that they had been open even to like Nazis talking or extreme, right, you know, things that no party theoretically should be open to. So there's the shadow side of that, just the sheer desire for power and you know, unwillingness to say no to things that should not be in their platform and should not be in their base. Among the Democrats, it's absolutely undemocratic. Look at what they're doing right now. engineering the primary so that no one but Joe Biden could possibly win the nomination. There's nothing democratic about that. It's very undemocratic. And it's also very disrespectful to the base. Over 60% of Democrats say they'd like to see someone else run, but no, the Democratic Party elite has said we're all lining up behind Joe Biden. It's like we've reverted to the time when a bunch of, old white men smoking their cigars in the back room would say, this is who's going to be the nominee. But it's more than who's going to be the nominee. It's worse than that. It's what's going to be our agenda. So they have a predetermined agenda, and anybody who has any other ideas to offer is, to the best ability, not allowed in. That's undemocratic. That's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, I remember during the primaries, the big kicker for Joe was the electability argument. He wasn't really argued for on the basis of his confidence or charisma or any specific policy or expertise. It was just the idea that he was middle of the road enough that he could rope in everyone, which is not great politics. I mean, we see a huge swell of support in the GOP for candidates who are incredibly divisive, even to their own people, for a time, until, the winds of change shift and the media becomes more, amicable to them, at least on the right. But over here, things seem a lot more stagnant. And I wanted to know, as somebody who's been closer to that than almost anybody, what does that suppression look like when you're on stage? I mean, when you're participating in that primary?
Well, first of all, I understand, because I was there and I was up close and personal with it. I understand the nervousness that the primary voters felt in this last election. We just want to defeat Trump. We just want to defeat Trump. So I understand some of that. In terms of my own personal experience of it, like I would be on the debate stage, always just over on the, on the side, not given as much time to speak. Chuck Todd looking at me in the most derisive way if I open my mouth. There was all that. But, people have asked me about this. I've often said that the situation I did realize was the system was more corrupt than I even feared, but people were even more wonderful than I hoped. The voters are not the problem. The voters are not the problem. The consciousness of the American people is not the problem. You can look at issue after issue. The majority of Americans want universal health care. The majority of Americans want free college and technical school. The majority of Americans want a higher minimum wage. The majority of Americans want paid family leave. And people are waking up to the fact that such things as that, guaranteed living wage, the things that I just mentioned, are considered moderate positions in any other advanced democracy. So I think when you're up close and personal, what you realize is the gap between what people say they want and how the system operates, how the system is institutionally resistant. The whole point is to represent the people. That's the point of democracy. We're living at a time where the system is resistant to giving people, to expressing the will of the people if it doesn't align with their own basically financial interests in terms of the donor class. And we should not be quiet about that.
No, certainly not. And we saw stuff like this really directly, I think, with Florida in the minimum wage, Kansas.
Yeah, the people, yes.
Which by Florida, all logic,
they voted for a higher minimum wage.
You'd think they would right with the GOP party line. I mean, Florida's the bedrock of modern American conservatism alongside Texas. But somehow it seems like the GOP is good at selling their constituents things that hurt them, and the Dems are bad at selling their constituents things that help them. And that is such an impossible, I mean, I don't even know if it's just like incompetence or like deliberate incompetence, kind of strategic incompetence. Do you think that there's like malice involved in that? Like there's an effort going on here to kind of handicap not only the progressive policies, but even advocacy for basic Dem policies?
Well, first of all, what you were just saying is interesting and true, because I've read recently there are many issues where people say, oh, I like that issue. Oh, no, I hate the Democrats. But actually, right? They don't.
Me too.
As long as you sell them exactly. As long as you sell them the issue without associating it with the Democratic Party, people are more open to it. So obviously, the Democratic Party has failed. But I'm sure this is there are many aspects of answer to the question, but I think a large part of it is how disingenuous Democrats sound sometimes, because they're afraid to say what they really think. if they said what they really thought, people go, notice how Republicans sometimes say the most awful things, but there's this congruity. They really do have those awful thoughts, and they really do say them. And people somehow like the fact that somebody just said what they thought. And Democrats, I remember in the 2020 election, somebody told me, oh, Marianne, you would love Al Gore. If you knew him, like off stage, he is so fabulous. And I remember saying, that's supposed to make me feel better? That off stage, I'd really love him. Well, if I'd love him off stage, why isn't that the person he's showing on stage? Now, I also have more compassion also for the, some of the pressures involved there. But Democrats, they become like pretzels and all gnarly. God forbid we say what we really mean. And that's what has moved the Overton window so far to the right, because the Republicans just go further to the right, and the Democratic elite, the Democratic establishment, is afraid to stand for what the Democratic Party core values theoretically were. Certainly the Roosevelt values of an unabashed support for the working people of the United States. Yeah. How can you say you support the working people of the United States and then actually squash the desire of railroad workers just to get sick pay? How can you say you're a labor president and do that? Mm-hmm. How can you say you're for helping the people and then let the child tax credit expire and don't even permanentize it? How can you say you're for the people, and then when the parliamentarian says we can't go for the $15 an hour minimum wage, hide behind her? People hear that and they know how disingenuous you are and how hypocritical you are, and people don't like it.
It crushed the rail unions. Then, like right after the State of the Union, talk about unions being on the rise and him being a pro-union president. That's right. It feels like in a lot of ways, Dems are caught up in like this this kind of like lock and chain of bureaucracy where there's like a million little rules they've taught themselves to follow about proper political procedure. Meanwhile, a lot of the GOP are basically winging it, or at the very least, they're holding themselves to a much less restrictive standard of behavior, and they come across a lot more authentic in that way.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes somebody is authentically a jerk, so that's not something that we should respect. Yeah, we should not respect that. But I do think, and unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where many Democrats actually, I was talking about Democrats who don't say what they really think. Unfortunately, a lot of these Democrats actually are corporatists now. They really are. Even Bill Clinton said, I'm actually an Eisenhower Republican. He said that. When I heard the president last night, this is who, when I was young, that's how Republicans talked.
Yeah, it feels like in a lot of ways, the Overton window moving to the right has given the Dems a lot more leeway in not updating their corporatist policies, because not being, let's say, borderline genocidal on transgender people is now enough to vastly distinguish them from the Republicans. The bar is a lot lower now for being better than the GOP, so it feel like it gives them less of an impetus to try to impress their constituency with something big. Not that they seem to be that good at that anyway, under really any circumstances.
I don't think that's going to be enough in 2024. Just saying, I'm not them. I'm not a misogynist like them. I'm not a racist like them. I'm not an anti-Semite like them. I'm not a homophobe like them. That's not going to be enough in 2024.
Okay, I think I agree with that. What should the selling point be, do you think, then? What's the thrust of like a good candidacy then?
In AA, they talk about attraction, not promotion. So I'm not sure selling point is the phrase that would come up for me, but I think that some truth telling needs to be spoken. And Americans are not stupid. Over the last 40 years, there's been something like $50 trillion of transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the 1%, and the unbelievable amount of human despair and unnecessary human suffering that this has created. And it has taken the ship, this unfettered, unregulated form of capitalism has devastated the fabric of our society. And at this point, the ship is listing so far to the right that just to bring it into any level of normal, fair playing field for the American people, we need universal health care. We need universal education. We need a guaranteed living wage. We need free child care. We need paid family leave. We need those things which they think are like true leftists to talk about. I think we need to admit the fact that, as FDR said, we must become fairly radical for a generation. And as I said, those issues that I just described are considered moderate in any other advanced democracy. So whether it's the selling point or not, to me, it's the truth. So if I were to run, those are the things I would be talking about.
No,
we need change. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, please go ahead.
Well, it's funny that in his speech last night, he said, I came here to fundamentally change things. Well, that was kind of weird because he ran saying he wasn't going to. But the point is, he hasn't. And he's done, I want to give the president credit where credit is due and so forth. But one of the things that FDR talked about was, and I love the book No Ordinary Time by Doris Kearns Goodwin about Franklin and Eleanor during World War II and before. And she came to him and she said, the alleviation of stress is not enough. We need fundamental economic reform. And that's what I think the Democratic Party should stand for at this point.
Yeah, it seems like the response from the Dems is that a time of increasing right radicalism should be met with more left moderation, that there's this push and pull where they have to be the stabilizing force. But it seems like the opposite is the case, right? I mean, like 2016 was when Trump came to power, but it was also when Bernie, not nearly, but, put up a good shot against Hillary. And in 2020, again, they run with Biden, and Hillary are both moderate candidates. Biden beats Trump, but come on, it should have been a blowout, and it wasn't. They're allergic to real change, and I wonder how much of that is like malice, we can't let him go that far, and how much of that is like self-delusion, No,
it's neither. It's not malice. It's not self-delusion. It's corruption. It's corruption. The system is corrupt. The undue financial influence of huge corporate entities and the billionaire class on our Congress. So you've got the Republican Party completely sewn up, and the Democrats try to have it both ways. They try to make people's lives better so they can survive. We're going to give you this. We're going to give you that. This crumb's going to be bigger than that crumb. We might even give you a cookie, but they refuse to challenge the underlying forces that make the return of all that suffering inevitable. Why? Because those forces represent the corporate money that they too are taking. That's why. It's just corruption. Let's not make it any more complicated than it is.
No, it reminds me almost kind of like the movie stereotype of like a crime syndicate almost. Not in terms of the criminality itself, but rather this worried, this is how it works. You have problems and inequalities, corruption, embezzlement. You have just a mess of a system. But people defend it, not because they like it, but because they think this rickety, totally unnecessary superstructure is actually the only way you can get by. And it takes to
beat the guys who are even worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, hey, this is bad, but at least we keep this out, And it takes a radical to knock that aside and go, no, we can build something up from the ground a little bit better than this, at least.
Thank you. And that's why I think Bernie would have won in 2016. But it was the Democratic Party, it was the DNC who suppressed that. And once again, I think he would have won. So the only way to beat a big lie, which is really what the Republicans today represent, the only way to defeat a big lie is with big truth. But it can't be just kind of sort of truth. It has to be the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And the Democratic establishment doesn't want us talking the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because that busts them too.
Lula da Silva, recently with his presidential win in Brazil, Bolsonaro is a fascist, or at least certainly fascist leaning, and it seems, despite his incredible popularity in the government and in very powerful corporate sectors, it took left populism to oust that, and in a way that I don't think any kind of liberal moderation could have succeeded.
I totally agree with that. And also, I'm old enough to remember when people said Ronald Reagan would never be president because he was too conservative. People who think they know what would win. No, what's going to win now is some radical truth-telling. But neither party, look, I'm not trying to excuse the Republicans at all. I think the Republicans represent a nosedive for our democracy, but I think the Democrats represent a managed decline. And we've got to interrupt that status quo. We just have to, or it could become too late. We're really 6 inches from the edge now.
I fully agree. And this is why you defend electoral action on the soapbox provided to you by running in the Democrat. I mean, that's what Bernie did in 2016, right? Is if he'd run as an independent, he would have, spoken in concert halls and auditoriums with 90 seats in them. By running on the DNC platform, you get so much more of a even if you don't win, you get the potential.
I'm seeing that already. As I've said, the point is to inconvenience those people who deserve to be inconvenienced. And I've had fun the last couple of weeks saying that I'm inconveniencing a few people already. It only makes me think the decision is even smarter than I might have known. Because nobody's supposed to challenge the way it's going down. And then somebody does, and they get all like rattled.
Well, do you think that's sincerity? Do you think, okay. So I fully agree with, the two parties are like a corporate duopoly, and they both have similar priorities in terms of the general thrust of their economic policy, and things are diverging very rapidly in a lot of social issues, but there's like a core there that's centered. A common socialist critique is that the reason the right accepts populism, but the Democrats cannot, is because right populism doesn't challenge capital. Privatization as a term was invented to describe the policies of Hitler's Germany. But left populism does, because they absolutely don't like corporate profit. Given that apparent conflict of interest, do you think real change can happen through the DNC, like at all?
Well, hold on. There's a distinct difference between can change happen within the DNC versus can change happen despite the DNC. The question, can change happen running as a Democrat, to me is a different question than can it happen within the DNC. No, it can't happen within the DNC. It has to be an overriding of the power of the DNC. Could that happen? Well, it would take a miracle, but we've had them in American history. There was a time when no one would have thought that abolition was possible. No one would have thought women's suffrage was possible. No one would have thought that dismantling segregation was possible.
Or Bernie Sanders, right? Like, I remember what a huge influence he had.
Exactly. And he did come within striking distance of the presidency. And that would not have happened, I don't think, had he not chosen at that beginning to go through the Democratic Party. I know for myself, it would be so much easier to invisibilize my candidacy if I were to run, if I do run, as a third party. Which is not to say, by the way, that running third party is an invalid or illegitimate or mistaken thing to do. People should do what they feel moved to do, but I think sitting out the electoral process entirely is just an acquiescence to the system as it is. That's not going to make anybody change.
Yeah, I noticed this tendency, especially from a lot of other people on the left, the idea that there's some kind of moral corruption that takes place when you engage with inequitable or corrupt systems. Unfortunately, it seems like all systems, to some extent, are captured in that sense, which means it seems like total, like the ultimate left advocacy might be like sitting in your basement and just like meditating for 18 hours a day and just hoping that everything changes around you.
The left has its own brand of holier than thou.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yes. All the time, everywhere.
You have to agree with me about every little thing, or you're a bad person. This is not the way to build power. This is not the way to build a movement.
I think I saw.
I thought it was.
Oh no, please go ahead.
No, I just thought it was really interesting what you were saying before about left-wing populism versus right-wing populism, and I had never heard that thought. But you're absolutely right. Right-wing populism actually supports right-wing social and ideological authoritarianism. Left-wing populism challenges economic authoritarianism.
Which seems like it makes it a really tough sell, right? Because you have to break out of the mold that's
why I said
you work in.
Get out. We've got to just don't even put sell in your mind. You're dead when you start thinking about what would sell. Martin Luther King said, your life begins to end on the day you stop talking about things that matter. If you're only trying to be popular or to get votes, this is how I look at it. Social change, not everybody, but a lot of people seem to think social change only happens on the horizontal axis. So that means you're always trying to figure out what to say, to sell what you're trying to get across. And so you're constantly dumbing down your message because you think it's necessary to do that in order to get more people to vote for you. Real social change doesn't happen on the horizontal axis. Real social change happens on the vertical axis. that you don't think in terms of how can I say it so more people agree with me? You just say, have the conviction to say what you believe. And that conviction is a force multiplier. And if other people are sort of almosting it, then that's how you form a movement. You know, a lot of people on the left are tied to this idea of a very old-fashioned notion of movement building. It's based on this old-fashioned organizing, all of which is true. I'm not minimizing that. But Donald Trump didn't build a movement that way. He built a movement by hitting a nerve. And if we hit the nerve, which is the truth in our hearts, and that we have an instinctive understanding that this is not what America is supposed to be, that's a way of movement building as well, speaking the real truth that needs to be said. And to me, that was the power of Bernie Sanders.
So no, I agree with that completely. I'm a big fan of the Black Panther Party. You know, the movement's so dangerous, the feds had to kill it. And you know, I think a lot of people learned the wrong lessons from what they did. Fred Hampton, right, killed very early in his life, and you take a look at what he did that was so threatening, something that necessitated that political action. And a lot of it, if applied today, wouldn't really mean much of anything. You know, the Black Panther Party's tendencies of having folks with guns stand outside courthouses or people in cars follow police, this wouldn't, at least not right now in this environment, that would maybe not get as much good done as bad. But sincerity, radical coalition building, reaching out across economic and racial lines with a shared cause, that was the dangerous bit. And any kind of, like you said, the left has its own holier than thou. It seems like that, like, more insular purity testing is really destructive. You have to be able to reach out to, like, people in the Midwest. You have to be able to reach out to, you know, I don't know, coal miners in Appalachia. You have to be able to reach out to everyone, at least with something that might resonate with them. And if that Kansas provision on abortion could fail and minimum wage could be raised in Florida, they will listen, right? I mean, if you can find the right way to get it across to them.
People don't like to be condescended to. People don't like to feel patronized. And I think a lot of people in this country feel very patronized and condescended to, not only by the corporatist Democrats, but also by the left. You know, I always say in my work, when people ask, what's the message you're trying to get out? I always say, I'm not trying to get a message out. I'm trying to get a message in. I think we need to think less in terms of getting a message out and more getting a message in. How deeply educated am I about this issue? How deeply can I articulate? How well can I articulate this issue? How sincere am I? How aligned it is with my personhood, the qualities of my character? That right there, that is a magnetic force. You don't have, you know, the masculine aspect is dynamic. The feminine is magnetic. It's not just about going out. It's about living it so fully that people are drawn to it.
It seems like the distinction between activist and politician in a lot of ways, where it's thought that they have two, like, complementary but very distinct roles. And you're arguing essentially that, like, the activist role, you know, has been captured and integrated by the GOP, at least to some extent, with their at least seeming sincerity, you know. But the Dems are locked into the politician mindset. Everything has to be means tested. Everything has to be, like, rote and down by a million little procedures. And you want, like, the messiness, right? You want more personality, more fervor.
You know, I've read a lot about Franklin Roosevelt and about Lincoln. And they both had an exquisite sensitivity to where people were, where their constituency was. When you look at, even though Lincoln said, I was always against slavery, in fact, he made an incredible line early in his career. He said, if I ever have a chance to hit it, I'm going to hit it hard. But he was not a provocateur. There were provocateurs about abolition. There were the John Brown types. There were the people who were just on and on and on about slavery very early, when Lincoln was still being pretty quiet about it. And even then, he was pretty pro-compromise for a long time, and he had his own issues. But when he got there, he got there. So yeah, and he would not have been able to get there, I don't think. And he couldn't have taken people with him if he had been the provocateur. So you're right, everybody has their own lane. So sometimes an activist just being so out there with it, that's a lane that is very valid and legitimate. But I think the politician does have a different role in the sense, not of the game playing and the power game playing that you were describing that you see in the political parties, the major political parties, but in the sense of knowing, hey, I'm trying to convince somebody here if it's okay with you. You know, I remember reading, I think it was a Neil Postman book, I'm not sure, but where it said, with your vision, you must never compromise, but politics is compromise. So I think we have to respect that some people are saying, it's not that I don't agree with you, but the role I'm playing is taking people along. Those are both very valid positions and very valid roles.
Yeah, it seems like, if nothing else, the two have to get along, which is definitely what we're lacking right now on the left.
On the left, and you're right, because on the right, they get, hey, we're all on the same team. On the left, it's just
them to actively ignore and ostracize, like the more activists, even the ones who are like politicians or in that sphere, like Nina Turner, for example, right? They'll like actively cut them out of the discussion in ways that I just don't see. I mean, remember the oh man, like in 2013, they were like pretending to be libertarians for the Republicans. What were they? The something caucus?
Tea Party.
Tea Party, that's right. Yeah, they got roped in. They were just a bunch of rabble-rousers to begin with. They got completely co-opted, and then it just became standard ideology. I really wish we could see some of that.
Also, the irony is, and the injustice of it is, that the Democrats would not have won without this space, would not have won in 2020, and would not have won in 2022 without the very people that it spends every other hour putting down, suppressing, mocking, making fun of. I mean, look Hakeem Jeffries voting for that quote unquote anti-socialism resolution. That is so outrageous. A lot of the people who are the most offended by that, he will be coming to saying, you got to vote for us because we're so much better than the other guys.
It's pathetic. And not leaving aside the whole like joining fascists and denouncing socialism thing, but the idea that there are any like unconvinced moderates that could be brought over to the Democrats by denouncing socialism is ridiculous. The only people in America who care about denouncing socialism is the right, and they are firmly captured. At the very least, they won't be swayed by something like that, you know. It's a ridiculous virtue signal for the benefit of literally nobody except the GOP. And yet, Hakeem Jeffries, my man, you know, my bipartisanship guy. Yeah, oh man, it gets me angry just to think about it. It's crazy how bad just the strategy is, too, let alone the sincerity and the values, just even pure strategy.
It's wrong, it's immoral, and it's stupid.
Yeah.
And it's stupid on top of everything else.
On every level. Yeah. So, okay. So I wanted to ask then, I'm really glad we agree on this, because it seems like the attitude a lot of left-leaning people have is one of like, preemptive denunciation of any kind of electoral action. You know, you can never fail if you don't try. And obviously we do have to try in an environment like that. You know, like say you became, I don't know, say you swapped souls with Pete Buttigieg, I'm sorry. And you were Department of
I'm sorry, go back a little bit. Wait, let's say I what?
Oh, swapped souls with Pete Buttigieg or something, you know, and then I apologize for
just, I don't
say you're head of Department of Transportation, right? You know, you're in the cabinet. How much do you think can be done from within there in an environment like that? You know?
Well, look, Bernie Sanders and Ro Khanna came up with a plan for dealing with Southwest Airlines. It was called them having to pay a fine for what they were doing. Pete Buttigieg wouldn't do it. And I'm sure Pete Buttigieg, I mean, the whole thing of the railroad workers was, God forbid that we make the trains go a little slower rather than showing up for the people. Don't kid yourself, though. These positions do have power. There are levers of power there. But, you know, when Steve Bannon said, we are going in there to dismantle the administrative state, he meant it. If you read a book called The Fifth Risk by Michael Lewis, it's unbelievable. That book is great. I don't know if you've ever read it or had him on, but they went in there to completely disempower the function of government, of course, so that all power could be put in the hands of corporatists, of corporations. That's what makes them, that's what fascism is, right? But the Democrats, so the Republicans get power and they overreach and they use it in ways that are a complete beyond the constitutional power that were mandated. Republicans get in there and they're free to use it. What's the point of being the Secretary of Transportation unless you're going to stick it to Southwest Airlines when they're sticking it to people? Hello, should be pretty elementary.
Yeah, it seems like
but it's not to Pete, because Pete wants to play along with the Democratic establishment because he wants to be president in 2028.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure he thinks about it every day. Yeah, it really does seem like they're terrified of the power. Like, for instance, the idea that the parliamentarian would ever stop any Republican initiative is laughable.
They fire her. They would fire the parliamentarian before they let that happen, which is what they did a few years ago.
With no
the
hesitation.
Parliamentarian has no power.
No controversy.
And then they expect people to trust them.
And people like that, too. If I was a Republican, you know, thank God that I'm not, but if I was, I would be heartened by the apparent like will and power demonstrated by people who appear to share the values that I have. All I see, even from moderate liberals, I mean, even from middle of the road people, is a kind of resigned, well, what can you expect them to do? You know, well, what do you think they do? I don't know. He's the president of the United States. I'm sure there's something he can figure out.
Exactly right. Have a spine, have a core. What did FDR say? I welcome their hatred. That's what FDR said.
In a lot
Let
of
them hate you. Don't go into office unless you're willing to take that on.
Yeah, and there's this effort. I mean, like Michelle Obama said it, right? Like they go low, we go high, we take the high road, of almost taking pride in abstemiousness. Like we will make not doing something our party identity because it represents some kind of virtue or moral purity on our part, which seems to me almost like, I mean, borderline suicidal in a political environment like this. And some liberals go along with it too, right? The idea that Biden is better for not exercising his power. Like that's some kind of testament to him as a leader, you know? I don't know what to make of that.
First of all, I don't think that's how Michelle Obama meant it, though. I think she was coming from a really kind of beautiful place at the moment, because I think it had an almost spiritual quality about the mean-spiritedness versus not. But in terms of your description of how the Democrats have gone, I think the main point is it won't continue working. The fact that the Democratic Party has so conspired, has so acquiesced with the Republicans in that undertow, the right-wing undertow, it's not going to work. And one of the reasons it won't continue working is for what you just said. It's like a soft underbelly. Do you guys have a spine? We gave you the House, we gave you the Senate, we gave you the White House. What more do you want? And you're still coming up with excuses for why you're not doing what theoretically you say you stand for?
Do you think it'll change?
Somebody changes it.
How much time do we have, though, realistically? I mean, I don't want to be defeatist.
I think that's the point. That's the point. We don't have time. When I hear all these lefties say, well, let's just sit this out and we'll come back strong after all this movement building for 2028, my fear is the authoritarian takeover. I think people are closer to the gates of the Bastille than we have any idea. So we have two forms of authoritarian threat. One is the authoritarian threat. That's the ideological authoritarian threat, the almost Viktor Orban threat, the DeSantis telling colleges what they can study, telling librarians they have to, take classic American classics off the
government-approved
off
book
the
whitelists.
shelves. The Supreme Court telling women what we can do with our bodies. That's the assault on democracy from the outside. But there's an authoritarian assault from the inside, which is just as pernicious, and that is the authoritarianism that is represented by plutocracy, that is represented by corporate power dictating to our government the way it does. You can't have a plutocracy and a democracy. So to whatever extent the Democratic Party is playing footsies under the table with the oligarchy, they're not standing up for democracy either. And that's why it's not going to come from in there. It's going to come from all of us coming in there and cutting the cord to that probably from the outside. I just don't see any other way. Because when you see the people who agree with me saying, oh yes, Nancy, oh yes, Hakeem, and going along, because I guess this is how we're going to strategize it and we'll get there later. And, maybe they still believe we'll get there later, or maybe they believe, well, maybe we won't get there, but my career will get there. The American people, these are revolutionary times. There's either going to be positive revolutionary change or there's going to be violent negative revolutionary change. John F. Kennedy said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. There's too much unnecessary human suffering in this country, and too many people feel we tried it with both of them and no one's helping me. And this is such a prescription for chaos beyond anything that we see now. So no, I don't think we have time. I think the time for us to get in there and say we need radical change, radical meaning of the core, genuine fundamental economic reform. We need to provide universal healthcare, we just need to come in there, not incremental change, not this tweaking around the edges, but genuine reform. And I think we need to do it now,
No,
or at least offer it to the people.
I completely agree. And I like what you say, too, about there being two kinds of authoritarianism on offer here, because all of the conditions that have set in place, what we're dealing with right now with DeSantis and the GOP and the inflation and all of it, it has to do with corporate control, ultimately. Our overdependence and just complete economic subservience to oil, gas, and coal, to the fact that our social media companies are run with essentially no oversight by a small handful of billionaires. Everything, all the superstructures are laid in ways that make it really easy for all of this to happen. It's all predicated, I think, in a lot of ways on Democrats just letting that be. It's like you set all the conditions, and invariably now things are quite difficult to resist now that we're facing a kind of active political threat when it comes to authoritarianism.
But once again, it's an economic authoritarianism. The fact that we don't have universal health care because of the insurance companies, that we don't have free insulin or very affordable insulin for everyone because of the dictatorial authoritarianism of the pharmaceutical companies, the dictatorial authoritarianism of the NRA, the dictatorial authoritarianism of big oil. We're killing ourselves. We're on a collision course with ourselves, and we continue with this fossil fuel extraction. I'm sorry, the president has given more permits for fossil fuel extraction than Trump did. So the Democrats are playing this sleight of hand. On one hand, yes, the Inflation Reduction Act, we have more money given for investments in green energy, all of which is good. On the other hand, giving a permit for an $8 billion infrastructure plan in Alaska. So that's authoritarianism. The fact that the will of the people is stymied. This is not of the people, by the people, for the people. This is of the corporations, by the corporations, and for the corporations. And that's its own kind of authoritarianism.
And it's the innate flaw of moderation, right? I mean, take, for example, like immigration, red and blue, they differ on how to treat issues at the border, but fundamentally, I mean, not by that much. Joe was bragging about how much, how he was clamping down on the border and, sending people back and so on. If you teach people in your base, if you politically normalize a moderately authoritarian approach on border issues and immigration, it's not at all surprising that a fully authoritarian approach on border issues would itself be normalized following that. You can never just hold your place when the threat is sliding downhill. If you're tumbling down a hill, you don't just stop moving like abruptly and stay there. You want to climb back up. And in the absence of climbing, you're only waiting for another accident to kick you further down, it seems.
And unfortunately, that applies not only to immigration, it applies to everything. The inertia means the tendency of the object to move in whatever direction it's been moving. So if we're going to disrupt the corruption, there has to be the introduction of a counterforce, because they're both either perpetrators of it overtly, like the Republicans, or acquiescing too many times and in too many ways, like the Democrats.
Do you think there's any hope in 2024 for a candidate we can believe in?
Yeah, I do.
It's I don't feel like we've been given much in the way of options outside of Biden at the moment. I mean, Bernie Sanders has, I assume, very tiredly said to somebody with a microphone that he might be willing to run, but I don't. He should. Well, I think he should rest.
No, I don't think he's planning to rest. He's going to be the chairman of the HELP committee, and if you see, he's out there. He's going to take on corporate greed, take on the pharmaceutical companies. He was tweeting today about the fact that 5 companies. There are people in this. We have 68,000 people in this country who die every year because of lack of health care. We have 85 million people who are underinsured or uninsured. We have 500,000 people a year who go into medical debt. Bernie's out there talking about those things. Bernie was talking in his tweet today about the fact that last year alone, the top 5 insurance companies, I think he said they made $60 billion.
Probably a large number. I'll trust a large number.
He's out there. I I don't countenance any criticizing of him. I
Oh
mean,
no, I would
gets,
never. He's worked enough for 3 lifetimes, you know.
no, but he's still out there, and he's really into it with the help committee, et cetera. I mean, the Democrats are in charge of the Senate, so
yeah, we have
even
that
if
at
he's
least.
the lone voice.
It's just, yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about a more democratic culture for internal dissent in the GOP. And I mean, right now, I think just yesterday, Trump called Ron DeSantis a groomer over some leaked photos of him providing alcohol to students back when he was a teacher or something. So their primaries are going to be an active process. I can say that much. It's going to be great news. Over on the Dems, though. Oh, no, go ahead, please.
Did you see Trump's tweets about Biden during the State of the Union last night?
No, I didn't.
Oh, he was saying things like Jill's dress is so pretty. And he was saying all these complimentary things about, I know, it was like, what just happened?
He took some Quaaludes, maybe? Was having a pleasant evening? Who knows? He's
I don't know.
Well, his brain has been pretty soup-like for a while now, so it's whatever the case is. I mean, it seems like the GOP really wants to front DeSantis because he's a little bit easier to control. He's doing great work in Florida, I think, depending on your definition of great work. He's doing something in Florida. And yeah, I guess Biden, I mean, I don't know. Do you, would you even consider running again after all the work it put you through?
Oh, I'm absolutely considering it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
stay tuned.
As it stands, maybe it'll just be you and Biden up there.
Somebody's got to. Somebody's got to.
No, if it was you and Biden, I know where I'd be casting my vote. I can say that much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did very much enjoy seeing you up there before. I'm sure it caused you an ungodly amount of stress to have to deal with all that, but still, in an environment filled with so much insincerity too.
I would say 50-50, brutal and exhilarating. It is brutal. It is. You wake up every morning and somebody's lying about you, somebody's smearing you, somebody's mischaracterizing you, it's rough. And also for me, I think a large part of that was how many of the criticisms and the smears were coming from people that I agree with and that agree with me about politics. But I saw that they were so hooked into the system that they weren't even intellectually honest enough to listen to what I had to say.
Yeah,
do you think a lot about? Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, maybe to them, sincerity comes across as kind of threatening. I saw a lot of people compare.
There was a lot of fairy dust.
Oh, for sure. There were people comparing. I remember back in 2016, Bernie and Trump, because both of them were like passionate old guys who shouted, which I don't have a problem with passionate old guys shouting. It's been known to happen. It's what they're shouting about. And I think, I don't know, a lot of people are just very used to, like, I don't know, people like Hillary or Biden, where it seems like they don't cough without running it by an advisory board first and getting it, PR tested. It's just what they're accustomed to.
Yeah. Well, I think also there's so much monitoring of other people's mannerisms. And I don't know if the right does that as much with each other as the left does. I mean, you not only have to say what I want you to say, you have to say it the way I want you to say it, with the words I want you to use, and with the outlook I want you to have. And we have our own little authoritarians in our heads, All of us need to get rid of the inner authoritarian.
No, I agree. We are in that respect captured. It makes me wonder how effective, like a lot of people who are today left activists would have been during like the civil rights movement. Like what would their thoughts have been on then? Would they have understood the meaning of the times and contributed in a positive way, or would they have been critical and absent? I'm not sure.
Well, Martin Luther King insisted on the principles of nonviolence. He said, for instance, you have very little morally persuasive power with people who can feel your underlying contempt. So he made it clear that the core principle of nonviolence was the refusal to personally demonize. So there's a lot of lack of emotional discipline. among all Americans right now. But I do think that on the left, we need more emotional discipline as well as intellectual discipline. Don't so easily slap at other people. You know, social media has done this to us. And that's not the space in which the kind of revolution we want to see happen, a cultural revolution, a loving revolution, a conscious revolution of justice. That's not going to happen from that space of mean-spiritedness. It's just not going to happen. It's too low level. The energy doesn't make for greater possibility. It just doesn't.
No, I completely understand. I do a lot of debates on this channel, and I've said a lot of argumentative things to other people. But when I started the channel, it was predicated on the idea that, you know, no matter how heinous a person's belief structures are, now they can be reached to. Everyone can, or at least almost everyone. And if they were to change, they would no longer be deserving of any kind of contempt. And for that reason, you should always treat a person as like a hopeful, right? Like a prospective ally. Even if at the moment, you know, circumstances has driven a wedge between the two of you, there's like an underlying thing there that should be maintained, at least conceptually.
That is so. A friend of mine said to me, I was at dinner with some people, I was in Florida, and somebody was saying some stuff, and it made me get pretty reactive. And my friend said to me, the way I look at, and I said to him later, I said, you were so calm. I was really impressed by how calm and together you were when they were saying all that MAGA stuff, you know. And he said what you just said. He said, the way I look at it is if somebody doesn't see a certain something, maybe they will at some point. But if I get reactive now, or the Martin Luther King, show my underlying contempt, it's all about moral persuasion. Otherwise, all you're doing is talking to the choir. All you're doing is getting applause from people who already agree with you in this ever-shrinking silo. This is not the way to build a movement. This is not the way to, you know, people say we got to organize. Well, that's not the way to do it, because it's a way to deflect rather than to attract deep alliances and agreements.
Yeah, and it spares you a lot of effort too, because if you come at people who you would want to be on your side, but you approach them with a lot of hatred and sort of innate disgust, you spare yourself the effort because they'll never come over to you anyway, right? Like Dr. King said, you see this all the time with like Midwestern or Southern conservatives as well, because underlying a lot of the reactionary beliefs is this deep-seated insecurity that they're being looked down on by New Yorkers or Los Angeles or whoever else has their finger on the pulse of modern American culture, that they're somehow lesser than. And obviously that's not true. We are where we are. But I think that even the fact that fear or that belief could motivate in them some kind of insecurity, that means something.
My fear, not my fear, my belief is different than yours. You said, obviously that's not true. I think the problem is that obviously it is true. There is a lot of arrogance and condescension. You know, I come from Texas. I don't come from, you know, the coasts. I've spent most of my adult life, Los Angeles, New York, well, Michigan, but there is a lot of arrogance.
Well, I grew up in Los Angeles, so I can say I did spend a good amount of my youth getting talked down to by other Los Angeles, so I can attest to that at least. Yeah. Sort of ubiquitous contempt generated.
So just imagine if you come from the Midwest.
Yeah, just yee-hawing at a Los Angeles and getting a rock thrown at your car.
Yeah.
I think it has been an absolute delight to have you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on, and nice meeting you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. Whatever your decisions in the future, 2024 and beyond, I wish you all the luck in the world. And
thank you.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. All my best to you. Bye-bye.
Be well. I'd say that went pretty well. How'd you score that one again? Yeah, we'll talk. Actually, no. That was a referral from Kyle Kalinske. It's actually kind of a wild coincidence. See, I said I was going to email Marianne, and then Tempest drafted me an email, and then right as Tempest emailed me the email, Kyle Kalinske DM'd me and offered to hook me up there. And I haven't told Tempest yet that it wasn't his email, so he still thinks that. So don't tell him, because I appreciate the email he sent me. But yes, thank you, Kyle. Yeah, no, that was a good conversation. I actually, man, I feel like she has a better grasp on political theory than almost anyone I've talked to. Tempest, if it wasn't you pushing me to get your email sent to her, I probably wouldn't have like accepted Kyle's thing either. Okay, you absolutely helped, 100%. Yeah. Thank you, Sake. Yeah. You two are vibing so good together. It was very nice to watch. That feels like an appropriate term. Also, hey, Lumi. She got slandered as an orb lady. But it's okay. She's lifting the orb people with her. Yeah, I feel like her understanding of political theory is pretty great, actually. Because a lot of her criticisms are like fundamentally the same as mine, right? Hers are phrased more from like the social democrat a Roosevelt perspective more so than the socialist like critical theory perspective. But it's like the same, like fundamentally it's like the same set of criticisms. What is this about orbs? She's like hippie meditation woo stuff, so people say orb lady. I don't know much about it. What is orb other than something to ponder? Wait, do you guys know? Do you guys not know the orb mother stuff? It was basically just a set of memes that here inside Marianne Williamson's very weird orb gang. She's a spiritualist. And a lot of people during the 2020 race who liked her, and also some who didn't like her. Like the Chad post-ironic orb gangster. Like, it's stuff like this. Yeah. See? Orb gang. Yeah. It's good. Anyway, I did not actually see what chat was on about during it because I had chat closed. I didn't want to be distracted by chat. And I was very happy to see that when I closed the Zoom call and saw the rest of you, that you weren't making fun of me for swapping my eye contact around. Because I never know where to look. I'm used to looking here, and my stream setup is kind of built for me to look this way. But normally on Zoom calls, you look at the camera, which I don't like doing. You know, yeah. Oh, we did? Or your accent? Wait, what accent? Wait, what accent did I do? I thought I was talking really normal. Okay. We were kind of making fun of you. Well, whatever, as long as you enjoyed the conversation. Submissive accent? What? Okay, all right. You people are making shit up. It was an amazing conversation. One of the here, one of the best things I think you guys can see from Marianne is this. I'm not going to go over it now because I've already gone over it on stream before, but it was when she went on Dave Rubin. See, she was discounted as kind of like a hippie woo-woo type, and she was brought on Dave Rubin's Rubin Report as a sort of like esoteric edge left like character to get into. But she actually tore Dave Rubin apart. She actually kind of like tore him a new one. And the reason for that was because she's actually a human being. So when Dave Rubin started saying really stupid shit, rather than do the normal like, I'm here to farm clicks, like I'm going to politely respond stuff, I think at one point Dave Rubin said something dumb, and Marianne Williamson actually gave a genuine look of concern. Yeah, here, Marianne Williamson visibly shocked by Dave Rubin's questions. He said something dumb, and she actually like paused, like, what? With like a sweetie face, and it's like, yeah, just seemed like she was educating him. Yeah. Here, hold on. It's a short video, so I bet it has the clip quickly. Thanks,
okay,
Dave.
This next presidential nomination, Jackie, any of the all about fully full of David,
I love you.
Gotta
get the clip.
If you gotta call a minute before, and
I will tell you what I think he does deserve credit for. Yeah. In terms of Iran, no, it was the president who recklessly removed us from the Iran nuclear deal. That is what led up to that. The president taking us out of the Iran nuclear deal, out of a situation that was an international leveraging, where by all indicators, Iran was, that we know of, Iran was complying. So now they've said the other day that they're going to go on and enrich uranium beyond what the agreement called for because we had pulled out. No, I cannot give the president any credit for what's happening with Iran.
The fact that he was about to do something so unbelievably reckless. Because let me tell you something, given the size of the Iranian army alone, you think Iraq was a catastrophe? Nothing compared to what war with Iran would look like. So obviously some hero, we don't know exactly who it was, but we know someone within the higher echelons of either his administration, his national security apparatus, or the military talked him out of it. That we can be very thankful to this person, whoever they were.
This is really fun.
Oh wait, that wasn't the shot. Okay, wait, was this the shot clip? That was true though. She sounded really good there. Yeah. But wait, was this the clip where she?
And sort of, I mean, a couple of times you're referencing the genocide of the Jews to slavery. Seems like a little bit of a slippery slope there, no?
I don't even know how we can say that, actually, and I say that as a Jew. Have you read up much on slavery?
Yeah.
We're talking abject slavery, Dave. I mean, nobody's in a contest. Nobody has a monopoly on human suffering. This was abject slavery.
There's...
She comes across as like really... She comes across as really well educated. For a while before I saw the conversation between her and Dave Rubin, all I knew about her was that like hippie stuff, and I have very little respect for hippies. But then I actually listened to her talk. I was like, oh wait, she's actually pretty smart. There's some stuff she said or done I don't fully agree with, I think, but it goes back like years, so I don't know. I like her, yeah. Abject? What does abject mean? Abject, I think abject kind of means like outright, or I think it means like more adhering to its definition. Experienced or present to the maximum degree, used with something bad. Yeah, you wouldn't really say something is abject delicious, I guess. Yeah. Utter or complete. Yeah. Yeah, Twitter broke. I was trying to check DMs right before we went live with Marianne. Twitter's completely broken right now. Okay, close that, close that, close this, close that, close that. Okay. Hey, guys, thanks. I think that was my favorite interview that we've done on this channel yet, and we've had the channel for like 4 years, so I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah, that was very nice. She comes across like an educated leader, like an actual person that could be listened to. No, yeah, I think she's actually quite charismatic. What's interesting is, even though she's associated with the whole Orb Mother stuff, when it comes to the actual stuff that she says and the way that she says it, I don't think she comes across as very, like, you know, hippie woo at all, you know? Like, you could very easily imagine her, like, straightforwardly delivering like, some kind of political analysis or a speech or anything, without much issue. It doesn't feel like there's a tonal contrast. I just like her vibes. TikTok is going to go crazy for her during the primaries. If she runs, we'll see. We'll see. What is all this? What are you linking? What's happening? You guys are linking tweets, but Twitter is, like, broken right now, isn't it? I don't understand. Wait, what? They're doing a live action Spirited Away? Oh my god. I hate this shit, man. I hate this shit so much. What the whole point of Miyazaki Ghibli films is the incredible beauty of animation. It's not there's this really weird effect where when I'm not standing here, I'm sitting here, looking at this chick, okay? And she looks like totally normal. Go her, I guess. But then I remember that this is meant to be the girl from Spirited Away, and instantly it's the most uncanny valley shit in the universe. Like, hold on. It's like a totally normal image, And then I remember that it's meant to be her, and it's like, oh my god. It's not a film? Oh, live on stage. It's a stage play. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. It's a stage play. That's more acceptable. Live on stage is a different thing. Okay, okay. A play is better than a movie for me. Wait, it's all over the internet like everything is going down? Wait, what? Massive outages reported across multiple websites and apps. It's not just Twitter. What could possibly hit that many? What central facility or what thing could happen that would cause issues like this? AWS? I don't know what that is. I've deployed the undersea cable-eating sharks. Ah, yes. The sharks that destroyed part of the Nord Stream pipeline twice have now run over to the undersea cable and have started chewing. Amazon Web Services? Oh, okay, gotcha. Twitter isn't affected by AWS. They self-host. Okay, then I have no idea. Let's just say it's people getting really hyped up for Nintendo Direct, okay? DNS server? Okay, yeah, I don't know much about this tech stuff. My interview broke the internet. I choose to believe that. That's what I choose to believe. Metroid Prime Remaster. Aren't I going to get copyright striked if I look at this? It's like Nintendo Direct. Here's my official position, okay? I don't care about this because I just played Metroid Prime 1 and 2, and they were great. They don't need a remaster. I don't like remasters when shit is totally fine. I guess, like, it's a resolution thing. I guess, like, it ups resolution. I don't know. It looks generic as fuck. What? Metroid Prime? Buddy, the Metroid Prime 1 and 2 are some of the best games ever made. Like, unironically, like, actually some of the best games ever made. Remaster, not a remake? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. All you'd have to do is up some texture qualities and stuff. Sorry, yeah, I know remasters don't take that much time. I just want them to make Metroid Prime 4. It's over 20 years old. Of course, it looks generic now. But that's the thing. It doesn't. It still doesn't. Guys, have any of you ever played a game that gave you the same sense of presence in the world, the same sense of atmosphere and depth as when you first got off the ship in Metroid Prime 2? Oh, man. The rain and the atmosphere and the like, oh, oomph. Oh, God. It's so good. Well, maybe you have, but it's really good, huh? Hey, I've got a baby here. He's bundled. Whoa. What was that? A candle? Oh, my tit. Whoops. Yes, with your giant tits. Make sure to hold his butt. I've got his butt. Daniel. Daniel. How's having a deaf kitten like? I mean, honestly, he acts pretty much just like another kitten, except more wobbly. Hey, Lumi. Why does it not meow? I thought deaf cats were loud. He meows when we're not around him. Oh no, it's falling apart. There we go. All right. We've still got plenty of stream to go. By far, hold your horses real quick. I don't know much about cats, but does deafness matter? Not as much as it would for us, probably. Does Daniil have a hair issue, or is that just the color? He is a Devon Rex. All right, hold on. So, debate incoming. The debate is in 2 hours. Now, there's some stuff we have to do before that 2-hour point. No? Yeah, that's at 5 p.m. PT, which means we've got a long stream today, boys. How about that, huh? We got a stamina stream. You Bayonetta, nope. No video games today, I'm afraid. We'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow, I promise, we're going to do a proper Bayonetta stream, okay? What talk about Hogwarts drama? Oh, we got plenty to talk about. Don't worry. We're not done with the stream. However, I do have to use the restroom. Which means that I need you guys to distract yourself for like, I don't know, 10 minutes. You'll do it? Do what? You want to distract them for like 10 minutes by laser pointering in front of my camera so Daniil will chase it? What if Daniil runs back in the hall, but you can't get him? The laser pointer's right here. Ten whole minutes? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's 5. Okay. Here. Godspeed.
Yeah, angle it so. Yeah, fuck it off. Fuck off.
Okay, good luck.
Daniil.
It's mostly. Oh.
Oh, here's Artemy.
Here.
Hello, chat.
Okay, good luck.
Okay. Get on the cam.
That's the dead zone right there.
Get on the cam. Get on the cam. Hello, chat. I'm closer to the mic. Daniil is just off cam. Artemy, go on cam. Yes. Yeah. Come here. I want to see if I can get him to jump. He is a freak about this. Artemy. Hello, chat. I hope you're well. Oh, there we go. Come on. Dude, sometimes he'll jump off the wall. He'll like do backflips, you know? I feel like I'd be willing to come on cam, by the way, but I just look heinous. I am not I'm not fit for public consumption right now. Look at them. You think my voice is pretty? Okay. I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do, but I think I sound dumb. Look at you. Yes. Get his ass. Ooh. Just off cam again. What? Laser? Yeah. It's been a while while since I've been on stream. Yeah, it has. Vosh doesn't like sharing the spotlight. Okay, the reason they're not doing anything, by the way, is because they're both polite in that Artemy and Pigeon do this too. That if the toy is like between them both, neither of them will play. Well, one of them will take a turn, and then the other one will take a turn. Let's see if he'll do it. Artemy. But he does this with Pigeon, and Daniil is catching on. Ooh! Don't eat whatever that is. Okay. Hey, hey, come here. Come here. Artemy doesn't want to. Come on, let's see if I can get him to run. He will literally like backflip off the walls. If we run it up a door, I just don't think he can right now. Artemy, be nice. Okay. All right, that was fine. That was soft. That was a soft slap. Okay. Daniil is learning boundaries. Daniil, come back. Stream wants to see you. Come here. Ooh. He found a little plushie. Artemy. Ooh. You go on the wall? You go on the wall? Oh, fuck. I really hope he'll do it. His arm, dude, his arm is gonna stay. Hello, sorry. This is vermin. Or hyena. I am, Vosh's ex. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's see if I can get him to do it. I'm Vosh's ex. We lived together. I managed the Discord for a long time. Oh, shit. Come on. Before, it got much bigger and I got busy with my own shit, like taxidermy. And yeah, hello. I streamed like twice in 2019. Made me want to cry, so I didn't do it again. It was very stressful. I actually think I streamed like 5 times. Anyway, stick around, okay? Because Big Papa Fascist, if you haven't seen him, ooh, come on, is insane, and very funny. In a horrible way. In a horrible way. Come on, dude. Anyway, yeah, hi. I'm Vosh's roommate. Housemate. We co-own the cats. Yeah. Howdy. I always forget, people don't know who I am. I've been lurking for so long. Artie, come on, dude. I swear to God. Come on. I know who you are. That's true, Flavia. He's got this evil and BPN. I thought you meant Artemy. It's like, yeah, kinda. Daniil. Okay, he is just sitting in front of the hot pink light, like Artemy is. Is this dying? What? What's no? What dying? Yeah, it is. I'm struggling to see it on the ground all of a sudden because so I don't know. Maybe I don't know. The cats don't seem to notice it as much either. Nope. It's definitely whatever. Because it's like a USB charger. No. He is just pressed against a hot pink light. Come here. Come here. Here he is. He's chilling. He's chilling. It's stream time. Yes. Good boy, please don't fall. Alright. Vosh is on his way. Goodbye, chat. Oh my gosh. Baby behavior. Look at that.
Did he jump up here?
No, I put him up here. This is too big. He has been jumping, but no, not that high. Artemy! I didn't realize there was such a big gap between Marianne and Big Papa Fascist tonight.
Yeah, big stream today.
Yeah. That's okay. There's lots to cover. I love them. But look. Okay, now. See, he's getting better.
Yeah.
You can see you're making him wobblier. Oh my god. Bite him. Bite him. Bite him. He is going to body slam Danil.
Oh, good boy.
Ooh. Yoink. Ooh, careful. He said that looks like about 4 grams of protein. He's so wobbly. Yes, I'll take him. Artemy can reclaim his throne. Oh, you little bit.
All right, good hustle, team. Did you retain my viewers? Not all of them, but a lot of them. But that always happens, even if I put a video on. Yeah. How's your poop, Vosh? Everything come out okay? Oh, super healthy poop. Really, really top tier stuff. Ugh. Hard of me. Nice, JS23. Nice to see. People sure do care. He really does not mind the light. Wait, watch. I yoinked him. Dumbass little baby boy. Why do you torture your cats? They love it. They love to be rowdy. They love the flop. All right, wash them hands. I washed my hands, guys. Thank you for keeping an eye on me. I really appreciate it. All right. We got some stuff to do. Yes, we do. Hogwarts Legacy. Vosh toilet tweeting. What did I tweet while I was on the toilet? Nothing incorrect, that's for sure. Doug, does anyone disagree with this? Wait, are these are the same person, or I don't know who this is. Demi Lovato? They? Oh, is it they? Oh, I said she here. Whoops, delete my tweet. No cancel. There we go. They are not she, for fuck's sake. Oh, sorry, I can't magically fuck... Yeah, okay. Demi Lovato's literally insane. Okay, well, they're hotter here. So there we go. She, they. She started using she again recently. Oh, whatever. All right, hold on. Okay. Can you talk about the atomic heart controversy? No. I don't even know what the controversy is. What? Russian dev? Okay. There are people in Russia. The controversy is that it's a Russian game. Okay. You know, the devs directly fund the Russian government. Okay, by directly fund the Russian government, what do you mean? Do you mean they pay taxes, like literally everyone in Russia? Or do you mean there's some, like, more direct, specific relationship? Taxes. Okay, so, like, I fund the CIA? No, the devs have ties to Russian state media? Okay. Hold on. Let me take a look at this. They have some funding from Gazprom. Okay. The executive in charge used to work for Gazprom. Okay. I'll take a look at that in a second. Can we take a look at something else first? Okay. So, as always, everyone on the left is bad, and I'm smart and big brain, and also just so incredibly handsome, and also well-proportioned, and also just Jesus Christ. Hogwarts Legacy breaks Twitch record amid streamer boycott. Okay? So, apparently, right now, there's a big controversy. Okay, so Hogwarts Legacy is a Harry Potter game, which is embarrassing in and of itself. But moreover, there's been this massive effort to boycott the game from left-leaning people, which seems to have had the exact opposite effect, going so far as to, like, bully streamers or whatever. Now, I think, like, Hassan wanted to stream Hogwarts Legacy and give the proceeds of a fundraiser to a trans charity, but people bullied him out of it or whatever. You guys are idiots. You're so stupid. I hate you guys. Guys, of course Hogwarts Legacy would do really well. You've spent every day of the past several months tweeting about it, telling everyone else to not buy it. Boycotts don't work, you idiot. They never have. The only time boycotts ever work on a systemic level is with highly individualized, localized, targeted boycotts, like, say, the bus boycotts back during the Civil Rights Movement. The idea of boycotting a gigantic, internationally released game, all that does is create a bunch of discourse and infighting between people who want to buy the game but feel bad about the J.K. Rowling thing, and hate the game but are still going to play it anyway for funsies, and don't want to buy the game at all. They're all going to fight with each other and create constant fucking discourse. A person who bought the game and spent $60 that went directly to J.K. Rowling's Fuck Trans People Fund did less harm than people who were like, if you're streaming Hogwarts Legacy, then kill yourself. They did less harm. $60 is less harm than the free advertising you gave the game by turning this into a right-wing culture war issue. God. Kaffels tweeted about this. Really embarrassing that people decided to bully Hasanavi into not streaming the Wizard game for charity when the material harm from playing the game is practically nil, and there is now no money being raised for trans people who desperately need it. And then I tweeted with my giant brain, the left's hyperfixation on boycotting this one specific bad product has drawn an enormous amount of attention to it. I don't think they understand that, quote, massive leftist streamer bullied out of playing Hogwarts Legacy, end quote, is great advertisement / right-wing culture war bait. And then I followed it up with, could have just let some people gun through it, make fun of it the whole time to a chat full of people insulting JKR, then donate $100K to a trans charity, but no. This completely ineffective boycott is so important. End tweet. Okay, it's because a lot of people, again, as always, treat all of this like left politics bullshit as purity testing and not as actual effective engagement. The result of this is now once again that lefties have given literal like millions of dollars of free advertisement and culture war like advertisement bait for no reason at all over a method of social organizing that is historically completely ineffective for no reason. Thank you. You're all so smart. It's all my own subreddit's been talking about too. It's such a big discourse. I've said this before. If you don't want to buy the game, fine. If you want to buy the game, fine. If you're going to buy the game and you're going to stream it publicly, you could do your due diligence and make fun of J.K. Rowling and say that she's a dumb bitch while playing it, okay? That seems fair. That seems reasonable. But like, oh my god. Stop with this, like... like, what harm? What harm would be done by playing it, making fun of it, and then donating the proceeds? Let's find out who's responding to Keffels. What's the material gain from playing it? Missing the point. Can't he just play another game? See, they can't help themselves. Faced with the objective fact that their boycott failed and there's now a ton of free advertisement around the Harry Potter game based on their decision-making, they can't get it. They can't reconcile the idea that their behavior is the problem here. You should stream it? No! I'm not going to play it because I don't like Harry Potter. But if I did like Harry Potter, I would play it unashamedly because I don't care. I would make fun of it the entire time. He can always donate to trans people like me directly. I sure could use some help. Big brain take here. Never mind the extremely ineffective boycott attempts that led to a bunch of free advertising. If Hassan was really a good ally, he would donate to my PayPal or GoFundMe or whatever. Pretty confident he could raise funds for trans causes while playing other games with zero flack. Dude, how funny would it be if the Hogwarts Legacy got a bunch of viewers on Twitch and most of the people playing it were just making fun of J.K. Rowling and raising money for trans charities? Not to mention the controversy around the Hogwarts game would allow you to fundraise for far more than any other game you could play. I bet you Hassan could have broken 1 million on it. Easily. Easily. But they have no idea, because none of this has to do with actual material harm. All of this has to do with, like, purity testing. It's weird. I have 2 questions. Isn't streaming the game a form of promotion and will convince tons of people in his audience to buy it? You fucking moron. You simpleton. You troglodyte. You follow me? Unfollow me, doom metal enthusiast. Fuck you. No. Watching a streamer play a game does the opposite. It would mean a ton of lefties in his community would see him play it and make fun of it. He would make money for trans people off of, like, mocking the game. He's no longer raising money for trans people. Like, can he still do that while playing a different game? Well, the thing in Turkey and Syria happened. But if he was going to do the thing with Hogwarts Legacy, he probably would have done the donations for trans people as well. I'm sure there's no other game he could play to raise money. Oh no, what will the world do? See how all of them are failing to engage with the actual premise of the tweet? They don't really care? Yeah, they don't really care. Hold on, I saw one of these people reply to me, and it was so indicative. I am looking at my own tweets on stream. I will make a YouTube video of my own tweets. I don't care. Where was my thing? Where was the thing? I need to see it. You have lost horse privileges. Okay, but why are we making Hogwarts Legacy the hill to die on anyway? All you had to do was not buy the wizard game. There's no discourse. No! You buffoon! You fucking fool! You created the discourse with the insane boycott insistency. That was you! You did this! Where was the tweet? It was like... Was it a quote tweet? It was a quote tweet. There was one quote tweet, and I need to find it because it's so indicative. I need to find it. It's essential to me that I find it. The one quote tweet. Find me the one quote tweet. Where is it? Where is it? All right. I'm focusing on this one tweet with 2 likes. One guy, 2 likes. To Vosh. Almost everything seems an intellectual exercise. in maximizing results from effort. Rarely does he ever get directly impacted by most things he speaks on, though. I'm a little surprised at this view, though, if the trans community managed to impact this game's sales or make it evident. This person's criticism of me, it seems, is that I care about the results of my actions. This one guy, I couldn't believe it when I saw this quote tweet. I couldn't believe it. This one guy. This is it. This is every tweet. We don't need any other tweets. This is the point right here. They don't care about maximizing positive results from your behavior. They don't care about any like consequence of the actions that you have. All they care about is like the innate moral puritanism behind the decision to consume or not consume a product in a world that is fucking ubiquitously filled with products that are made through unethical systems or like that benefit people who do terrible shit. It's so frustrating, man. All trans people have done have hurt themselves. You've all hurt yourself here. You stupid... Well, I shouldn't say trans people because in reality, a ton of this is non-trans people who are just being really annoying on behalf of trans people. Twitch.tv, categories, browse, top categories. High to low. Hogwarts Legacy, 2/3 And the highest viewership is Yasplus. I don't know who this is. I don't know who any of these channels are. Oh, am I old? A lot of them aren't even English. Why would anyone speak a language other than English? That doesn't make any sense. I know who this guy is. You don't know Fextra Life? I don't care about Fextra Life. The only reason they have any views is because they embed their stream on every single page of their wiki. Damn, this looks like budget Elden Ring. Well, I don't care. Vosh, you're being weird? What? Why do I feel like people in chat are, lagging behind the stream? Boop. We're not. They said 15 seconds after I said that. Yes, I saw the Sargon tweet. Both XQC and Asmongold have like 100k viewers playing the game. Okay, the game was going to get a lot of views no matter what. I think the viewership was heavily elevated by the controversy of people screeching about a boycott. I think it was heavily elevated by the fact that there was buzz around people being bullied for playing the game. And what's more, I think the narrative now is, haha, game succeeds despite failed trans boycott, rather than what it otherwise would have been, which would have been like, yeah, it's a big game. Obviously, it was going to get a lot of viewers. There was no way to avoid that. It was always going to get a lot of viewers. But this insistence on making its boycott some kind of, like, moral necessity on the left has had the opposite effect and has actually made the game more popular and certainly a lot more politically exploitable for the right, because now it's like, you know, it's not just the game succeeding, it's the trans community failing. Also, Marco. There we go. Feel like chat's lagging behind a little bit today, but there you go. All right, let's take a look at this Atomic Hearts controversy. What is this? Everyone's seen the Atomic Hearts robot ladies. Right? Everyone's seen that? Everyone's coomed over that? Yeah, you can tell what the game's going for because every single like trailer has it in their thumbnail, except for this, where it's Five Nights at Freddy's, I guess.
An issue command Dimitri said testing ground happened here. Who the fuck did this?
Hello.
Am I making myself clear? Comrade Sechenov. Come to the
I just want to look at the robots. Stop showing me stuff that isn't the robots. Come on. There we go. See? There, we're all now cooming to the hot robot babes. Okay, now that we've gotten that over with. Garnered some criticism. What is the atomic heart controversy? The game's concept is about a KGB agent in a world where Russia has developed game-changing polymer technology and won World War II. The Soviet Union did win World War II. That happened. They stormed Hitler's bunker. Okay. Okay, this article sucks. They want it more? What, do they like take over all of Europe? That isn't just them winning World War II. That's them doing more. Okay, here. I saw a video that was recommended saying, please don't buy Atomic Heart from Harenko.
Today is August
Teach me.
9th, 1945. The US drops 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki,
Damn right.
turning the world nuclear capital. That's because nuclear love never existed, and I just modified. I will be turning monetization on for this video. Mayor Nechayev, who is a KGB major and an officer in special assignments.
I will say, man, the game's aesthetics are really pretty.
Nechayev, who is a KGB major.
This is really nice looking. I really like this. The like spiral. That's really nice.
And an officer in special assignments. So far, the game has been universally appraised, earning top spots in oncoming games lists on sites like PC Gamer, IGN, and Gamescom. The story of the company begins with its launch in After the events of 2022, the company completely ostracized itself from being known as a strictly Russian company, and is now presenting itself as international, which in terms of their history of office installments and offshores means half Cyprus, half Armenian, half Singapore, and whatever the hell else, just to avoid sanctions and negative
The hammer sickle stuff is cringe, TBH. Well, isn't this set in the Soviet Union?
spotlight. So, now that we've established that this is actually a Russian studio, what is their opinion on the war going on? What could be their stance on this tragic matter that could save and keep their public image and also not...
Okay, I don't care if the devs are Russian nationalists. If you find the devs for a bunch of companies that do media, a lot of them are going to have shitty positions. Do we hold every company to that standard? Like, I'm not going to buy like this thing because it's like the devs have like what's the actual thing here? This is a 20-minute video, man. What? Hold on. Atomic Heart controversy. Can I just keep watching the video?
tank the sales. Let's read out loud together. Guys, we have noted the questions surrounding where we at Montfish stand. We want to assure you that Montfish is a developer and studio with a global team focused on an innovative game and is undeniably a pro-peace organization against the violence against people. We do not comment on politics or religion. Rest assured, we're a global team focused... Hold on, stop. We do not comment on politics? You're making a game that sole idea is USSR renewal and communism. You classified your game as inspired by Bioshock and Prey, yet you go the no politics in my video game route? This is one...
I love it when devs do that. That's my favorite shit in the world, man. I love that.
Step away from the types of gamers who say, I don't like politics in my video game, and then immediately open up Fallout. What absolute nonsense. After that, their response to criticism regarding that tweet was simply to ban people, so it's a short end there. Now,
hold on. Now AIN Capital has released a report which once again shows Moonfish, the developer, is acting dubious. This time it's discovered in the Russian privacy policy that user data on the company's online store is not necessarily private and might be shared with various Russian authorities. The report also says the policy follows Russian mobilization laws under which soldiers are currently being recruited in Russia to continue the criminal war against Ukraine. Wait, criminal war? Wait, so wait, in the oh, okay, that's the opinion of the report from AIN Capital, not from the actual like dev team. Okay, yeah. It'd be weird for them to say it's a criminal war because they'd probably be arrested for that. And then Moonfish responded, "Our game and website do not collect any information or data. The website's privacy statement is outdated and wrong and should have been removed years ago. We have shut down the shop to assure the fans of our integrity of our studio and products. We apologize for any confusion on our matter." Wait, how can the website's privacy statement be outdated and wrong and should have been removed years ago when it contains references to Russia's mobilization laws, which were put into effect less than a year ago? Okay. Yeah, to what extent can this be helped? If they're a Russian company made in Russia, like bound by Russian legal laws, wouldn't it make sense if their like Russia specific policy was like we adhere to Russian mobilization laws? Like if we take a look at US like policy for US companies, they probably are like, and we abide by this, that, or the other for like US specific stuff. Chinese games would be the same, right? Like Chinese games would be the same, where it's like, even if they release internationally, you can find stuff in there that indicates they're still kind of subservient to Chinese law. I'm not saying any of this stuff is good. It's just like, I just wonder if we're like throwing a fit over a Russian company for doing stuff that every other company does. It just happens to be in Russia, right? For instance, like, man, I'm still waiting on the Pathologic 2 Bachelor campaign to come out. And Icepick Studios is a Russian game development studio. If people like data mine that shit and it was like, oh yeah, the Russian version of Pathologic 2 has something in there about, you know, the, yeah, like, I mean, maybe, right? It's, God, I want Pathologic 2, the Bachelor campaign. Oh my God. Oh my God, I want it so fucking badly, dude. Oh, it's such a pretty game. It's so good. Oh my God, it's so good. Give it to me.
let's look at the CEO of Montfish, whose name is Robert
Icepick denounced the war? Wait, really? Icepick Ukraine War. Icepick Lodge. That's the full name. Oh, fuck yes, dude. I didn't even see this. Dear friends, the troops of the country in which we live, whose history and culture we respect and love, have started hostilities in Ukraine. Our friends and colleagues live there. Over the years we've worked together. Icepick Lodge Studio has always been out of politics. We value the fact that our studio releases Russian games, made a contribution to Russian culture, work for the reputation of Russia, give someone a reason to be proud of interesting, worthy works that were created in this country. Now we see a crime is being committed in our name. This is not only a crime against our friends, it's a crime against our dignity. Silence is presented as consent, so albeit with an unforgivable delay, we consider it necessary to publish this message. This is not only a declaration of our position, but above all an appeal primarily to Ukrainian friends, 5 of whom participated in the creation of our games. We have never voted for this government and its political course. We have never supported and do not support his illegal and bloody actions. Thanks to those who believe in our conscience and our indifference. Brace yourself. Let us hope for the success of the peace talks. This nightmare should end soon. Nikolai Dibovsky, Eret Zakirov, Sofia Bodrova, Vitaly Alexeyshin, Elena Alt, Dina Kirilenko, Nikolai Ponomarev, and Maxim Kolosov. Yeah, they signed that shit. Did they get arrested for this? No wonder the fucking Bachelor campaign isn't out. God damn it. They should have pronounced allegiance to the Kremlin so they could have kept their fucking work going.
Gratuni, except that it isn't. His actual name is Maxim Zatsepin. Max previously had a position of a creative director / top manager in Mail.ru, which is now presented as VK, the biggest social media platform in Russia. It doesn't take much to figure out that a platform that is based in Russia, directed and controlled by Russia, and is used only by Russians will have a strict...
How much money did this game take to make? This looks like a proper AAA game. I didn't know Russia had this much money left, man.
pro-Russian stance, but it doesn't end there. Meet Yevgenia Sidova. As the founder of Montfish, she's a former model and an owner of a modeling agency. She worked at New Media Stars, where she was...
Fuck, that looked really good. Did you see that?
And an owner of a modeling...
The freezing effect. Look at that.
Agency. She...
Dude, that looked really good.
Of Montfish, she's a former model and an owner of a modeling agency.
Look at that. It gets translucent. Oh man, that looks really cool.
She worked at New Media Stars, where she was in charge of the computer graphics department. That company is now in charge of various pro-Russian mass media, such as Vzglyad.ru and Dni.ru. According to the former employees of the company, all Montfish transactions and checks are on her behalf. Let's roll back the time a little bit. The game has been in development for quite a while, and by quite a while I mean at least 7 years, with its earliest trailers dating back to 2017. And the scene in 2017 and 2018 wasn't as smooth for them. Many people got interested and excited, but a lot...
I guess the problem that I have is that a lot of the money that the Russian government gets through taxes and blah blah, like a lot of the... First of all, literally any business done with Russia, including like grain, like imports, are going to benefit their government, obviously. Like any economic transactions with Russia are going to give the Russian government money. Sanctions or no. And it's like, they get so many billions and billions of dollars from all the shit they do, like the relationship with China and with India, like an enormous amount of wealth and power. And then it's like, they get all of that, but we have to boycott this game that's been in the works for nearly a decade that seems to have some legitimately impressive artistic value behind it. And it's like, okay, we rolled out a ton of sanctions. Their country is economically crippled. We can't do anything about the tens and hundreds of billions of dollars that run through their country through stuff we can't sanction. But like this game, I don't know. The other controversy with Moonfish is their workers not getting paid their bonuses and crunch. That really sucks. But like this was kind of also happening with CD Projekt Red, wasn't it? Like a lot of bad yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's so much stuff here that feels kind of ubiquitous, and then it's like this is the one we have to, I don't know. Do you guys not feel like maybe this is a little bit kind of like when at the beginning of the invasion of Ukraine there were like theaters shutting down like productions of Russian plays, and like there are people like getting rid of Russian books from their bookstores and stuff, and it's like, I mean, it's not exactly like that because this is an active existing business thing, but it's you know, I don't know. Russian culture should not exist, fight me? Really? Yeah, Russian culture is actually really, really rich and interesting, I think. There's a lot of cool stuff that's come from there. In my head, I'm just playing Pathologic over again. I don't know anything else. You know, Russia's contributed a lot of really valuable stuff to global culture. I feel like if you, in my head, I'm just playing Pathologic again, right here. I feel like if you just... Head just completely empty. I just hear the, like, night walking music from Pathologic 1.
A lot of people were skeptical, the reason being a shady system of pre-orders. Let me paint you a picture. An unknown company posts a small teaser trailer of some generic assets and a description to cause hype, with all of the effort to guide you to their pre-order page, where you would be met with a $60 base game, $90 pre-order for Gold Edition, and $100 for Premium Edition.
This is totally normal. This is like the very standard, like, pre-order money farming with different... This is completely standard for big games.
Mind you, you see these price tags, and there's exactly 2 minutes of badly made teaser trailer footage with no gameplay to serve as the video game's representation and marketing.
Wait, what? Wait, they're saying, is YouTube down right now? I can't load YouTube. except for the video that I've already loaded here. Okay, wow, the internet really is falling. Oh, there we go. I got it back. I've never seen that error message before. Is the internet just collapsing right now? Is it the end? Is it the end times? Okay. Mine isn't? Okay. So this person is saying that it's like weird or suspicious that they would do their announcement teasement trailer and then have the ability to pre-order the game. This is the trailer. Wait, didn't they say this was shitty with a bunch of stock assets? This is very highly, this is high production. What? Stock are you, wait, what? You kidding me? Do you know how much effort it takes to make this? These aren't stock assets at all. It's showcasing a tone and aesthetic that honestly still looks pretty good here. Soviet, okay, I hope nobody will disagree with me. Soviet retro futurist aesthetics are top tier. Wait, he said there was no gameplay. This is, wait, isn't this gameplay? He's just lying. He just it could be rendered. It could be, but this looks like gameplay. I feel like at this point, it would almost take more effort to make the render of it than it would to actually just show gameplay. It's rendered? Is that rendered? I mean, it looks like gameplay to me. It has to be gameplay because there were frame rate drops there. See? This is gameplay. Look, at the end there, their game is still unoptimized. So they're having frame drops. Look at that. See? Renders can be badly optimized. Okay, at the very least, I hope we can agree that when this video claims that doesn't show any gameplay, that's kind of dishonest.
Did not help was the fact that the game was being developed by a studio that no one has ever heard from before, being just born and publishing Atomic Heart as their first game, which means that they have no background and no past games that would justify the pre-order prices. However, the breaking point for many people was that the game didn't even have a release date, or even a release year at the time.
Okay.
Which meant that you're investing up to $100 for something that might not come out ever, practically losing your money. You know what else is $60 for the same price as the base game? Elden Ring. Doubts started to rise as many people called this out to be a fake footage from a video game that doesn't exist, made by a shadow company with no records just to scam people out of their pre-order money. And it's been like that for a long time until they dropped more trailers and promo material and so on and so forth, but the initial impression fell.
The initial trailer, the announcement trailer that we just looked at had 35,000 likes to 590 dislikes. If there was some like overwhelming condemnation of the video, I don't see it here. 1.7 million views. And a lot of the responses are in Russian, of course, because, you know. And then a year later, they came out with a bunch more trailers. A bunch more trailers. Wow. Sorry, I hope nobody here could accuse me of being, like, unduly sympathetic to the Russian government. I'm certainly not. I just want to know... I just want to know what the deal is. Maybe these are a bunch of bad criticisms, but there's like a good one later on.
Flat. Now let's talk economics. If you were to buy one and spend $60, where would these $60 go? That is a really good question. To answer it, let's look at what kind of companies signed up to be the investors and publishers.
This really just looks like a kind of new BioShock game, and I love the BioShock games. Not to mention, it's BioShock contained within like the best aesthetic ever, which is Soviet retrofuturism. Soviet retrofuturism is the best aesthetic. If you disagree, then play Signalis. I'm officially calling it Soviet punk. I think Soviet punk would be a good term for it. God damn. Sorry, I just Googled Soviet retrofuturism, and I'm enjoying a bunch of, like, concept images. Look at this bullshit. Soviet cities on the moon. These glass bubbles aren't even domes. They're not even structurally sound.
For Atomic Heart, basically to be the ones who would be taking the large cut in Atomic Heart's revenue. The investors of the studio are Chinese Tencent and Russian GEM Capital and Gaijin Entertainment. Tencent needs no introduction, being infamous with its licensing technique and hunger over users' data. So let's start with Gaijin Entertainment, which moved from Russia to Hungary in 2022 in order to avoid conflict and continue its activities. The head of the PR, Konstantin Hovorun, illegally visited the Ukrainian Crimea, which is temporarily occupied by Russia, and repeatedly spoke in support of the policies and politics of the Russian Federation. But the most interesting sponsors...
Wait, illegally went to Crimea? So they mean went to Crimea. The illegally that he's referring to here is just the act of being in Crimea.
GEM Capital. GEM Capital is a Russian fund founded by Anatoly Pali, who previously worked at Gazprom's subsidiary, Gazenergoset. The studio raised investments from them in 2021, where Anatoly met and became friends with oligarchs who got rich on oil and gas activities, and now have the opportunity to invest large sums of money in very...
So, first of all, if we start boycotting everything Tencent has a hand in, then good fucking luck, okay? Second of all, it's not surprising to me that a big game that's being made in Russia would have Russian investors, and wealthy Russians are usually tied to their highly political oligarchy. That's not surprising to me. It seems like pretty, like, straightforward. Gazprom is a state-backed company? Yeah, but, like, implicitly, most companies are state-backed in Russia because a lot of those companies were cut up and given to oligarchs that are basically part of the ruling class. I mean, Tencent is a state-backed Chinese company. Yeah, I don't know.
Various projects. Namely, the export of gas and oil is one of the main categories of income of the Russian budget, the money from which goes to the military industry. And if you know basic economics and finances, you know that all investments must be returned, including interest. Moreover, a Twitter user found Pali's connection to other Russian state institutions, such as the sanctioned, systematically important bank VTB. The game attracted as many as 4 publishers: Xbox, 4 Divinity, Focus Entertainment, and Viki Play. Let's focus on Viki Play. It is known to be a gaming division of the former Mail.ru, the same Mail.ru who had Maxim Zatsepin as their former top manager. And again, it is closely connected with the Russian government and participates in many initiatives of the Kremlin. If Atomic Heart is being developed with...
That's kind of vague.
Money that originated from sanctioned Russian businesses such as VK and Mail.ru, and banks which are systematically important to Russian governments such as VTB, profits from the game could be directed to help the Russian government in its invasion. Thus, by buying Atomic Heart, you would pay money to companies that support the aggressive policies and military actions of the Russian Federation. Lastly, there were some incredible...
So, again, the problem with this isn't necessarily that he's wrong, it's just that's such a broad denunciation. Keep in mind that because of taxes, any American product that you would have bought back in 2003 would have gone towards funding the Iraq war, right? Like if you like any American movie, literally any American product that you consume would go back towards indirectly funding the Iraq war, just existing in America basically. That doesn't mean that there's nothing like worthwhile about pointing that out or criticizing it. That's not comparable, though. I think it's directly comparable, isn't it? Especially because back when we invaded Iraq, basically everyone in power was in favor of it. Like, this, I imagine a ton of corporate heads and developers were in favor of it as well. But there's a difference between that and just paying the Russian government. Well, the Russian government, like the Russian companies have ties to the Kremlin all over the place, right? I don't know how much this can be. Yeah. I mean, if you want to pirate it, I guess, yeah.
Of service and privacy policies spotted over at Montfish. The website now leads to a 404, but someone managed to capture these screenshots. Basically, it says that your information can and will be transferred to the Russian government, in particularly the Federal Security Service. And not just your username, but your full name, physical address, email, phone number, IP address, and so on. Gotta say, their mobilization methods are getting kinda dire. Finally, let's talk about the game.
Wait, what? Mobilization Wait, is this person implying? We talked over that, but is this person implying that, like, you'll be recruited? It's a joke? Yeah, maybe. I guess it's a joke. Yeah, I don't know.
Game itself for a bit. Set in the USSR in 1955, Atomic Heart's story begins as the Soviet scientist Dmitry Sechenov creates an AI-assisted legion of robots that take control of all manual labor, leaving humans free to live a life of leisure and luxury. The main protagonist is a mentally unstable officer on special assignments, nicknamed P3, who is sent by this Professor Sechenov to keep the situation at Facility 3826 from deteriorating. The game is set in a utopian universe where the USSR had won and had a major boost in technical progress. The gameplay is centered around fighting through hordes of various types of enemies, ranging from plain robots to cosmic horror-type obscurities.
Cool.
The game is filled to the brim with USSR-themed keepsakes and memorabilia, from drinking condensed milk straight out of the can to actual flags and symbols of the USSR hammer and sickle. This kind of approach to the showcase of USSR and communism walks a thin line between using it for world building and praising it, and there are many solid reasons.
Oh god. Alright guys, get ready for it.
To believe that this line has been crossed completely right into promoting and idealizing the USSR regime and using it as a tool of USSR and Russian military propaganda. And there have been events to prove this. Take a look at this event that people behind VK organized. It was a special showcase of Atomic Heart for the Russian press, which was stylized in the game's Soviet aesthetics.
Dude, the literal last BioShock game, BioShock Infinite, was you run around on a white supremacist, like, Ku Klux Klan fucking floating island. And there was tons of promotional shit that was, like, aestheticized around that. That didn't mean the game was an endorsement of it. Well, the game fucked up the messaging, but yeah, like BioShock 1 was just loaded with like Randian objectivist messaging in its aesthetic and its advertisements and everything. Like, what is this? This doesn't mean anything. Wolfenstein 3D used the Nazi theme in its title. Yeah. Also, like, if the game ends up like first of all, I don't think the game is meant to celebrate the Soviet Union. It looks like things are breaking down here. Like, if this game is anything like BioShock, it heavily showcases an ideology to criticize it. BioShock 1 criticizes Randian objectivism. BioShock 2 criticizes like idealistic, like ultra-egalitarianism. BioShock Infinite criticizes, ineffectively at some points, like American and white supremacy. It's like a way of criticizing these ideologies. So if the Soviet Union is heavily like featured in the aesthetic, that doesn't necessarily mean it's an endorsement. But even if it is an endorsement, I would, like, honestly, I don't care. If they're celebrating the Soviet Union like in as what it could have been, like, I will not celebrate the Soviet Union as it was. I will celebrate the Soviet Union as it might have been, a kind of like retro-futurist, like egalitarian utopia. Fine. The concept of communism is one of egalitarianism. It's not like, say, depicting an ultra-futuristic Nazi future, because the concept of Nazism is fundamentally rooted in exploitation, oppression, and genocide. If you wanted to make like an ideal Soviet communism, I think that's fine. If it were communist, the Soviet Union wasn't communist.
And they did not go stingy on the decorations, huh? The event included a dinner in a large banquet hall where you could see Soviet-style slogans like "Glory to the Soviet engineers" or "Comrade, join the society of the future." One of the users in Twitter replies said, "Imagine if developers of Wolfenstein had a Nazi-themed party."
Well, it's a good thing that communism and Nazism aren't the same things, nor indeed is like Soviet nostalgia versus Nazi nostalgia, not even remotely. Even if the Soviet Union was authoritarian and at times quite fascist, at least under Stalin, that doesn't change the fact that when people talk about the Soviet Union, oftentimes they're talking about the concept of like communism, of egalitarianism, of utopianism, whereas people who idealize the Nazis are doing so for the genocide. If you go and find a random tanky online, like some fucking 17-year-old trans chick or whatever, who like thinks Stalin did nothing wrong, if you try to address the underlying reasons or ideas that are drawing them to that ideology, usually it's a kind of like radicalized militant egalitarianism. Whereas if you talk to any like internet Nazi, it is the genocide that's driving them over, you know? Nobody is drawn to Nazism because they like think that actually it would have been utopian if done right, you know? They're drawn to Nazism because they're anti-Semitic or because they're racist or whatever.
And I would say that's well said. Sergei Mohov, a Remedy lead gameplay designer, rightfully accused Monfish of being nostalgic about the Soviet regime, or even glorifying.
Actually, Atomic Heart is critical of the Soviet regime. Meanwhile, Atomic Heart Party, glory to Soviet engineers, comrade, join the society tomorrow. Yeah, the party is stylized as though it's taking place in the universe of the game. Obviously, you fucking idiots. If they did a release party for BioShock 1, like a huge release party, and they had like Randian objectivist literature on display, that would not change the fact that the game is critical of Randian objectivism, okay? Jesus.
Ironically, the party's date coincided with the adoption of the new anti-LGBT law in Russia, which brings us right back to USSR, I guess. A major point that I want to bring attention to, that there have been numerous well-made games with a Soviet or USSR or low-lie Eastern Europe theme or setting. Let's bring some examples. In Singularity, the Soviet Union discovered the source of element 99 and has special powers that could warp time itself, trying to bring it to the glory days through time travel. If you're in the mood for video games that came out 15 years ago but already played through all the world-famous ones, you should give it a try. In Half-Life 2, the setting of City 17 has not been directly said to be in a specific part of the world, but it's clear that it's been influenced by Eastern Europe's architecture and style. Bulgarian art director Viktor Antonov, the person behind City 17 and Dunwall of Dishonored, mentions his childhood hometown of Sofia as main inspiration for City 17. Other places like Belgrade were also used.
Wait, what does this have to do with anything?
As reference. In Disco Elysium, the streets of Martinez show what it would be like to live through the failure of an attempted communist revolution.
Wow, hey dog, if you have a problem with the developers of a game praising the Soviet Union / communism, then I really would not look to Disco Elysium here. Okay, well hold your bucking broncos, okay? I'd be careful about this one.
You can still see artillery damage and bullet holes in the walls, notes the lead writer Helen Hinpere. There's this feeling of being stuck in the past. People of
the artillery and bullets in the holes weren't from the communists, they were from the moralists who came down and squashed the insurrection by killing everyone. The damage to the city was done when the liberals came in and shelled them from their airships. Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who. Immediately drowned out by the sound of gunfire from air cannons, liquidating your entire city into rubble.
Soviet and post-Soviet era are very familiar with this feeling, especially those who live in countries like Moldova or Estonia, which is the homeland of the game's lead designer, Robert Kurvitz. The game takes its
He's
own
a
spin
communist.
of what being a communist entails through its own political vision quest and partially the main quest.
No! The main quest is a murder mystery. It's not about being a communist, and you're not in a communist... Look, dude, Revachol is literally a free market exclusion zone that's maintained by a permanent liberal military blockade. The area that you're in is literally a, like, libertarian free commerce zone because there are 1 trillion airships with rifles and artillery pointed at it 24/7 to keep it that way because other liberal countries make a fuck ton of money off of all the commerce they can do here. Oh my god.
I won't spoil it, and I do suggest you try it out yourself.
You haven't spoiled it because you've described the opposite of what takes place.
Coming back to Atomic Heart, another point that rubs me the wrong way is the recent marketing strategy. It seems like their marketing team realized that their previous shady strategy has failed to bring in pre-orders, so they went with another plan to make typical capital G gamers buy their game, which is of course none other than through sexualization and objectification.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Holy... Okay, I've got my dick out. I'm ready.
Of women. So far I have avoided showing these characters on screen, but I am talking about the couple of female, USSR-styled robots that they suddenly added in recent trailers and thumbnails to get the attention of the lusty neckbeards. Just by searching Atomic Heart on YouTube and scrolling far down, it's impossible to miss the countless trailers, thumbnails, edits, and shorts about these characters, with some videos claiming that they'll buy the game just for these two, which also brings in the ongoing issue of sexualizing lesbians in media.
Okay, leaving aside everything else, there is no circle of hell deep enough for people who can't tell the difference between media depicting something and endorsing something. We keep running into this eye These 2 dancing robots were obviously made as some kind of like eye candy, like you're a super wealthy or powerful guy in the future Soviet Union, so you get to have hot robots that dance around and suck your dick. Wait, they don't have mouths. That clang against your dick. If we had in the real world super cool robots like this, they would be doing stuff like this. We would make them do this. This is a real thing that would happen, okay? Them depicting it in universe is not an endorsement of this ideology, and I support this ideology, by the way. These aren't AI, they're just robots. From what I understand, these robots aren't sentient. Maybe they are, but if they aren't, and they're literally just like advanced robots, you like have a hot robot that dances? What? Okay?
Not only is marketing like this highly unethical and immoral, as
it's not. It's just not. It's not. It's not. Sex is fine. It's fine. It's sexualization is fine. It's fine.
We've been fighting was objectifying and sexualizing women, especially.
You're not objectifying women. This is an object. You're not objectifying it. It's already an object.
Especially in media and advertisements, especially lesbians, but it's also actually illegal. For example, in Ukraine, our parliament adopted a law banning sexism in advertising, which became active in January 2022. Elected officials have banned showing the superiority of one gender over another in physical, intellectual, or social aspect.
That would not even remotely cover. The Ukrainian law does not ban pieces of media where hot girls squish their boobies together. Not even remotely. Ukrainian media might ban an ad that says like, haha, men are better than women, but I don't think that's being said here.
Showing stereotypical roles of men and women, gender-based violence, as well as the human body as a sexual object. In simpler terms, it's just gross and cheap, and what pains me to say is that it seems to be working. These YouTube shorts and edits are getting millions of views.
What the fuck is wrong with liking hot robot girls?
Quickly becoming favorite among the fans, who quickly started to spread rumors about a possible 6-hour sex scene in the video game. It's so wrong on so many levels.
It's one clickbait video. That always happens. It's not so what?
Conclusion, what can you do to support Ukraine on this matter? If you did purchase a pre-order of Atomic Heart, the first and the best step would be to cancel it, request a refund, and send that exact amount of money to Ukrainian charities. The second part is admirable, but not necessary. Simply canceling the pre-order is fine, and let's be honest, in this day and age, you shouldn't be buying pre-orders anyway. If you want to go a step further, you can do the following. You can go to the game's shop page, click on the complaint flag, select the item breach of the law, contains materials that violate the laws of your country.
Okay.
Quite enough of that. If you simply want to stand aside and be an innocent bystander, there is a way as well. When the game comes out on February 21st, simply play a different...
Wait, really? In like 2 weeks? Holy shit, Vosh, you're not getting what this guy's talking about. Ask an Estonian or anyone how to live in a crap system. What the fuck you do? Do you guys watch my stream? You guys realize I am literally the loudest anti-tanky on the entire online left, right? You guys, I don't know why there are people in chat acting like I need education on this. I am literally the loudest anti-tanky in the online left. Period. No caveats or qualifications. Nothing, nobody else comes even close, okay? I don't know why there are people in my community right now who are acting like I need education on the fact that Stalin was bad, okay? Ridiculous. Look, the reason why, okay, are you guys want a huge fucking red pill? The reason why depictions of the Nazi Germany are like kind of spicy and have to be handled carefully, and the reason why like celebration of some kind of futuristic hypothetical ideal quote unquote Nazi society would be bad aren't because Nazi Germany was bad. Lots of countries are bad. You guys realize that the British killed millions of Indians, right? What about some kind of idealized hypothetical like Persian or Ottoman future? You know how many millions of people they killed? You want to go down the list? What about like, do you guys see like idealization of Mongolians and you're like, no, they killed tens of millions? No, you don't. The reason why Nazis specifically are bad is not because of how bad the country is or what they did. It's because of what people are referring to when they depict that society. When people refer to, depict, idealize Mongolian society, they're doing so in an aesthetic sense. Sometimes with a cultural, like, kind of respect, but mostly aesthetic. When people are talking about, like, England, usually they're idealizing the million things that we associate with England, not like the genocide of Indian people, or with like Belgium, the 10 million or whatever fucking people who died in the Congo, okay? When people are like, oh yeah, you know, here's like a hypothetical future like Belgium society or whatever, it's not like, no, you're supporting the destruction of the Congo. The problem is, Nazism is unique in that when people celebrate, idealize anything having to do with Nazism, they are doing it for the genocide. That's why. It is possible for people to celebrate England because of the genocides that England has committed. That happens. But I don't think that's the majority. I think it's the minority by far. Likewise, the Soviet Union. Lots of people do aesthetic and conceptual idealization of the Soviet Union for a lot of reasons that have nothing to do with like defending the Holodomor or defending like the crushing of the Hungarian Revolution for Independence. There are a lot of reasons why people do that with the USSR that are not an explicit endorsement of mass murder. But with Nazis specifically, everyone online who in any way holds sympathy to Nazi idealism, aesthetic, whatever, why? It's because of the genocide. That's why. That's it. That's the only thing that pulls people to Nazism, because Nazism defined itself with genocide in the way the USSR did not. The USSR, Mongolia, England, Persia, the Ottoman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, Rome, Greece, all of these societies define themselves in a number of ways for a number of reasons. Nazis didn't. They are explicitly thought of as the genocide guys. That is all they have. That is their legacy. And for that reason, we're very touchy about idealizations of their society, because the question is, well, what exactly are you idealizing then? So, okay, so here's like a hypothetical ideal Nazi society. Okay, so why them? What there? Why then? You talk to those people, and the reason for their idealization is usually because, again, genocide. But the idea of like enjoying Soviet punk retro futurism, like the only reason a person could do that is because they support the Holdomer, something a lot of people don't even know about? No.
Game. It's that easy. Don't wishlist Atomic Heart, don't buy it, and go play something like Disco Elysium instead. You should wishlist Stalker 2, though.
Go play Disco Elysium to avoid content that might idealize the Soviet Union or communism. But go ahead. Jeez.
Some users could make a claim that they could simply pirate it and pay no money to the Russian devs and still enjoy the game. To that I can't say anything. At that point it depends only on your moral compass. If you feel comfortable playing the game after watching this video till the end, I've done all in my power and I can't control your wallet, so I can't stop you from pirating this game. It's just up to your morals and ideals at this point. In the description I'll be sending the links to all of the articles used for this video. Whether to check it is up to you. I want to give a shout out.
Alright, I was entirely unconvinced by this video. Maybe more stuff comes out that makes me more hesitant, but right now, Oh, hold on. Here's some context that I was not aware of. This video had 1.4 million views. It came out 2 days ago. Oh. It came out 2 days ago, and it has twice as many dislikes to likes. This video is already getting dumped on. Also, it came from a channel with 8,000 viewers, or 8,000 subscribers. So I'm a lot less inclined to be super mean to this video maker.
Today.
Some of the engagement might be bots. Maybe. It seems like the comments are being positive towards the channel. Hey, unfortunately, I'm forced to somewhat limit comments as they're currently being botted by more faceless, newly made accounts that anyone could ever realistically keep up with. I'm reading them and appreciate people taking the time to provide their thoughts and feedback. I hope you can understand. Interesting. The comments don't read like the kind of comments that you would see with this many views and this many likes and dislikes. Is this getting botted? I completely understand this is coming from a place of passion and anger at the injustice of the war in Ukraine. Comparing COD players to people who enthusiastically listen to Joe Rogan podcasts come across torture viewers. And then move on because they hear politics, so basically insulting my point. Might be wise seekers. I wonder how much this has been botted and brigaded. That's kind of interesting. The top liked comment is critical, and it's been left up by this person. But the second most top comment has half the likes, but it's favorable to the video. I think botting is involved here. Almost positive botting is involved here. Weird. Well, we learned something today. By the creator or someone else? Someone else. Otherwise, it wouldn't have all the dislikes. By Russia, perhaps? They sent the booby robots over to dislike the video. Yeah, we have a debate in 30 minutes. I'm hungry. Wait. Hey, Vermin! Fuck. Whatever. Oh, can I have coffee? Soon. Thank you. We do need a Danil emote. What a scrungly little baby. I love his angry little eyebrows. They're so fucking cute, dude. What emotion does this convey? Yeah, it's literally the angry cat face. This one is cuter. Many things to think about. Yeah, that one's kind of like popping up from the blanket as well. Did you edit Whoa a bunch? I edited a decent amount, yeah. I cleaned it up a lot. Yeah, I know Science 20, don't worry. What's your wallpaper from? I just Googled pathologic desktop wallpapers. Found some good shit. All right, hold on. We're going to read some donos. Keffels, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. My goodness. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Marianne Williamson is full of pseudoscience nonsense. She spouted the absolute dumbest love and peace shit I've ever heard in the campaign trail. Well, whatever the case may be, the conversation I just had with her was pretty good. Felt like she made a lot of really good points. Spooky Spider Cat, Keffels again, my goodness. Thank you for the gifted tier 1 subs. Decisive Avocado and Hello Hello 2, thank you likewise. I would not play Democracy 4, not my type of game. Just Valerie, thank you for the $5. Glad you're enjoying your day off. Annie and Shruggenbug, thank you for the tier 1 subs. NPC Porky, thank you for the tier 2 sub. The MIC excuse that leftists use for not arming Ukraine is so freaking dumb. Don't these people know the MIC also profited from World War II? What do you think? Yeah, the idea that, like, any kind of positive military engagement or, like, any support or selling allies arms or anything are all bad because Lockheed Martin makes money is pretty dumb. Beefless Stew with the $2. Are we ever getting Danil stickies? We probably should. Get Bent, thanks the tier 1 sub. Young Skeletor, thanks the $2. Leafar, thank you for the $5. Awesome. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. What we need is a candidate who's read all theory and has a firm leather-rein grasp on the horse that is American democracy. We need someone who's ready. God, if only. I don't think I'm ready, personally. The Nathan Galang, no worries. Thank you for the $5 and congratulations on being an intern with TYT. That's awesome. Make sure they pay you. Leonardo Oswald with the £5. Whatever happened to the Gravel Institute? She went on it, then it collapsed. What was she the cause of it? Whatever did happen to the Gravel Institute? Oh, YouTube's not working again.
In this video, I'm going to create...
Sorry. Ambiguous amphibian. I feel like the big reason that the Gravel Institute was kind of doomed was that leftists don't know what Americans care about. Like, if you go to PragerU, the videos that they put out are like really direct issues that appeal immediately to stuff that their constituency is already being given background info on from like messaging and media broadly. The problem is, like, see, look right here. How Uber is scamming you. That's great. That right there is great. The average American, or at least a lot of them, will fully relate to this, you know? But a lot of them here, Mike Gravel's best it is the Gravel Institute, of course. My American college is so expensive. Those things are okay. Why do people go hungry? The murderous police gangs of Los Angeles. 1.5 million views. Good video there. Good video. I like that. Why Bitcoin is a scam. I like that. That's good. 500,000 views. That's good. That's good. Did Brazil find the solution to poverty? Probably not, but, you know, it's okay. Why credit scores are a scam. How many wars is America fighting? It's more than you think. The awful story of South America's most evil dictator. The most radical speech in presidential history. Abu Zubaida, the fake terrorist America tortured, how America's best state fell apart, how America is causing a famine in Afghanistan, like how Britain starved Ireland. This one I think does a little bit more because it comes across as like a historical interest video. How America facilitated a genocide in Bangladesh. This one seems to have done pretty well. I guess it has a pretty good thing. A lot of these videos are good, you know? I guess it seems kind of inevitable, but like if you want to move over Americans, you can't really get them on foreign policy stuff because the average American has no idea why. Yeah. I don't know. Sue Ellen Smith, thank you for the Ed Australian. Much appreciated. Really, really kind of you. Rivera Live, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I just want people to see this when they look up the VOD because Marianne is asked about platforming Vosh on the national presidential debate stage. Hi. Yes, I look forward to tanking her campaign by adjacency. I look forward to it. Kirain with the tier 1 sub. Do you have any advice on doing a degree with ADHD? I'm in my last year working on dissertation without meds at the moment. It's so rough. Meds are really, really helpful. I think the best thing you can do to combat executive dysfunction is to identify when you're capable of doing stuff and to take full advantage of that. Also, I think it is extremely helpful if you make it a habit of when you think of I need to do something, you just do it. To a large extent, discipline is freedom. The discipline to get your work done early and effectively means you have a lot more time to not fret like in the near future, you know? Gabba, thank you for the $5. Nah, I didn't want to talk about myself. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. That was excruciating. Of course, it was a recommendation from Kyle. Dumbasses, no dumbasses. Thank you, Sake Tanuki, as always, for your helpful suggestion. Imaginary MDA, thanks the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. DeGero, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Pikmin 4 on July 21st. Pikmin Gang Rise Up. Oh, really? That sounds pretty dope. Pikmin, the whole trilogy, is one of the few games I've actually played on the Switch. Charlotte96, thank you for the $5. I did a trans thing the other day. Ah, excellent. The classic, as it's known. Wrestling with the News, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. I hurt Grim's feelings. Nice. Max Phoenix, thank you for the 569. I really appreciate that. Unholy AI Abomination. Excellent. Voshra and the Princesses of Praxis. Where is this She-Ra art coming from? I don't think She-Ra was drawn this buff or with this much titty or with this much leg. Where did that... I guess like the AI could have done it. Either way, I look good. Beautiful. Beefless Stew with the $2. Vermin is so lovely. Yes, yes they are. Big Booty Butches, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Humans Being Bros, 13-year-old boy rescued from the rubble. 55 hours later. It was stated he protected his budgerigar by holding it in his palm. Aww. I'm glad the bird lived. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Vosh, we all know the best aesthetic is Kochinsky equo-presentism. That's true. And that it's an aesthetic we already live in, as it so happens. So I feel like we're actually getting a good run of it right now. Shadow Angel 09 with the $2. So when are we getting God of War 2018 gameplay? I never promised to play that on stream. I'm probably going to play it on my off time, but it might take me a bit. There are a lot of games that I want to get to. Bebop117, thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. Avinasa with the incredibly kind $50. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Retrofuturism for the win. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why retrofuturism is so nice now is because in retrospect, like, that was the last time that we cared about futurist utopianism. Nowadays, whenever people talk about the future, it's all like dystopian bullshit. Still live, thanks to the $5. Hell yeah. Zard Lover with the $5. Would you do a stream playing Disco Elysium? Nah, I've already played it. I have no interest in replaying it. Fantasia, thank you for the $8. You should debate Leo from actualize.org. who is a big fan of you and was a developer for the Bioshock series and Witcher 3. I have my own Splinter Cult too. Why would I debate somebody who's a fan of mine? Though, knowing that I have a developer for the Bioshock series and Witcher 3 amidst my fans is very heartening. They must have good taste. And Ivan, thank you for the $20. No message even, just kindness. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Well, guys, I think we did it. And now we only have 15 minutes left to go. I have to pee. Does Star Trek count as retrofuturism? I would say no. Though I think you could... maybe the original series at this point would. Maybe the original series to an extent. Because the aesthetic of... Yeah, I don't know. Well, no, actually, no. It's like a retrospective thing, right? Maybe the Jetsons? The Jetsons would be a classic case of retrofuturism, though I've always hated how the Jetsons looks. Interesting, Gayfish. Yeah, Posadas John, your Twitter header would definitely count. Sake, thanks to 4 gifted tier 2 subs. I would love to see another Bioshock game, Bioshock style game with the what if we actually let Elon Musk and all the techno-futurists design the actual future and it's a mess. Yeah, I feel like the problem is that people like Elon Musk are really big on pretending they have no ideology, you know? Ayn Rand didn't pretend that. White supremacists and American exceptionalists didn't pretend that. But people like Elon Musk, and even people like Peter Thiel to an extent, offer this pretense of like, there's no ideology here. This is just like pure technocracy. This is just the smartest people are in charge, you know, challenge the cathedral, like build the monarchy, blah, blah, blah. Actually, I feel like that would make a pretty good game. And yeah, like a world essentially run by the worst iteration of Silicon Valley venture capitalists that you could fathom. A world built on the aesthetic of meritocracy, when in reality, it is deeply hierarchical, largely along class lines. And the people on the top all have pretenses at being philosopher kings. When in reality, they're deeply incompetent and can't handle things. Because, like, in Bioshock 1, 2, and Infinite, the person who was in charge of the respective society was smart, right? Like, obviously, oh god, I'm blanking on his name. Oh my god, how am I blanking on Bioshock 1, the main guy, right now? Andrew Ryan, yeah, Andrew Ryan. And then the lady from Bioshock 2, and even Comstock from Bioshock Infinite, all of them were smart. Comstock was obviously a horrendous piece of shit in ways that, like, even Andrew Ryan wasn't, but I don't think he was dumb. He was just fucking horrible. Also, spoilers, Comstock is you, so, you know. Elon is not smart? No, he's not. Oh my goodness, these donations. Hold on, I need to pee super quick. And also, after that, I guess we'll just get ready for the debate. I really wish I had some coffee right now. Of the fact Vosh always have its mishaps, and when the topic is about I am interested about I have no idea what you're saying, but I agree completely. I'm tired. I didn't get the sleep I wanted last night. I started developing a headache late last night, so I wanted to go to bed at around 1 a.m., which is good for me. But then 2 to 3. Do you ever? Nice. Then I woke up at like 8 a.m. No, I got woken up at 5, and then I woke up for real at 8, but then I stayed in bed till like 10. I need to have like I need a sensory deprivation chamber. I'm beginning to suspect Vosh is unhealthy. I get bad sleep. When's your somnology appointment? Well, I think to an extent, a large part of it is the fact that everyone in the house has different and unreliable sleep schedules. Vermin goes to bed sometimes at like 5 to 8 a.m. And like everyone makes noise when they're up, right? So I've heard of your health issues, but working out can really help with sleep. Yeah, but I can't work out. Not with my chest issue. Ever try a weighted blanket? I have like a duvet. I'm very quiet. Not while you're streaming. You stream till like 2 or 3 a.m., Kanye. It's only a couple grand for a personal sensory deprivation tank. Fuck. This stream alone's gotten me halfway there. What chest problem? Costochondritis. You ever try a white noise machine? See, my problem is like I don't want to be one of those people. Nothing. Never mind. You should try a CPAP machine. I heard it changed lives. Okay, I'll just say the thing that I would stop myself from saying. I would rather kill myself than wear one of these fucking Darth Vader apparatuses in my sleep. I would absolutely not. I would drill out my sinuses wider. I know a lot of people use them, and I know that they work really well. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form contesting the effectiveness of this. But I do not want to look like this while I am laying in bed. I do not want a giant fucking tube attached to my face. I am not doing that. Don't you go for a run every day? Run? Run? No, I don't go for a run every day. Back during the summer, I would go for a walk every day. Though it's pretty cold right now. I got the Inspire implant and I now sleep a lot better. What does that do? Inspire implant. An implantable nerve stimulator used to treat moderate to severe obstructive sleep apnea. That seems like a pretty, that seems like a lot. Lasts for 11 years. It's a full-on machine they put in your chest. What? Okay, this seems like a lot. There's a cord that runs all the way up to the base of your sinuses from a machine that's... My uncle has that? Uh-huh. It seems like a lot, you know? I don't even... What even is sleep apnea? I don't even know what sleep apnea is. Sleep apnea is a potentially serious sleep disorder in which breathing repeatedly stops and starts. I don't think I have that. Snoring? Okay, I don't think I snore. Well, everyone snores like a little bit sometimes. I don't think I snore a lot. You should do a sleep study. Yeah, I should probably do a sleep study. You do your sleep study at home, right? They don't have like a fucking booth that you sleep in, right? I think they have a room. I couldn't fall asleep in a room. Or oh, you can get a kit and do it at home? Okay. Do you suddenly wake up a lot while sleeping? It's more like it takes me forever to just fall asleep, and then when I wake up, I'm so tired that I can't get out of bed for like hours. Because I set my alarm for like an hour before I need to get out of bed because I just lay there. Because even if I set the alarm at the right time, I would just lay there another hour anyway. Same? Okay, but it's not supposed to be like that. How many hours are you sleeping? I don't know, like, it varies. 5? I don't know. Do you have ADHD? Yes. Is there anything that you can do that relaxes you? Like before sleeping? Simply eat 10 melatonin gummies. Well, you shouldn't overuse melatonin, definitely. Get a smartwatch to track your sleep times? Man, maybe. I feel like a sleep study would cover that. Anything that I do that relaxes me. For basically like the past decade and a half, if I really want to fall asleep, I put on like Lethal Frag, who's a Twitch streamer, really chill Twitch streamer, and just like listen to his videos. I probably consume more of his content than any other person alive, just because I use him to listen to before falling asleep. But sometimes I just can't fall asleep, and then I'll like wake up again, then fall asleep again, then wake up again, then fall asleep again, and then I'll wake up exhausted. I would try a weighted blanket, but I already have a duvet or like a comforter. Isn't that enough? I only sleep with this. No. Oh god, I hate Google image search so fucking much. Google sucks. These. Is it like this is enough, right? These are pretty heavy. Weighted blankets are thick. You can get like 20 to 60 pound blankets. I don't know if that would help. I don't know. I feel like I don't like doing the thing where it's like I have a health issue, let me like start shopping around for solutions. I feel like oftentimes the solution can just be work out a little more, you know? Get some more vitamins and minerals, that kind of stuff. And that's an attitude I have for most stuff, and for the most part it works. I fixed my back injury with physical therapy, you know? Unfortunately, this can't be fixed with anything I can do. But with the sleep thing, it just seems like no matter what I do, it just gets worse with time. It's like, it's kind of like the headaches, but the headaches are all tension headaches. I know what those are. They're from my posture. I can feel one brewing in the back of my head right now. It's not like I have like brain tumors or anything. It's I think it's all like tension headache shit. I don't know if I've ever felt like a comfy pillow. I don't know what a comfy pillow is. Can I get like a doctor to tell me? I don't know. How do you find a comfy pillow? It's like you I don't use a pillow? That sounds psychotic to me. Square pillow help me? Okay, hold on, really quick, because we're about to have to join the debate. Is what I do normal? I genuinely don't know. I need chat to tell me if this is normal, okay? I can only sleep in one way. Okay? The only way I can sleep, like at all, okay, is okay, hold on. Blah 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 blah. Okay, the only way I can ever sleep like under any circumstances, is if I have my my hand under, like my shoulder is back here and the arm goes under and then goes out like this, and that's the only way I can sleep. I can't sleep in any other configuration. I'm the exact same way. Okay, so it's not, I don't know, like, gotta learn to back sleep. I can't back sleep. That feels so weird. That's super normal. Okay, I genuinely don't know. Do you have sleep paralysis? No, I don't. I've never felt that. Doesn't your shoulder get numb in the morning, though? Yeah, I think this unironically contributes to my tension headaches, because, like, my neck and trapezoid are put under a ton of pressure like this, because, like, I know I'm a gamer or whatever, but I have wide shoulders and a wide back, and like, my shoulder is under my head, so, like, my neck is here and my shoulder's here, which means that my trap is this, like, crunched block right here. And then I wake up and, like, I have, like, it's so crunched right here, you know? Do the sleep study? Yeah. Try sleeping with your hands under your cheek. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if I tried to fall asleep with my hand, like, under my cheek, I would just kill myself. I have no idea what that sounds insane to me. It's like, yeah, sleep on a loaded gun. I have like, that's psychotic. On my hand, like a psycho. It has to be under the pillow, not over the. I have no idea, but I have to fix this because, like, I am, guys. You like, I give a lot of excuses, okay? But like 90% of the times that I mean to stream and I don't, or if I end stream early, like 90%, it has to do with sleep deprivation or headaches. Like almost every time. And I feel like they're from a connected issue, you know? Like the costochondritis sucks, but it doesn't affect my like comfort when I'm just sitting here, you know? It also screws with your memory. Oh yeah, that's true. Bad sleep fucks with your memory. It really makes it difficult to keep stuff together. Okay, hold on. We have a debate to debate. StreamYard.
Howdy, Vosh. How you doing, man?
That's true. Howdy, howdy. How are y'all doing?
Good. It sounds like maybe you're talking through your camera mic.
Well, that's not good. Hold on, just a moment.
I think it's fine. I think he's just quiet.
Hang on. It could be. Just want to make sure.
No, I actually am talking through the right microphone. I'll just talk a little louder.
No, it's good now. It's good now. Maybe it's was like a stutter from right when you first popped on. So, Vosh, PF's going to be opening because he's the challenger. There'll be 7-minute openings, just kind of refreshing how the format works for you. And then we'll move right into the open floor, back and forth, and then callers and super chats. Does that sound good with you?
Yeah, I love it.
All right. We'll go ahead and get the show rolling. Do you have any questions for me before we do, Vosh?
No, I think I remember the format pretty well.
All right. Let's get to it, guys.
All right, the intro. I don't remember what we're debating. Speaking of memory.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Crucible. I'm your host, Andrew Wilson. It's a bit of a hiccup on YouTube tonight, I guess. A lot of people were having trouble with the bell ringing for a notification when lives went out, that type of thing. I don't know what the deal was exactly, but so make sure that you share this broadcast to Twitter, all those great places. Make sure that you like, share, subscribe, do all the YouTube stuff that you're supposed to do. Hypnotoad's here to learn you. Do what the fucking Toad says. He's the galactic overlord after all, the swayer of all elections. Tonight's debate is against Vosh versus P.F. Young on topic of Jordan Peterson. No idea exactly where it's going to go, but P.F. seems to have been chomping on the bit to want to get into this, so I'm looking forward to it. We'll be right back with both of our debaters.
That's an old pic of me. I have to post more selfies to Twitter so people have more of like a current impression of my appearance. You look better now? I do think I look better now, generally. Why do you look so high in that photo? Dude, I look awkward as fuck in most screenshots because it's really difficult to screenshot somebody out of a live stream. Sorry, hold on. The music's still full volume for me. I just lowered it for you guys. You know the debate topic? Yeah, it's whether Jordan Peterson is good or bad, I guess. So that's cool, you know. That is a topic. Man, now I just want to get a sleep study. Dude, I feel so, like, latently bad all the time, and I think it's just from sleep deprivation. It fucking sucks. It's especially frustrating because it's like... It's so frustrating to feel like, to be in a bad mood when nothing's wrong. That feels so much worse, I think. I feel like if you compared me, like my mental state right after like I got in a car crash, my friend nearly... Oh, hold on.
Log, right?
Wait, how much of that was caught?
What's that?
How much of that was caught? How much of my tragic backstory was revealed?
Just like maybe a fifth of a second.
Oh, okay.
So,
nice.
Yeah, we barely caught any of it. So PF Young, how you doing? It's nice to see you back tonight. Why don't you give yourself a shout out to everybody where they can find you?
Thank you, Andrew. My name is Paul. I have a YouTube channel called PF Young, and I talk about things I think are interesting and important, like whether or not Jordan Peterson is a force for good. So thank you for having me, as always.
All right. You're very welcome. And then Vosh from Vosh. Go ahead and shout your channel out. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm Vosh from Vosh. You can find me at Vosh, or sometimes Vosh V, or even Vosh Video if you're looking on Twitch. But usually Vosh will suffice. Google will take care of the rest.
All right, gotcha. Like I said, there's been some hiccups with YouTube tonight. I don't know what the deal is exactly.
The whole internet's on fire right now. Twitter fell apart.
Twitter's down too.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened. Of course, it was on Jordan Peterson debate night, right? Of course.
No,
but in any case,
his YouTube contacts to disrupt the servers in preparation for this. That's fair.
That's right. It was all an inside job. Anyhow, the debater is going to have 7-minute opening statements. Remember that you can become a Crucible member, and you can give the gift of a membership, even though it's past Christmas. Who cares? Do it anyway. Reach into your dirty hearts and give the gift of a membership today. And with that, PF Young, go ahead with your opening statement. You have 7 minutes on the clock.
Cool. I don't think I will need all of it. So my position is pretty straightforward. I think that Jordan Peterson is a significant net positive for society for at least two main reasons. There's more, but these are the two that I would like to discuss today if possible. Number one, he provides simple, practical, and effective psychological advice, and he does it in a way that is well received by tens of millions of people all over the world, actually. In particular, his advice lands with young men, who I believe Vosh and I would agree are the most dangerous group of people in society when they become resentful, disenfranchised, and socially isolated. Most of the violence, obviously, on the far right is perpetuated by young men. And most of the people who hijacked the Black Lives Matter protests and turned them violent, for example, were also disenfranchised young men. And so if Peterson, who's a clinical psychologist, is providing clinically effective psychological advice on a mass scale to the people who need it most, then that alone, I think, puts him pretty squarely on the net positive side of the equation. I am genuinely curious to hear if there's any advice that Peterson gives to anyone that Vosh disapproves of. The second main reason I think Jordan Peterson is a net positive has to do with his ideas about religion and morality. This is something that hardcore atheists take great issue with Jordan Peterson. This is something that hardcore atheists take great, yes, repeated it twice. Great start. They think he enables fundamentalism by using religious language and being vague about it, and being vague about whether or not he believes in God. And my claim is that Jordan Peterson is actually doing more than anyone to undermine and neutralize religious dogmatism, which is a potential exaggeration, maybe not more than anyone. So I'd like to discuss that. And so those are the two main points, and we can talk about whatever Vosh wants to bring up. To be clear, the reason that I say Jordan Peterson is a net positive for society is because he does a lot of things that I think are bad, and I will be as quick to condemn as Vosh. For example, I completely disagree with him when it comes to his hesitance around allowing transgender adults to seek medical transition. He did not say that it should be illegal, but he also said he wasn't sure if it should be legal, which I think is ridiculous. Any adult should be able to undergo whatever medical procedures he or she is willing to pursue, provided they have informed consent. I also think you can make the case that Jordan Peterson is literally the worst Twitter user ever if you factor in wasted potential and just unnecessary boomer old man rage. But overall, I don't think that comes close to outweighing the good he has done on net. He's certainly not a gateway to the alt-right. He's not a religious fundamentalist. And he's not even in remotely the same conceptual universe as Andrew Tate, which I have heard some people make allusions to. Despite the fact that Peterson, like everyone, including myself and Vosh, and especially Andrew, has said dumb things, I think he is genuinely trying to do as much good as he possibly can, and anyone who approaches him with even a relatively open mind will come to the same conclusion. And lastly, I just want to show my cards a little bit. I am coming into this debate very biased because I have gotten a lot of mental health help personally myself from watching Peterson's lectures. He is in part what drove me to go to therapy a couple years ago, which is a good decision. And there is, in my opinion, there's a part of me that that gets resentful about, having to defend that as a straight white male, I needed mental health help, and I got it from a YouTube video lecture and then went to therapy. And while I think there is a justifiable indignance I feel when people say, for example, that Jordan Peterson is a Nazi or a terrible person, the fact that I'm biased towards him does not absolve me of the responsibility to be open to legitimate critiques. And if anyone can levy a legitimate critique against Jordan Peterson, I bet it's Vosh. So thank you to both you guys, and I look forward to this.
All right, thank you for that opening statement. Vosh, go ahead. The clock is restarted. You have 7 minutes on the clock. You can use all of it, as little bit as you want, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you fronted and preemptively addressed the "he's a bad Twitter user" argument. That was my golden bullet there. Aside from that one, though, there were a couple of things. So we're talking net positives here, and the problem ultimately with discussing the potential value of his psych advice is that he is primarily known for and popularized by conservative political arguments more so than self-help. He's known as a self-help guy, but he became famous because of his fallacious opposition to Bill C-16 in Canada. He's now a part of the Daily Wire network, what he's known for, what he talks about. It is at this point primarily conservative propaganda, which, obviously I disagree with. When it comes to the self-help stuff, I have read some of 12 Rules for Life, not just the snippets online, but a little bit of it, because I was curious to see what it contained. And I think that for the most part, a lot of his psychological prescriptions are fairly inoffensive. I don't think they're revolutionary or groundbreaking. I'm glad that some of the messaging in there is somewhat popular with people who are interested in hearing it. I guess the issue here is this is kind of like the the goat fucker problem, right? Like you build 1,000 bridges and you fuck one goat. And I feel like we're talking about a disproportionate sliver of what the man does and is responsible for. If I were to evaluate him purely on his psychological credentials, what value there is to that, I would say that whatever good there is to the positive psychiatric advice, I think, is offset by the fact that he will invariably, by proxy, wisen these young men up to conservative politics, which I think are harmful not only to the world, but also to their mental health. It seems like it kind of self-compensates in that respect. I also take great issue with his emphasis on individualism as a way of distracting from systemic issues. He's famously said you shouldn't critique the world unless your own house is in order. And I am okay with messaging on the subjects of independence, self-reliance, discipline. That's fine. I think those are good, wonderful things. But the message, like, you shouldn't attempt to engage in systemic critique unless your house is in order. Well, everyone's house isn't in order. Nobody could meet that standard. It seems like a way of dissuading people from engaging in the kind of systemic change that could actually address a lot of the issues people need people like Peterson for, kind of like they make jokes about how Peterson is a surrogate dad for a lot of people who didn't have a good relationship with their father. A lot of people say that insultingly, but I don't think there's anything morally wrong or shameful about having grown up without a good father figure, right? But ultimately, I hope we could agree that the ideal would be a world in which there isn't a bunch of people who feel that way, addressing the underlying systemic cause there seems like a more worthwhile goal. And if he's impeding that process, then I don't know. And finally, I'll just say, on religion and morality, I don't really take issue with his use of religious terminology when it comes to his moral denunciations. I think that we tend to see stuff like that in flowery poetry anyway, so it seems like it's kind of unavoidable, especially with somebody as verbose and eccentric as him. And I mean that sincerely. But his system of morality is fucked. His actual system of deciding what is or isn't moral seems really incoherent in a way that normally leans towards the validation of conservative ideals. And that's because the whole point of religious justification of moral systems is that now you can assign a kind of supernatural or metaphysical importance to your beliefs. And if you're doing that in a really bad direction, I think you're potentially doing a lot of damage. I would rather have to deal with bad secular arguments against, say, the existence of, gay people than religious ones, because you run up against a logical wall with the religious ones. Eventually, you can't convince people past a point because it's metaphysically justified. Anyway, those are my points, and I need no more time.
All right, appreciate that very much. Before I open the floor up, just let me remind the audience on wherever you're watching that we will be taking call-ins tonight, and also send in a super chat if you have a question for the debaters. As the debate is going, we will be getting to all those and getting all those fielded. Last thing I did want to quickly address before I open the floor up was Vosh brought up the goat fucker analogy, which is essentially to say, and I just want to make sure I got this right, Vosh, that you can spend your entire life being a great builder, for instance, and build the greatest of all cathedrals. But if you fuck one goat, you're not known as the cathedral builder, but as the goat fucker. Is that correct?
Yes. Or as the self-help advice guy.
Right. I have my own version of saying that one, but I think it's a funny one, I must admit. Anyway, gentlemen, the floor is open. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, I think lobster fucker would be more appropriate for Jordan Peterson than goat fucker. But I guess, okay, it sounded like you don't. So just to be clear, you don't have any issue with any moral prescription that Jordan Peterson offers from a self-help or psychological perspective. Is that correct?
Well, I don't have them all listed in front of me. I'm sure if you were to, I could find some specific ones I disagree with. I doubt I would agree with everything he says there, but the offensive stuff from him, the stuff that I really take issue with, is the broader political stuff. He has said some stuff on the self-help train that I do explicitly disagree with, like the aforementioned make sure your house is in order before critiquing the world kind of thing. But generally, when I critique him, it's not for the self-help stuff.
Yeah, well, the point about, I think his order, his rule is, what is it? Get your house in perfect order before you criticize the world, which I think is the worst rule he's written, because no one's house can ever be in perfect order. So the implication is that you can't criticize the world. If I ever had the opportunity to ask him one question, I would say, why did you purposely put the word perfect? I think you should set your house in order. I think you should generally get your own life together before you go about starting to criticize and offer solutions for massive problems when you can't even solve the problems that are right in front of you in your own life. So I think that's the underlying message. I guess what is you said his self-help leads to conservative values, which, okay, depending on how you define conservative, maybe. And I know that you are not a conservative. I don't think anyone would be surprised at that, but conservative does not mean bad. I think you'd have to explain what behavior his advice leads to and why that behavior is bad.
Well, I think a lot of it is just pure adjacency. Even if all of his self-help advice was perfect, I mean, like if I disagreed with none of it, which isn't really possible for anyone, but let's say he met that standard. If he was also a conservative commentator, then simply by being popular as a self-help guy, he would then legitimize the conservative politics through adjacency, especially because self-help is such an intimate and personal topic. It's not just like he's really good at car repair, but is also a conservative. It's you can't really separate self-help from one's political views, because fundamentally in both cases you're talking about like prescriptive values, not some bland descriptive technical thing. So even if all of his self-help positions were perfect, I still think that he would be pulling people over to conservatism just by being one.
Okay, and like I said, conservative and liberal both have their benefits and flaws. So, or conservative and progressive, or however you want it, left and right, to be as broad as possible. I don't see that inherently as a problem. And maybe more interestingly, because you brought up I brought up religion and you responded to that. Jordan Peterson, for example, the reason I said that Jordan Peterson is doing more to undermine religious dogmatism than anyone, and I would say religious dogmatism is central to religious or to political conservatism. He's an evolutionary biologist who makes the case for the evolutionary, the evolving of religion as adaptive features of evolution. Religions are belief systems that have wisdom in them, and he's taking an evolutionary perspective on that. And a religious fundamentalist, unless you define religious fundamentalist in a very strange way, would necessarily take odds with that. So I don't see how his entire body of work being at odds with religious fundamentalism leads to anything approaching conservative values or dogmatism.
Well, it seems like you agree with the idea that people would be moved to conservatism through his self-help stuff just because he is a conservative, because there is that adjacency. But when it comes to religious fundamentalism specifically, the fundamentalist elements of his ideology are present, the ones that I take most issue with. I wouldn't really care if he was a flat earther or a creationist or whatever. He assigns religious inherent moral weight to his denunciations. The political ones, which are, of course, conservative and therefore highly disagreeable. See, it's impossible to talk about his effect on the world without really evaluating the kind of stuff he has to say politically. And a lot of it is really, really bad. If it wasn't so bad, I wouldn't have so much of an issue with the self-help advice.
Like what? Like, give an example.
Well, I mean,
Well, what is an example of him invoking religious metaphysics to justify a political position?
Well, all of his moral denunciations are inherently metaphysically religious. When he says something is evil, or which he says all the time, he's not saying evil in the sense of like, I disagree with this. He's invoking God there. He believes that morality comes from religion, and for that reason, when he's denouncing something, it must necessarily come from some kind of like innate worldview. I mean, he does the whole chaos versus order thing, but what he's doing there fundamentally is like analogizing the light of God versus like the pernicious influence of the devil. It's all just different ways of framing the same binary moral system that we've seen religious types invoke as a way of justifying their politics.
Okay, you said earlier you don't have an issue with him using religious language. It's just kind of like poetic or whatnot. and you just described him using religious language and said you had an issue with it.
Not
So I'm
fundamentally,
sure.
but my issue there isn't
Right.
the language that he uses. It's the metaphysical weight of what he's denouncing. When he says evil, like evil is not a religious term. Plenty of people use the term evil. But when he's talking about evil, good, bad, morality in general, he's doing so from a perspective of like religiously informed moral dogmatism, which you know, obviously it kind of sets the work that he's doing, both in self-help and in politics, in a very particular light.
Okay. You assert that, but I don't think it's true because one of the main pieces of criticism of him is that he's squirrely about whether or not he's actually religious, right? And when someone says, "Do you believe in God?" he doesn't say yes. He says, "I act as if God exists." He says fundamentalists are naive. He says that people who take the Bible literally are swallowing a bunch of lies. So to
He's
me,
swirly
that's
about
very
a lot of stuff, though.
well, aren't we all, Vosh?
Well, he's like famously squirrely about a lot of stuff. He gives non-answers all the time when he's asked direct questions.
If he was that squirrely, he wouldn't have millions of people listening to his lectures for 3 hours at a time.
I don't think that's true. Also, I've listened to his lectures, and they're also quite squirrely. When he's asked when he's asked direct questions, he worms around them all the time. He was famous for this. Like, you know, you give an interview on asked, "What specifically do you believe?" And you know, he talks around it often, I think, in babble speak. But you know, sometimes he just clearly doesn't want to directly answer it. At any case, though, you know, my issue here is not whether or not he specifically believes in some fundamentalist version of God. Do you believe when he says something is evil, good, or bad? Do you think he's appealing to some kind of like fundamental natural moral force, something supernatural, divine, something otherworldly? Or do you think he's doing this kind of utilitarian subjectivism where he's only saying it's evil from his perspective?
I'm not sure I fully understand the implications of the difference that you set up there if I agreed either way. I mean, people, like you said, people use the term evil. You said evil's not a religious term. And I think actually evil is a very religious term. All of the non-religious people, like the determinists, would say that someone who's engaging in evil it's just a defect of the brain or something. Psychopathy is not evil if you understand it as psychopathy. So again, you say he's using religious language and he's invoking the metaphysical weight behind it. But again,
when he
need
says,
to provide an example of something he said invoking specifically the metaphysical.
Well, he talks about the metaphysical all the time when he talks about order, chaos, and the dragon and stuff. He's using these concepts to kind of refer to the broad moral value of certain types of worlds. I mean, literally, like good and evil, the framing between these things. When he talks about that, what do you think he's saying? Like when he says something is evil, what do you think he means?
I don't know. What's an example of something he said is evil?
I mean, I could go to his Twitter account. He uses the word pretty often, right?
Well, I believe he's also, I won't say it, but he's quoted, he said some very stupid shit on Twitter.
Sure, well, let's say transgender children, children taking hormone blockers. So he says that's evil. What does he mean when he says that?
I think what he means about when he's talking about trans children, he's specifically referring to gender reassignment surgery and double mastectomies being performed on like 13-year-olds by physicians who have a financial incentive. And when he says that's evil, I think that's, to me, that's self-evident why that's evil.
Well,
Just
we're loading
it's self-evident why someone abusing a child for profit is evil.
Well, we're loading a lot here. So a surgeon is a job. So if they're doing the job, they're doing it with a profit motive. But he has not specifically said, like you said himself, he is denouncing the right for adults to pursue gender-affirming surgery,
No,
which means
he said he wasn't sure whether or not it should be illegal.
Okay, well, even you took time to call out that behavior of his, so we agree then that he
and
has
specify what he said.
A bugbear with what he with the issue of access to trans. But let's say specifically like a 16-year-old
13-year-olds getting their breasts cut off.
Okay, so let's say like a 16-year-old trans chick is getting hormone blockers, which is the thing that can happen. You can do that. It's possible. In such a case, when he says this is evil, and he has said stuff like that is evil, not just 13-year-old double mastectomy, whatever, but he's applied the term there as well.
I don't think that's true. Not about 16-year-olds, because he's a fan of Ken Zucker's work, and Ken Zucker does prescribe puberty blockers for 16-year-olds. So what he says is evil is 13-year-olds getting their breasts removed. So no, I don't agree. It's the 16-year-olds on puberty blockers.
Didn't he go after Elliot Page, who was in his 20s, saying that it was maybe morally wrong for a public figure to be trans because it could like corrupt the values of people broadly?
No, he said he would have left Elliot Page alone had she not like made it a big deal and flaunted it. And his argument
He's
was
a celebrity. Why would he
how
not?
many
He made
how
one
many
tweet about it.
people how many people did Elliot Page convince to pursue gender surgery than they otherwise might not have because of her? Which, you know, it's like, again, I think that was a rage tweet, but let's stick with the argument of 13-year-olds. We know for a fact, it's not disputed. I could pull up the studies right now from the Journal of the American Medical Association that 13-year-olds are having their breasts cut off, double mastectomies, and then followed up with 6 months to 2 years later, and it's considered a success. So Jordan Peterson says that's evil. To me, that's self-evident.
I don't think I've actually ever heard a story of a 13-year-old getting a double mastectomy. I'm sure you could find some cases, but we would be talking maybe like single digits for that age. That's really far down. Why
Well,
at that
hold on.
age? Why would you
just
even get a
because-
double mastectomy when you're still going to experience breast growth? That's kind of weird.
There's a number of weird things going on. But hold on, to say it's a small, first off, it may be a small number, but to say it's a small number doesn't eliminate the moral weight or severity of it.
Then why are we talking about like such an incredibly small minority of like why can't we just say like so?
Well, that's the response that conservatives say when why are we talking about police shooting unarmed black men when only about 20 unarmed black men are killed per year?
Because we're talking about a broader
Because
systemic issue.
Exactly. That's why we're talking about the 13-year-old double mastectomy.
Okay, but what we're really trying to talk about is what Jordan Peterson means when he says evil. So you say it's self-evidently evil that happens. What do you mean when you say evil?
I mean the same thing when I say someone abusing a child is evil. I don't feel like I need to explain myself in that regard.
Well, I'm asking you to explain yourself. What do you mean by evil? What does that term mean to you?
Yes, we can see that, Andrew. I don't know. When I say the Nazis gassing Jews in the Holocaust was evil, are you being serious right now in that you want me to explain that as if it's not obvious?
I want you to tell me what you mean when you say evil. What does the word evil mean? What system are you referring to when you say something is evil? What's the?
It's very, very bad. It should be avoided at all costs.
Okay, but
that's what I mean by evil.
Right, but why? Like what? So you say something is evil, so it's bad. Okay, but like why? By what system?
By what system?
Like how do you know if something is evil?
How do I know that when Hitler rounded up the Jews and put them in gas chambers that was evil? I don't know. I get a funny feeling, I guess, when I hear that, and I think this sounds pretty evil to me. Do you understand? This is kind of a weird question.
No, it's actually essential. Without grounding where your morality comes from, it's almost impossible to talk about it.
Okay. Well, we can have the conversation about moral realism, moral anti-realism, and maybe come back to this.
But this is kind of critical, right? When it comes to
do you believe in evil? What do you mean when you do you agree that, for example, let's just take an obvious example we both agree on, I would assume.
Mm-hmm.
You do believe that what the Nazis did was evil, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And what is your standard for
Well,
defining evil?
I'm a moral anti-realist, so I arbitrarily chose a set of axioms that I want to maximize, which I do through a normative ethical framework that I call utilitarianism, and not just I, a bunch of people do. And then through utilitarianism, I try to determine whether or not I think something is good or bad based on the effects that it has. And evil is basically just a strong word for bad in this case. I don't think that evil has a distinct meaning. I just think it means bad.
That's how I use
very.
it. Sure. That's how I'm using it. Very, very bad.
Right, but so are you a moral anti-realist as well?
I mean, I don't know. Certainly Peterson's been accused of being a moral anyone who
that's definitely not true. Jordan Peterson has
that's absolutely true. He's accused of being postmodern by all the religious people.
Does that mean he is? It's not like religious types are that philosophically educated.
Well, I think some of them. I agree that some of them aren't, but I think some of them are pretty well educated.
Look,
I'm kind of confused. This is the conversation we're having. You say your problem with Jordan Peterson he invokes metaphysical religious presuppositions or something like that, which I say he doesn't do, and you haven't given an example of how that's the case. He uses evil in, as far as I know, the way that you're using it, very, very bad. And and what I don't understand
But
is
why is it very, very bad?
I don't. Why?
Because his assessment for whether or not something is good or bad has nothing to do with mine.
Do you understand that you're like, when we come into a conversation, we have to have some level of agreement on the underlying rules that we're operating by, the presuppositions. And for example, the Nazis are bad, and we'll use that as the example. Like, I feel like I don't need to explain myself. I'll use it in the same way. Very, very bad. Whatever you said, utilitarian. I believe in maximizing good. What's Jordan Peterson's meme motto? Minimize unnecessary suffering. Jordan Peterson's a strict utilitarian in that regard. Then,
if he's a strict utilitarian, then it seems kind of odd that the stuff he says is good or bad all the time has very little to do with what's actually harmful. I mean, you want to denounce his Twitter behavior broadly, and I mean, he does come across as kind of a crank sometimes on it. But like the most prominent times that he's gotten in trouble on Twitter recently, where he randomly called a fat woman like ugly and said that authoritarian beauty standards wouldn't convince him otherwise.
Yes, I believe he said not beautiful, which was a mistake, and I literally made a video saying, actually, I think she's,
and he continued with it with the videos he made. And then he made a video with his daughter.
He's imperfect.
And there was the Elliot Page thing where he seems to adopt the position that it's morally wrong for a celebrity to be trans because other people might be trans because of it.
No, he's saying it's wrong to celebrate it, flaunt it, propagate it out to 13-year-old children who.
So don't overload it. Don't overload it. Elliot Page just took a picture. So Elliot Page is trans and just like took a selfie.
Sure.
Okay, so.
And his opinion, and I don't think he should have tweeted that about Elliot Page, but I'm explaining his thought process for going back to what's evil or not. His point is there appears to be a social epidemic of a lot of children in particular converting or undergoing gender therapy when it's not correct for them. The Tavistock Clinic, which is the biggest gender assignment clinic in the UK, was shut down. It's being sued by 1,000 families. Scandinavia, I have to double check on Scandinavia banning puberty blockers, but they've certainly recommended a wait and see approach, which is the opposite of the affirmative care model. There's over the next
and
year
they're
or
wrong.
Two,
yes.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Over the next year or two, there's going to be numerous stories, and I've talked to people already who've been in this position of people who thought they were transgender, underwent medical transition, and then regretted it. And it's because, well, the regret rate is 1%. That's what the studies say. If that was the case, you wouldn't have 1,000 families suing the Tavistock Clinic.
Yeah, you can.
So there's the point, and to be fair, I'm asserting this, and you're asserting the opposite. We'd have to actually look at the studies.
We can look at the studies directly. Something like 98% of people don't regret their gender-related surgery and hormone treatments, which is a level of acceptance several times higher than that of hip surgery.
That's
the overwhelming majority of people who detransition as well, detransition due to running out of money or lack of social support. I think it's something like 70% in total. So we have like 98% are satisfied with their medical so and so, and then of the 2% remaining, a majority of those only detransitioned because of a lack of the resources or social care they needed to keep at it, leaving a very small minority of people lower than that of the regret rates of almost anything else. There's a reason why medical standards trend towards the affirmative care model. It's because it's the one with the most supportive data. The UK closed down those clinics, and the lawsuits are happening not because of medical research, but because of politics. That happened after a prolonged multi-year campaign of conservatives lying about the effectiveness of gender therapy and gender treatments. And what follows, you said Scandinavian, it's one of the Scandinavian countries, I don't remember which one, they did move to more of a wait-and-see model for puberty blockers, and the reason for that was in part the citation of the UK clinic shutting down. So all this suggests to me that this is politics. Sweden it is. It's politics at play, not medicine. So
Okay.
it seems to me like we're at kind of like an ethical impasse.
Can I respond to that?
Well, I just want to say what
Sure.
Jordan Peterson is talking about. We were talking about the Nazis earlier, which I think is very apropos.
Hold on,
Jordan
before we move
Peterson,
on, I want to address.
Let
what
it
you
hang on,
said
Paul.
directly.
Paul.
I just want to finish, and then I'll be done really quick.
Okay.
Jordan Peterson was saying that Elliot Page was a degenerate. The Nazi theory of degeneracy is one in which pervasive social harm and corruption, usually through liberal progressivism, is spread from person to person like a disease and has to be cut off at the root and burned out in order to eradicate entirely. That is what Jordan Peterson was saying, that Elliot was spreading degeneracy by promoting those elements of himself.
Okay. There's a couple things I want to say. First off, he never said degenerate. That never showed up in his vocabulary.
Never said it, no.
Okay, so that was wrong. And everything else you said regarding the studies, I'm aware that that's the perspective that people have. That's 100% wrong. Those studies are as valid as the Lisa Littman study that suggests rapid onset gender dysphoria is a social contagion. So you can assert everything you said about the regret rate is 1%, the social transition rate, or the reason that people cite when they detransition is because of social regret. That is all 100% wrong. And
can you prove that?
This is an open challenge to you or anyone watching. I am more than happy to pull up the study. We can't do it in this debate because we didn't prepare for this ahead of time. We'll pull up the studies on screen, go through every single section of the study, and I am utterly confident, I could be wrong, but I am utterly confident that not a single person can defend any of the studies that are suggesting that imply any of the statistics that you just put forward. So we have to have a separate discussion for that, because it's just a he said, unless we pull up the studies. And
we can bring them up right now. A lot of these studies have thousands or even tens of thousands of respondents, whereas the study that you referred to, the one that talks about rapid onset dysphoria or whatever else, that was just polling a bunch of transphobic moms.
That's what. Okay. Here's what I'll wrap this, and Andrew, let's have, whether it's you or whoever, let's have this discussion where we send the studies in advance and pull up ahead of time.
Then wait, just tell me why they're illegitimate then. If we don't want to go by it
for the same reasons I went through the meta-analysis that I think Rose Rist put together some time ago, 50 Cornell studies, every single one of them was as flawed as the Lisa Littman study.
Okay,
for the same reasons.
The Lisa Littman study was flawed because all they did was ask the parents who they found from transphobic online forums and developed a new social theory based on what they heard, complete hearsay from those people. Whereas the studies I'm referring to are meta-analyses of
individual studies that did the same thing.
Wait, no. We're talking about clinics reporting satisfaction rates from their clients. We're not asking the
flawed studies.
Wait,
you gave an example why Lisa Littman's study is flawed because
I just explained it to you. So you can't ask the moms of a social group that you want to target, especially if you're recruiting them from bigoted online sites. But what I'm talking about...
Equally, hold on, let me respond to that exact point. Equally, if you're conducting a study that says the surgery was successful, you cannot have a sample selection bias of only the pro-trans websites. And that's exactly what every single study...
Wait. They're not...
Yes.
Wait, these weren't pulled from pro-trans websites.
They were.
From, no, they weren't. They were from the patients at clinics. They were reports of satisfaction from the actual medical clinics where these people
went back to. Of those that stayed in the clinic, many of them left and were never reported on. Hold on.
Wait, please, wait, hold on. Wait, no. I can't let you get away with this, okay?
You can finish this point.
The fact that you're comparing, so the Lisa Littman study, its own thing, we're talking about the same standard of analysis and medical accreditation that we would use for any kind of surgery or medical care satisfaction process. You have a certain number of people at a clinic, and they all get a certain treatment, and they report their satisfaction afterwards, and then you add those numbers together and you get results. We use that system for every kind of medical treatment. And now somehow, for this specific issue, it's an illegitimate way of ascertaining the regret rates? Well, based on what evidence? What's the issue with it?
So, I said...
So hang on. We need to tie this in somehow to the topic at hand, which is Jordan Peterson, and that's not where we're at. We've kind of gotten off into the weeds.
We need to move on from this. this
So
subject.
I'm not moving into save anybody, not save anybody, but we have gone way off into the weeds here. So Vosh, did you have a way to tie that into Jordan Peterson, or was that like kind of a standalone point, or what did you have in mind with that?
Well, if we're talking about morality, what we're talking about ultimately is like my thesis here is that Jordan Peterson's interpersonal advice is massively outweighed by the harm of his political positions. And if he's spreading essentially Nazi doctrine when it comes to transgender people and their medical care, and that people are believing that doctrine because they trust him on the 12 rules of life or whatever, I think that's a pretty strong case for overall harm.
Yeah, I mean that's a valid point, Paul. So
Sure. Is it a valid point? The idea that he's spreading, so just to put a pin in that, again, the next time we cross paths, Vosh, we can exchange studies ahead of time. And instead of the audience going, I don't know if I should believe Paul or I don't know if I should believe Vosh, we'll pull up the studies on screen and walk through them. Otherwise, it's a he said, she said. But to your point about what is it? He's spreading Nazi, propaganda or something? So I believe you have said that Jordan Peterson is a Nazi, literally. Is that correct?
I think that he enables Nazi ideology. I don't think he's interpersonally a Nazi. I think he's a fascist for sure, though.
I see. You think he's a fascist?
Yeah. He's pretty consistent in this regard, especially with his Daily Wire videos.
What's an example of something that he has put forward that is a fascist idea?
Well, I would say the theory of social degeneracy is a pretty straightforward one to begin with. But if we were to go beyond that point, I would say that his constant talk of cultural Marxism, another Nazi theory, and his obsession with the decay of the West, the decline of the Western civilization. These are very common fascist framings for modern political revival movements. Obviously, his general support of the conservative movement and working for Daily Wire, a fascist organization, doesn't help. I mean, at this point, he essentially works with the fascist press, so that seems pretty direct, as it were. But no, I don't think that he is like a armband and Sieg Heil Nazi or
that's good.
So
that's
on.
good. That would be a bad look for me if he was. I won't lie.
I don't think he's there yet.
That would make this debate much harder on my end.
He'll get there eventually.
Well, I'm glad we're there. Yeah, potentially. Okay. Well, look, I'm aware that this is something you say, so I'll say this. I think I'm the fool for even entertaining this idea that Jordan Peterson is a fascist, but because it's like, okay, it's like Hitler was a fascist. So Jordan Peterson you're using the same word to describe Hitler as Jordan Peterson. On the one hand, it's a bit, I think, but I'll give you space to explain what is your criteria for labeling someone a fascist.
Well, I mean,
whether
JP and Hitler were both nationalists, no?
Well, everyone who loves their country is a nationalist.
Well, then I guess sometimes these terms have wide applicability outside of the most extreme examples.
Yeah, but right, and that's I believe this is called equivocation, if I remember my nerd debate bro logic shit, where you use a word that you know doesn't mean what everyone else uses.
Well,
but
then Paul, you need to get to the point.
I think he's fine to say this. I mean it in the sense that you imagine. I mean he is a fascist. I'm not dancing around it or beating around the bush with it may be, he's some light version.
Okay.
I think that is his ideology.
Okay, so can you give me you talked about social degeneracy that leads into the trans issues, which we have to discuss at a separate time using studies. There's certainly other reasons you would call him a fascist. Can you give me one example of an idea he has put forward? This is something you should do, or I believe this, that is fascistic.
Mm-hmm. Well, the main one would be the cultural Marxism bit. Cultural Marxism is just a retooled version of cultural Bolshevism. It's the same conspiracy theory. The idea that the West, in the old case Germany, of course, but now the West, is being destroyed via elite groups of liberal academics who hate America and often hate white people, and are using their power and influence to corrupt us from within.
Sure.
Frankfurt School stuff, that kind of business. Oh, he did recently agree with Putin. Putin said that the invasion of Ukraine was justifiable because it was a way of preventing the spread of liberal degeneracy into Russia. And I believe JP said, and I quote, and who could blame him? Because he was talking broadly about
crazy lefties on Twitter or whatever, and it's like, ah, well, who could blame him doing an invasion to prevent the right? So stuff like that.
Okay. I think that's complete bullshit that he said, who can blame Putin for invading Ukraine? He might have used that phrase in some other, like, you know, Putin, like many people, are worried about the direction of the West. And for example, all of the weird, the decline of Western civilization, which is like, I don't see any difference between saying Western civilization is declining and pointing out we're in late stage capitalism. So to me, it's like, to say that one's a conspiracy, but one's a progressive point doesn't make any sense.
Well, the question would be, why is Western civilization declining? Because late stage capitalist theory
Sure.
is just an analysis of the economic conditions we're living under.
Well, let's talk about the cultural Marxism thing, because that's fun and silly, in my opinion. So, okay, you said cultural Marxism. Jordan Peterson has used the term cultural Marxism. He really uses the term postmodern neo-Marxism a bit more, which we can talk about postmodernism, because you yourself are a postmodernist, correct?
Probably. It's complicated, but yeah, I'm highly sympathetic to their influences.
That sounds like something a postmodernist would say, but that's fair. So the implication is Jordan Peterson. First off, I disagree that he's using culture. When Jordan Peterson talks about cultural Marxism, he's not referencing a Nazi conspiracy. He's referring to the impact of Marxism on culture, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Which is what the Nazis were talking about.
Okay, well, the Nazis were not big fans of, well, Israel didn't exist yet, but the Nazis were not big fan of Jewish people. And it's like, okay, if Ilhan Omar pushes for BDS, boycott, divest, sanction Israel, does that make her a Nazi because she agreed with Nazis?
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with protesting Israel, but if she was an anti-Semite, I would say that's definitely a parallel between her and the Nazis.
Yeah, but the evidence that you're citing for Jordan Peterson being an anti-Semite is that he's repeating the talking points of Nazis. And I could just as easily say,
I'm only saying
Israel is repeating the talking points of
I'm
Nazis.
only saying it's the same conspiracy theory. The idea that Frankfurt School academic intellectual communists infiltrated American culture and are destroying it from within. That's what I want to know. Why do people believe the West is in decline? I'm not entirely sure if I understand that. Our GDP is skyrocketing compared to that of China's, India's, and, well, broadly the rest of the world's. We have the strongest military. I don't know what people mean when they say the West is in decline.
For a Marxist, that's a remarkably capitalist defense of the growth of the West, saying that the GDP has gone up. I believe life expectancy is going down. Mental health issues are increasing rapidly. People are deleting themselves to be TOS friendly at increasing rates. There's more and more polarization. The idea that what are people referring to when the civilization has decline? To me, that's an indication of how you might not be paying attention as close as you could, because I think it's obvious that there are a lot of issues.
I'm being kind of facetious here. I know that when people talk about the West being in decline, they're usually talking about cultural Marxism, immigration, Muslims, and leftism. I see a lot of West is in decline stuff whenever you see like drag queens, for example, because the West is in decline because they're wearing frilly clothing, for example. I hear the West is in decline in response to a lot of stuff. If the West was truly in decline over mental health issues, I'm not entirely sure why conservatives are so opposed to the concept of SSRIs or therapy broadly. It seems like
certainly Jordan Peterson is the opposite of that. He specifically says that if you've got mental health issues, you should give SSRIs a try.
Sure.
He's a clinical therapist himself.
In that respect, he might be better than the average conservative milieu, but the fear-mongering about the West being in decline.
Nazi, but not a slightly kind Nazi, but not an all the way bad one.
Oh, he is. I stand by the fascist accusation. Again, he talks about cultural Marxism on and on and on and on and on.
Okay, so are people who support Jordan Peterson, does that make them fascist by implication?
No, I mean, I think it means they like a fascist, but unfortunately in the current political climate, it seems pretty difficult to avoid that if you're even mildly tolerant of like center-leaning media, because there's a lot of people there who are kind of like edging on the side of things.
Okay. The reason I'm pondering for a moment is because you understand what you're saying, what you've been saying the past few minutes is very different from what you say in many of your videos. Would you agree?
Well, I call him a fascist in those videos too.
Well, you say a variety of things about like conservatives in general. like that they're what is it? They're no different from the KK. Conservatives today are no different from the KKK in the who were, I think the quote was, frothing at the mouth, keeping Black people away from integrated schools. You said that, and now it seems like you are not standing by those beliefs and taking it back and hiding your power level a bit.
No, I still stand with whatever it was I said back there. I don't think there's much of an ideological difference between a modern American conservative and a member of the Ku Klux Klan. It's just a continuation of existing ideals. You know, it's not exactly a like a conspiracy that there was like this huge wave of Ku Klux Klan support that was kind of backed by conservative politicians at the time. Those politicians lasted a long time too, and a lot of their ideological forebears, right up until the Civil Rights Movement, you know, they were pretty open and friendly with a lot of really obviously anti-Black stuff. And then Civil Rights Movement happens, the act gets passed, and can't say the N-word anymore. But a lot of the same people stayed in office, and a lot of their children and friends ran and won in their offices later, and it makes you wonder just how much stuff they kept bottled up. At any rate, the ideology is still remarkably similar. Xenophobia and nativism are the big driving forces of modern conservatism, and I think Jordan Peterson plays into that quite a lot as well, largely with the cultural Marxism bit.
Okay, the reason I'm not being as warm and welcoming as I could otherwise be is what you said. The implication of what you said is that, for example, my conservative friends and family members are no different than the Ku Klux Klan. Do you understand why that limits the degree to which I can take a lot of the other things you say seriously, and why many people in general don't take as much as you say seriously as they might otherwise?
Well, I'm not trying to hide in audacity. I think it's a fairly straightforward assessment of where modern American conservatism is. I mean, do you think that families of the Ku Klux Klan back 120 years ago didn't talk with each other as normal people? Everybody thinks they're normal, right? But obviously with retrospect...
But it's just us with conservative friends and family members who are literally as bad as the Ku Klux Klan today. That's what you're saying. The Ku Klux Klan who burned down the homes of Black people with Black children in them and hung them. You're saying my friends and family members, people watching this who have friends and family members who are conservative, they're just as bad. That's what you're saying.
Well, nowadays, you would instead cheer on a racist policing system that's used to disproportionately inflict violence against Black people. So you've sort of delegated the violence to a system, a very expensive one at that. Sheesh, at least the taxes didn't pay for the KKK. But fundamentally, I think that the parallels remain there. They're not the same in terms of like the exact extent of the harm they commit interpersonally. Obviously, I'm talking about ideological synchronicity. But yeah, no, I mean, the modern American conservative, right, this is a template of fascism. If I believe, for example, that Ron DeSantis and Trump are both fascists, which I do, and the GOP is a fascist org, why would I not believe then that conservatives in America today are themselves, I mean, at least fascist sympathizers, right? Like, you know, not individually every single one of them is like an ideological fascist, but they're at the very least they're part of the movement. It's not meant as an insult. Obviously, I disagree with it, but I think it's
not
important
meant as
to
an
recognize
insult.
it.
Hey, you and your friends and family who might have voted for Trump, they're as bad as the KKK. You don't understand why people would take that as an insult?
Ideologically descendant of the KKK. You can take it as an insult, but I think we have to reach that middle ground before we can have any reasonable discussion on
You're not a Ku Klux
fascism.
Klan member who hates Black people. You're just an ideological descendant of a Ku Klux Klan member who hates Black people. I think that is a condescending defense of an indefensible position.
Well, it's not meant. I'm not meant to be weaselly when I say that. I just genuinely think that is the case, right? I mean, like we would have to acknowledge, for example, that the conservative parties in modern day Germany would have had ideological roots in Nazis, right?
Hold
The
on.
conservative party, the current leader of Italy, for example, literally like a direct lineage of the supporters of Mussolini. So I think it would be fair then to say the people who voted for her would be ideologically in line with that, right?
I understand the formula of the argument you're making.
Right.
You said you genuinely believe in what you're saying. So you're saying, do you have any friends? Do you hang out with anyone who is a fascist or a conservative, although it's the same word? Do you have any friends who are? Yeah, I'll leave it open because
there are a couple of online people I talk to friendly who are,
Okay,
I would
so-
consider such, yes.
Okay, so if you believe that conservatives are literally Ku Klux Klan members, excuse me, literally ideological descendants. We'll keep it tight. Why are you hanging out with them?
Well, I don't think
What
there's
does that
anything.
say about you and your character?
I mean, some people might disagree. There are people on the left who get mad at me, by the way. They got mad at me for being friends with Shu, still do. They're mad at me for all sorts of things. But their opinions aren't really what matters here, right? I don't think it morally compromises me to have a friendly conversation with a person of any ideological disposition. I've never been the kind of person who thought that every interaction you have with somebody you disagree with has to be like a shouting match or anything. But I feel like this is genuinely not directed as an insult. Okay, so whatever
I
you
don't
may
believe
think.
that.
Okay, here, out of curiosity, what do you think of communism? Of the ideology, what do you think of its lineage, of its effect?
There are some things I like better than communism.
Some things.
Yeah, like ice cream.
Okay, gotcha. But you would probably put it below the 50-50 par, right?
Probably. That's a fair statement.
So whatever associations you may have with communism, you could fairly draw that line to me for my ideology and its precedent, you know? Whatever use you'd think you would get out of this discussion for it, you know, if we were talking about something like that specifically. But my goal here is not, oh, haha, now that I have denounced you as the fascist, we can move on, we can leave, you are bad now. My goal is, you know, these are the ideological roots of where you're coming from. This is like the ground.
So what is your goal? Is your goal, I'm just a genuine question. And let me just say, I have a lot of thoughts based on the last 15, 20 minutes of our conversation. I have said specifically that I do not think that you are a uniquely bad person, or you're not capable of any unique level of harm that anyone else is, right? You've had cameras on, you have a huge audience, so naturally the impact of everything you say is going to be worse, but there's nothing unique per se about you. In fact, that's central to Jordan Peterson's whole body of work, is that each of us have the capacity to be a Nazi camp guard. And had we been in Weimar, Germany, it's likely that most of us would. And so you have to understand that capacity for harm. And so I'm actually, the reason I sympathize with what you just said about, you know, just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean you need to have a screaming match with them or whatnot. You can still be friends with them. And I'm to the degree that I'm able, I'm trying to engage with you honestly for the same reason. But I guess it confuses me, because if you are genuinely interested in, let's say, combating fascism, then it seems like you would recognize that calling people's friends and family KKK members, or equivalent to the KKK, equivalent to people who lynched black people, that would impede your goal of trying to get to a common understanding. Is that not reasonable? Is that not a reasonable critique that one could levy against you?
Well, the problem is, I think the opposite has actually been the case. The aversion to calling, a spade has actually been a huge detriment to American politics. We've basically been seeing like the resurgence of a modern American fascist movement being built up like brick by brick. And this entire time we've been thinking, you know, oh, it's hyperbolic to call it this. It's over the top. You know, you're God-lawing the entire conversation. It's worthless. You're being silly. You're ostracizing people. And right now, Ron DeSantis is threatening felony charges for teachers who have degenerate material in their books, by which any mention of sexuality or gender, providing government-backed white lists for stuff they're allowed to show. And it's like, oh, that's literally just like a Nazi policy, like explicitly, straightforwardly, like you will be held to account if you spread degeneracy to the school children. Degeneracy,
sure,
in this
which
case,
Jordan
meaning that
Peterson
kind of-
has condemned the attempts of Ron DeSantis to censor critical race theory. So that would put him squarely on the opposite end of the fascist spectrum.
But he does, nonetheless, attack, in this case, everything that the left has to do with gender, sexuality, trans people, and the like. I did find the quote, by the way, when he was talking about Putin in Ukraine and Putin's reasoning for invading Ukraine, he did literally describe the U.S. ideology of gender ideology, gender norms as degenerate. He actually said the word, which I didn't remember, but
sure, he didn't say that. He didn't say Elliot Page was degenerate. He didn't call out that name, but he said that the broader movement towards cutting off the breasts of 13-year-olds is degenerate.
No,
I agree with that.
No. He said
that wasn't clear.
He said U.S. culture wars were degenerate, And
That's
then
what he's
he
referring
said that
to.
it was irresponsible of Elliot Page to exist in public while showcasing that what he is calling degeneracy in this video. So this is directly like Nazi ideology. He's even using the term. We don't have to do any inference on his intentions. It's pretty straightforward.
Again, I think if you accept that there is a concerning trend of children having medical procedures performed on them,
There isn't.
and that, again, separate debate, and we'll pull up the studies and we'll see who's right rather than who sounds more confident when they assert it. Hold on, let's go back to what you were saying about you need to call a spade a spade. Okay, here is why I think what you are doing is very detrimental to the conversation in general. It's called syndrome, and I coined it. So for those people watching, you may be hearken back to the Incredibles movie in which the primary villain named Syndrome, there's a scene in which he has imprisoned the Incredibles, and he says to them, he reveals his master plan. He says, when I'm old, I will sell all my inventions and the inventions that made me super, and then I will give them to the world. And when everyone's super, no one will be. And that's syndrome. When you use a word so broadly that it means everything and nothing at the same time, you actually allow the people who identify with that word to get a free pass. It's like what the Republicans do with communism. Oh, you want to raise the minimum wage? That's communism. That's socialism. Or it's what the left does with racism. Oh, there's a disparity of any kind. That's racism. You know, I can't even think of the thousands of examples. I know you've made videos about all the weird racist shit that the left does. And, you know, they assume everything is possible is racist. It's the same point. And you using the word fascist, which again, this is one of those examples of everyone watching this who doesn't already agree with you or know what you're saying. They hear fascist and they think Adolf Hitler. And you're saying, well, no, I mean fascist in this very unique way. And I want to call a spade a spade. And it's like, okay, all you're doing is allowing the real fascists. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, my screen went out. All you're doing is allowing the real fascists to get away basically scot-free because, oh, well, they're calling everyone a fascist now. So we can actually bring our real fascist ideology into the mix. I think Nick Fuentes is precisely as influential as he is because people have been so imprecise with calling out their opponents as being fascist or just being wrong. And
Nick Fuentes is not
the situation that we're in.
Nick Fuentes is not unique in his ideology. Even some of his cohorts were
he's
saying
a real fascist.
Well, no. Even some of his cohorts were saying one of the reasons why he's so obsessed with saying racial slurs and screaming about Jews is because he has to distinguish himself from somebody who is otherwise identical to him, Charlie Kirk. See, this is the issue with what you're saying. You bring indignation, but in reality, the ideology, you say fascism is some unique thing? No. Fascism is one of
you use it is unique.
No, I don't. I use it by its standardized definitions, or at least one of them, because all
Jordan
political
Peterson
ideologies
is a
have.
fascist.
Yes. See, all you offer is indignation. Liberalism is the dominant ideology of this planet, but it is followed very closely in second by fascism. If you take a look all over the world, China, India, Turkmenistan, the idea of ultranatalist, xenophobic, bigoted, ultranationalist, this isn't an uncommon
None of those
ideology.
apply to Jordan Peterson, and he explicitly calls all of those out.
He calls
Ultranationalist,
the
Jordan
terms-
Peterson.
So this is the problem with Jordan Peterson. It's one of the reasons why talking about his ideology is frustrating. He terminologically, he distinguishes himself not only from fascism, but conservatism. And then you take a look at his videos in the Daily Wire, and he's screeching about how the West is going to fall because of degeneracy of sexuality and gender inflicted by liberals. And it's like, oh, this isn't at all distinct from actual neo-Nazi propaganda.
So you're a consequentialist, correct? You evaluate people by the consequences of their actions. Is
Sure.
that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So if someone supports Jordan Peterson, does that not make them you just told me, you just laid out as clear as day from your perspective why Jordan Peterson is a fascist. Even a Nazi, because he's not just a fascist, he's repeating Nazi conspiracy.
Well, I don't think
theories.
he's a Nazi. I think he's repeating Nazi
But he called
theories,
Elliot Page a degenerate. Why doesn't that make him a Nazi?
because I don't think that being a Nazi is just employing Nazis' theories on degeneracy. I think that you would need to fill a higher criteria than that.
Good answer. Okay, but he is a fascist, correct?
Oh yeah, he cleanly meets that criteria.
Right, cleanly. So why? So if I, knowing this, for example, give money to Jordan Peterson by buying his products, like his self-authoring suite, am I not a fascist by supporting someone who is explicitly a fascist, knowing that he is a fascist?
No, I mean, I pay taxes
not?
to the U.S. government. That doesn't necessarily make me its supporter.
Okay, that's not your choice. But
uh,
if you donated to a someone who was a communist party, would that not pretty clearly make you at least a communist sympathizer?
It'd be indicative. I think that there are reasons why people like Jordan Peterson.
All right, we're getting closer.
There are reasons why people like Jordan Peterson that aren't his fascism. However, these days especially, and it would be less so the case like 5 years ago, but these days especially, he is primarily associated with conservatism first and foremost. It's his videos, his tweets, the material he produces is that of pushing fascist conservative politics.
Okay.
And to that end, you know, I think it's getting more and more difficult to appreciate him for reasons other than that. It's possible, though. I don't mean to completely denounce it. There are a lot of people I see sometimes in his YouTube comment sections under some of his videos who come across as politically unmotivated, but largely okay people. You can never really tell from a YouTube comment, but it's totally possible.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Well, I mean, again, what confuses me in this debate is how confidently you assert. You said I only bring indignation to the conversation. It seems like you're doing the same thing where you say he's panicking about the decline of the West. He's repeating Nazi conspiracy theories. He's supporting fascist ideology. He's xenophobe, whatever. You gave all of these reasons indignantly and made it obvious. And then I ask, well, okay, if I say knowing all that, or at least having heard you said that, if I continue to support Jordan Peterson, how am I not also a fascist sympathizer?
Well, might be. I mean, it seems to me
how is anyone who supports Jordan Peterson, let's say financially, not also a fascist sympathizer if they know all the things that you said?
Because they might not sympathize with his fascist views. They might just like him for other reasons. If we're assessing people
and
by
yet,
the consequences,
despite that, you're saying it's so if someone is a literal Nazi ideologue or close to a fascist ideologue, excuse me, I don't want to be imprecise with my words. If someone is a fascist ideologue, and I know that, and I choose to buy their products, there's nothing wrong with that from a consequentialist perspective.
No,
you?
I do think there's something wrong with it. What you're talking about right now is like the ethics of boycotting, and I don't really care that much about boycotting. I buy Coca-Cola products, even though they've funded death squads in Latin America. I mean, I've bought Nestle products, even though they've done horrible shit in West Africa. I'm not big on the boycotting stuff. I mean, I guess it's good to avoid it if you can, but it's not. Yeah, I don't know if it's good like line to run down. But there are lots of people who support him for his political ideology. I mean, that would probably be like the majority of people who support him at this point. I mean, if I go like to the recent Daily Wire videos, he's not exactly unpopular in that side of things, right?
Sure. Well, there's all kinds of people who are not exactly unpopular on either side. It doesn't say anything about anything they're saying.
Well, I mean, we agree, if nothing else, that Jordan Peterson is a conservative. That's pretty hard to avoid.
Not really. I mean, he talked
Really?
about, for example, Jordan Peterson specifically says, just as an example, this is a very simple, straightforward issue. Jordan Peterson explicitly says being gay is not a sin, and the fundamentalists who claim that and try to convert people are wrong. If he was a fascist, why would he not agree with that?
So
why would he not consider that degeneracy?
So this is one of the problems with Peterson directly. So I'm going to leave aside obvious explanations like he's lying for optics, which I don't actually think is the case here.
Well, why'd you say that was an obvious explanation then?
Because it's always possible. I can't prove it's not the case, and conservatives lie all the time. But I don't actually think that's what's happening here. I think
we all lie all the time, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, there are liars all across the board, but here on the Daily Wire, unfortunately, it seems to be a prerequisite for employment. I think in his case, there's a kind of incoherence, and I actually see this decently often. Have you ever heard of the phrase, hate the sin, love the sinner?
I have, yes.
So it's a conservative religious mantra, right? Well, don't hate gay people, okay? The act of sodomy is wrong, but gay people themselves are fine. The problem is, people who say, love the sinner, hate the sin, or whatever, don't actually usually love the sinner. In fact, I remember, and you can look at this back to the 1980s where it was really common, that phrase, that attitude was often used as a way of scapegoating. It was like, oh, I'm not hateful towards you, just towards sodomy. Now get in the camp. You know, it was like a, hey, all of our bigoted behavior here is purely a product of our ideological bias against an action, not you as a person. And I think in a lot of cases, this is what we see here. So Jordan Peterson will call gender ideology degenerate, talk about how it's irresponsible for trans people to exist in public because it's corrupting the youth, and say that he sympathizes with Vladimir Putin for trying to keep Western degeneracy out. Putin, of course, being the leader who presided over a number of anti-gay laws in Russia. But and then he'll say, well, I don't think homosexuality is a sin. My answer to this is, of course, is I don't fucking buy it. Being a part of the Daily Wire, which is full of people who, literally full, like all of them, want to get rid of gay marriage, standing toe-to-toe with them, supporting conservative candidacies and their general ideological bent. Whatever he says here doesn't matter to me. It's the effect of his actions.
Didn't you just say that you are friends with conservatives because you don't believe in what, just shouting at people? What? Hold on, there's a couple things you said. First off, just as a point, Jordan Peterson joining the Daily Wire, I was not a fan of that. But if he's the one to sneak and Trojan horse evolutionary theory into the Daily Wire audience, I'm fine with that. Evaluating on the consequences of his actions, I want as many religious people to buy into the theory of evolution as possible so they stop believing in ideas that I would regard as nonsense. So from a consequentialist point of view, he's got that point.
Well, he hasn't made videos on evolution. He's certainly made videos on transgender people, though.
98% of every single thing he says is a reference back to evolutionary theory. So I don't know what you're talking about there.
Wait, do you think 98% of his videos are on evolutionary theory, or do you think he makes videos on other
Every
topics
single statement that he makes talking about moral injunctions and why everything he says is conditioned and constantly referred back to from the framework of evolutionary theory, indisputably.
Yeah, I don't think that's... to whatever extent this makes the Daily Wire audience more amicable to evolutionary theory is largely irrelevant to me. I'm more concerned with what he was brought on board to actually do. It's a political advocacy network, after all. It's not like a general content creation network. They bring him on board, and he talks about conservative stuff. That's what he's been doing. He hasn't been arguing with his contemporaries on evolutionary theory. He hasn't been challenging their preconceptions on religious doctrine. He's been going there, and he's been towing the party line, right? That's what he's paid to do.
I think I'll save it for the Q&A. I'm tempted to pull up a clip, and I can just say it, but if you don't believe me, I can pull up the clip. Jordan Peterson says the book of Revelations in the Bible is literally a psychedelic trip, and that all the person did who wrote the book of Revelations is take a psychedelic and write down what he experienced. That is literal apostasy and blasphemy in the church, saying that the book of Revelations, the Bible, was an acid or a mushroom trip. And so that's tip of the spear in terms of the scientific battering that he pushes against religious dogmatism of, oh, well, the earth was created in 6 days. Yeah, you have to throw out the entire theory of evolution. And you say, well, I don't see, this is not consequentially relevant because, the politics are more important. It's like, okay, in your perspective, to me, it's quite clear that consistently educating and articulating why all of the most dogmatic elements of religion, and the Bible in particular, are not necessarily valid is probably a good thing for a largely religious audience to be exposed to.
I think, with respect, I think this is unfathomable cope. The idea that Jordan Peterson is acting as some kind of de-radicalizer for religious fundamentalism by publishing a bunch of videos where he argues about like degeneracy and trans issues and stuff. Like, if that's an angle of his work that you think is appreciable relative to his contemporaries, that's fine. But we're talking about like sometimes like Adolf Hitler went down to the bridge underneath the interstate and he would like pick up trash,
Yeah, that's a laughable comparison. That's
I don't
incoherent.
Even if he was a full evangelist for evolutionary theory, and I mean to the point where he was arguing with. No, I have never seen him argue this with a conservative.
Okay, so. And what does that prove? You clearly haven't watched enough Jordan Peterson then, because he's literally telling fundamentalists, you are swallowing a bunch of lies. Have you seen him say that?
It doesn't.
Three clips of him back to back.
It doesn't.
On fundamentalists.
It doesn't seem
not that extreme,
to prevent him from mingling with Christian nationalists. So it seems like the political outcome of this behavior is kind of irrelevant to me.
Or maybe his continued prolonged discussions with those people would draw them out of their religious dogmatism.
But they're still fascists. Why would I?
Okay.
Would it be
I
that
forgot
I
that was still a
prefer-
line you could just pull.
I mean,
fascists.
Well, no. I mean, like, really think about what you're saying. What you're saying is, okay, when he advocates fascist political policies, he does so in a way that employs a doctrine of analysis that suggests an adherence to evolutionary theory. And if we just let him advocate for fascism for a few more years, he will eventually make the people he works with semi-secular fascists rather than Christian nationalist fascists.
He's not advocating for fascism at all. Again, you are using this word in a way that, oh, well, he's again, we have to have the discussion about, like, degeneracy is a strong word. And it's like,
Agree,
okay,
he probably shouldn't use it. Only I should be using it.
maybe that's fair. Let me make a point, because you said something, and I know we're, 15 minutes till break.
Don't mind that. Just mind what's going on in front of you.
You said, and this is an example of why I think you are completely underestimate. You have a overly reductive view of things that clouds your judgment, and is why you have such contradictory perspectives. That Jordan Peterson is this super fascist, but even if you support him, well, you're not really a fascist, and all these different things.
You might be.
You said, yeah, everyone might be everything. You said that religious people, you said love the sin or hate the sin. Religious people use that as a rationalization for actually hating the sinner, right? They say that, but they actually want to go after the person who's gay. Is that more or less what you said?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's completely wrong. I think most of the homophobic people who would, for example, send their child to gay conversion camp, which is just as egregious of a sin as sending a child to undergo gender surgery, given the wildly insufficient data supporting either of those two treatments.
We have data on the effect
the reason
of
people
transition.
Separate debate. We can have that, and I want to have that. Whether it's you or whoever's watching, that's an open challenge. We'll do the debates. You said they're doing it so they can just hate the sinner. The whole reason that I think many families are homophobic, for example, are because they genuinely believe that if their child is gay, that child will go to hell. And if you genuinely believe that your child will go to hell, if you really love that child, then you would do everything in your power to prevent that. And I think that's exactly the same mentality that parents who transition their child, who believe, look, I genuinely believe that a 13-year-old child is in a position to determine their gender. There's many medical associations that push that. You push that. And it's not unreasonable why people would believe that. But that does not absolve them of the responsibility and the consequence of claiming that, or sending their child to gay conversion therapy, or sending their child to go get gender transition. That still is ultimately going to harm the child. But to say that it's not coming from a position of love, which is ironic, and you say, well, how can that be a position of love? It's because many children have suffered at the hands of their parents when their parents thought they were doing the best thing for their child. And for you to say it's just a rationalization for them to exercise their homophobia is an unbelievably reductive take. And I think it just illustrates the degree to which you are severely overcomplicating or wildly simplifying all of these issues. And it's, again, why it's hard to take anything you say seriously when you say, well, Jordan Peterson's repeating Nazi conspiracy theories. It's like, okay, so is he a Nazi? He interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu and basically rolled over and let Netanyahu spew whatever he wanted to. I'm not a fan of Benjamin Netanyahu, but to say, well, he basically shills for Israel, but he also is a Nazi. It's like,
but I
okay.
didn't say he was a Nazi. I said he's a fascist. Netanyahu, by the way, is also a giant fascist. It's funny that you would make that comparison, because Netanyahu is an excellent example of how
I could actually agree with that more so than Jordan. Hold on. You said Jordan Peterson repeats Nazi conspiracy points. Conspiracy
so does
theories.
Netanyahu, by the way.
PF, you said a lot. Let Bosch respond.
Okay.
Oh, I just want to say, so does Netanyahu. Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist, which is absolutely a neo-Nazi thing. I don't think Netanyahu is a Nazi, but he's made the argument that actually Adolf Hitler wasn't going to genocide the Jews. The only people who gave him the advice to do so were the Arabs. See, modern Israelis don't like Arabs that much. Obviously, that's their main geopolitical enemy. So he wanted to transfer the hatred and the misery of being victimized by the Holocaust onto a new ethnic group. That weaponization of the Holocaust, not to mention, revising its history, that's the kind of thing a Nazi would do. Netanyahu, leader of Israel, just did it for his own reasons. And that would be an example of a fascist who employs Nazi techniques without himself being a fascist.
You mean a Nazi?
Oh, sorry, without being a Nazi.
himself
Yes, thank
being
you.
a Nazi.
Yeah, I don't think that Jordan Peterson's a Nazi, but the stuff that he says is absolutely fascist. The Nazis were fascist, far from the only ones. Fascism is remarkably common world around. We had a nice resurgence of liberal democracy sometime after World War II, and maybe more broadly since the fall of the Soviet Union. But honest to God, there is plenty of room in the world for fascist ideology to spread. I don't think it's exceptional to say that so-and-so figure is this or that a group of people is motivated by ideologies which, directly inform the stuff they do and say now. People say all the time, I'm not racist, but. I'm not sexist, but. Nobody wants to look like the bigot, but a lot of people are anyway. I mean, God almighty, if you could go back and look at some of the media coming out around the time of Dr. Martin Luther King's marches, on Washington, you would see so many people. Listen, I'm not a racist. I'm not against equality. However, and they would contrive the most inexplicable arguments to justify how they happen to agree with the racists on everything, but not because they're racist.
Right.
And I think we see this all the time. And JP, my squirrely friend, is particularly good at not directly attaching himself to any label or ideology, even though his actual messaging seems to be pretty consistent.
Can you be a fascist and also a good person?
In other than in a political
in your
sense?
world, in the way that you are using the word, can you be a fascist and a good person?
Yeah, because I have a utilitarian framework. If a person is ideologically fascist but never acts on it and only acts on other impulses that are good, I would have to say that is a good person. If I was using a what is the term? The ethical there's another framework where you try to analyze people based on their internal worlds. Their
deontological.
No. It's virtue ethics. Virtue ethics. That's right.
I believe that's a subset of deontology.
It might be. Yeah, I've never studied up in it, but I
Fair
might
enough.
care more about what's going on in their head. That being said, most people with fascist beliefs would act on those beliefs. Of course, it would inform their
Okay.
behavior.
If there is any takeaway from this debate, it is syndrome. Most people, when they use the word fascist, mean not a good person, like Nazi. Most people use Nazi and fascist interchangeably. Now, you've added some nuance, which is fair. And if I a priori accepted your definition of fascism, sure, we could agree. But what you are doing is you use a word that you know is not in any way used by the average person to then say, well, Jordan Peterson's a fascist. But you don't say, well, you can be a good person and be a fascist, which I think is nonsense at least in my definition of fascism, which is interesting. So the fact that you have a definition of fascism that is more digestible and has more room for being a good person, I would argue actually, like I said, facilitates the rise of fascism, because I think it's a terrible thing that should be limited, and you should have a word to describe a specific phenomenon that needs to be called out.
But
you
it
don't do
isn't
that.
a specific phenomenon. It's a broad cluster of social and political influences. It's
Not
kind
to
of
most people.
Well,
No,
most people.
not to the audience that you have, the size of your audience. You know full well that most people, when you say Jordan Peterson's a fascist, you are invoking a idea that Jordan Peterson is like Hitler, who was also a fascist.
I explain my ideology to my audience. The problem is most people, if we want to talk about the normal person, what is the average person's definition of capitalism? The average person is retarded. They couldn't give a consistent definition of capitalism, of mercantilism, of liberalism. If you asked the average person what their definition of liberal was, or of socialist or communist, why should we defer to their definition? The definition for fascism that I use is from Umberto Eco's 14 Points, a kind of broad guide for the social tendencies that indicate fascism, because it's an incoherent ideology. It's naturally incoherent. It's one of its components. It seeks to disguise itself as other ideologies, to borrow and break and compose. The Nazis did this. The Nazis fronted themselves as a pro-worker, pro-poverty party. Seriously, some of the most the demographics they were most popular with back in Weimar Germany were unemployed German workers following the Great Depression, which is nonsensical because in reality they massively privatized and didn't give a shit about the poor after they took power. But they lied, as I mean, fascists lie, right? You know, I mean, big whoop on that one. I'm not looking to be incoherent. I really don't care about the definition of this, though. I'm really more concerned with the individual moral rightness and wrongness of the positions that Jordan Peterson has. They are fascist. I certainly think they are. But even if we took away the label and we're just like, okay, in a vacuum, what do these things do? What do they mean? Well, I would still say they're very harmful. Fascism, in this respect, is more of a reference or a shorthand. But you couldn't, I mean, ideally, you should always be able to ethically justify something without using a label. You should always be able to go back to basics.
I don't know. I don't think the average person is retarded, nor do I think that they're equivalent to a KKK member if they happen to be conservative. It's very difficult for me to have to engage at the level that you are certainly capable of engaging on. When you make these claims in the same sentence, the average person's retarded, most conservatives are, all conservatives are absolutely the same as KKK members.
Ideological
There's an
descendants of.
impediment.
That's a meaningful
That's not
distinction.
what you said. That's not what you said. Do you want me to read the quote that you said about conservatives?
Sure, you're free to. But I've clarified in this conversation. They're ideologically descendant of.
You have clarified in this conversation. So now that you've clarified, let me ask you this. Will you, going forward, now that you've clarified, assuming you recognize your mistake, will you go after this conversation, will you continue to make videos where you say things like conservatives are the same as the KKK?
Well, I might say stuff like, this is just like the KKK when I'm making like a broader analogy. My goal there isn't to be literal, right? I mean, I'm obviously trying to draw comparisons with specific aspects of their ideology. But yeah, I mean, you can make a direct comparison between some of the actions of the KKK terrorist group and like modern day, like rural NIMBYism, or like the an unwillingness to provide space in cities and accommodate black or brown people. There's a line there. That the line doesn't mean that they're like one-to-one, but the line definitely exists, right? I mean, if you, like, for example, you take a look at what the KKK believed in, right? They were the terrorist group, sure. But the stuff they did, you know, lots of people in the South back then agreed with it. I mean, that was kind of the point. They weren't like outlaws and hated by all the white folk down there in the South. I mean, a lot of people, that was the whole point of Birth of the Nation, right? Like, they were sympathized with. They were thought of as heroes. They kept black control from spreading too far. And if you think, okay, if Birth of a Nation, a movie just idealizing the Ku Klux Klan, can be popular at the beginning of the 20th century, and some of those folks then went on to live to the 1950s, 60s, 70s after loving that movie when they were a kid, where does the line stop? You know, like, where does that connection break? And I think you can make a clear case that a lot of the reasons why folks liked that were the same they opposed Martin Luther King, the same reason they opposed forced busing, same reason they opposed a lot of stuff. And if you run it up, we're right here in modern American politics. It doesn't mean that it's just like Klan members bought out of ICE, but like there's a line there, and you got to pay attention to it too. People, they have short memories. You let these ideologies die off. What just happened in Germany? Those Reichsbürger people tried to institute a new such and such because they wanted to build a Fourth Reich. They weren't even sympathetic to the Nazis. They were sympathetic to the goddamn monarchy before the Nazis. So it's like, fuck. You take a look at those analyses from the German government of how many of their police and military have far-right militias where they want to reestablish the Fourth Reich, often like the forests and stuff. I'm just saying, you can't believe these ideologies die off. They're always there and they're always waiting, and you have to be
I've got one point, Andrew. This is the last point.
Everything. No, make it in your closing statement.
So I rambled like crazy there. I'll have
Can
a
I
2
get
second
30 seconds?
You get
30
seconds.
seconds.
30 seconds.
Everything you just said sounded so very reasonable. And this is what you said 10 months ago. There are no good conservatives. If you have conservative friends and family, they are part of the problem. They are exactly the same as the KKK white nationalists who ran terror campaigns and who threw rocks at black people. Everything you just said, which was so very well articulated and very, oh, well, this makes sense. is I don't know which Vosh I'm talking to. Am I talking to the one who tried to seem reasonable there, or the one who said the conservatives are the same as the KKK? This is my problem in this conversation.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move into closing statements. Is Paul open first? I'm going to let him close last. Vosh, I'm going to let you close first. You have 7 minutes on the clock. Go ahead.
Won't need all of it. I rambled for a good bit there. That was absolutely hyperbole. I defend the underlying intent. I'm always willing to clarify if asked. I think that my channel, for the most part, has been pretty consistent in indicating a non-essentialist attitude towards people's ideologies. I mean, I created the channel based on the idea that there were a lot of like alt-righters out there who just needed to be yelled at a little bit, and they might be pulled over to being a good person. And if I believe that, then fundamentally I have to believe in the idea of people changing. I mean, if the worst interpretation of my message there is a kind of like essentialist denunciation of modern conservatives, or the idea they actually are the Ku Klux Klan, like they're all out there burning houses and shit, obviously I don't believe that. But I do believe we have to be kind of a watchdog for the ideological, development, even if it goes underground for a bit. I mean, we're seeing things rise back up right now.
Is that the end of your closing, Bosch?
Yes, that's all I need.
Okay. Paul, go ahead. You have 7 minutes on the clock.
Let's see. I did not prepare a closing statement because I did not know how this conversation was going to go. And admittedly, there was a wide range of ways it could have gone. Here is why I wanted to have this conversation. I said earlier, Jordan Peterson is a net positive because even though he's said bad stuff, overall he does good. Vosh, I have said on multiple occasions, I think you actually do a lot of good in spite of or alongside of all the dumb stuff you say that I think was made clear in this debate. For example, I know your audience, you give a lot of like actually good practical advice to a lot of, I think like teenagers and whatnot who, are socially awkward or struggle or whatnot. And when people say, oh, well, Vosh is just this or Vosh is just that, we should just ignore him and not speak to him. It's like, okay, I think that's stupid because if you were as bad as people make you out to be, or rather, if you were defined by your worst, dumbest statements, then you would be a terrible person. But I've seen you say a lot of reasonable, good things. And the part of the reason I wanted to have this conversation, I don't know exactly, but, is to at least make that clear and to see if we could have kind of an agreement. But again, the difficulty of that is when I've watched your videos and I obviously have seen the most hyperbolic stuff you say, and whether or not that's actually reflective of what you believe or not, it's kind of like, well, the only hope that I think you have is if you stop living this contradiction where you say these one things and then you come into these debates, which I thought was extremely, aside from you saying things I strongly disagreed with, let's say, I mean, this is like a respectful conversation. I think it could actually be productive. We didn't get to go into the merits of postmodernism and, moral anti-realism versus, objective realism in a non, I guess, emotionally charged way, probably in part my issue, but there are a lot of bad things going on in the world. And I do think that we need to turn the temperature down and have a conversation. And to your point, you should still call a spade. And that's why I'm not being, the nicest person I could otherwise be. But I also think it's important to actually acknowledge you are more than capable of reason. You're more than capable of doing the right thing. And I would hope to elicit that from you rather than do the easy thing, which is, oh, well, Vosh is just in his own bubble and he can go F himself. And it's like, time will tell whether or not I'm the fool or I'm right. So, but I really do appreciate this conversation. So thank you.
Is that the end of your closing there?
That's the end of my closing statement. Yeah.
Okay. Gentlemen, I appreciate very much you guys coming on this fine evening. We have a bunch of callers to get to. And we have a bunch of super chats to get to. I don't fully expect that this debate is actually going to stop. Sometimes the callers and super chats will lead us into kind of different avenues. So not going to close it up just yet. I did have kind of one question though before I got to the callers. I do tend to ask questions. I take notes the entire debate. One of the points that you said, Vosh, was that you were a moral anti-realist and a utilitarian. Do you consider those two things to be compatible?
Yeah, 100%. It just means I don't think there's an objective basis for the axioms that I use as a metric for determining what's good or bad.
So why should anybody trust them?
I don't think you can make an objective argument there. I think you can make an intersubjective argument, the idea that most people will have axioms that prioritize like human well-being, for example, but I don't think you can make like a fundamentally objective argument, you know, the same way you could make like a mathematical argument. I don't think you can make that for morals.
So is it more preference based then for why you think that axiom is why what people should move to is
yes.
Like okay, gotcha. All right, I just wanted that clarified. Thanks a bunch for that. Peacecraft, can you hear me okay?
What's going on, boss man?
How you doing? Go ahead
Doing well.
with your question to whichever debater.
So,
please try to be very concise. We have a bunch of callers behind you.
I gotta nail down some points, but I'll do my best. Vosh, you claim that Jordan Peterson is a fascist due to his rhetoric involving neo-Marxism or his critique of cultural Bolshevism, right? I know you've been on record saying you don't read a lot of theory, so I won't go over the Bolshevists. But if you critique, but you yourself share these same critiques, if you are against the labor theory of value and you are also stand against communism, you stand alongside not only Jordan Peterson, but also Noam Chomsky in their critique of the Frankfurt School and neo-Marxism. As far as your positive claims about Jordan Peterson,
just one thing at a time.
Sorry,
I'm trying to respond to one thing at a time. Go ahead.
My apologies.
I don't mind specific critiques of the Frankfurt School. Their job, or I guess their goal, was to be incisive and controversial. So a lot of the stuff they said I think was pretty goddamn stupid. The issue, though, is using them as kind of a scapegoat for the idea that they're using liberal progressivism / degeneracy to sow hatred and discord in the West and so on and so forth. I don't have an issue with the critique itself, like the fundamental idea of critique, at least. It's the way in which it's framed, you know?
All right. In order to make your positive claims of Peterson being a fascist, given that his work for several decades was to examine why individuals and groups alike participate in social conflict, exploring the reasoning and motivation individuals take to support their belief systems that eventually result in killing and pathological atrocities such as the Gulag, the Auschwitz concentration camp, and the Rwandan genocide, why do you believe that he would stand for such violence when all of his academic work, all of his published work, and all of his other things, at least on the violence claim, violence being a very necessary precondition for fascism, he stands completely opposed? Why would you believe Peterson to be a fascist if a fascist would say all within the state, nothing outside the state? And given Peterson's very public statements critiquing the shit out of his own government, where he tells them to go fuck themselves, and his rise to prominence in his opposition to Bill C-16, why do you believe that he would either be pro-violence or pro-state in the totality that a state would need to be in order to be fascistic?
But remember why he was criticizing the state, of course. It was because they were trying to clamp down on him being transphobic. I think that Jordan Peterson is probably very sincerely anti-state, but I still think that the messaging and rhetoric that he uses directly enables all of the ideological and cultural tendencies of fascism. That is to say, the xenophobia, the natalism, the fear of degeneracy, the so on and so on. I think that he's quite all right.
I have the 14 points.
Let him finish, caller. Let him finish his point. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I don't think that Jordan Peterson would ever sit down and say, like, this is why building a death camp is a good idea. That he would be sympathetic to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, apparently for the idea of preventing the spread of Western degeneracy, is a kind of weird indication that he might be more permissive in that regard than he usually lets on. That's a pretty loud warning alarm, right?
All right, I just have a quote for you.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that a revolution of the worker may be possible. We must utilize dual power. By no means should a worker be deprived of his arms, for it is only the constable that is armored with his helmet and his truncheon. The vote of the proletarian cannot accomplish this, for democracy is a tool of the bourgeois. We know not what will come after the revolution, Yet the state of life is so untenable for the common worker that we must push ahead regardless. Do you agree with this statement?
No, I don't think so. I think
well, that is crazy, Vosh, because that is a direct quote from you, churched up from period language, with your conversation with White Nervosa in 2019, and Short Fat Otako's video timestamped at 33 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, my thinking has evolved since then, I think. I'm a lot more permissive towards electoralism because I think I was overly optimistic on the potential value of direct action as a singular plan for motivating socialist action. Not to mention the fact that, you know, conditions have worsened so much since 2019 that I feel like we need to reshuffle our priorities when it comes to how we'd actually reach out to people and on what issues. Oh, there he goes.
No, I'm sorry. I had to move the call on. It's not me being rude to callers. I just want to try to make sure to get to callers. You can finish your answer. He's listening.
Oh, only that only that yes, my thinking has absolutely changed in that respect. I don't fully disagree with it. I just think I don't know. I think things are a bit more complicated now.
Thank you so much for that call in, Peacecraft. Appreciate it very much. Corinth, you're on. Go ahead with your question.
So for like PF Jung, I do feel like that the Ku Klux Klan comparison is still incredibly apt, even if you don't try and make it the ideological descendants of it. Especially, at least for the second Ku Klux Klan after Birth of a Nation, which you can see as membership rises in that wave, you still have much less like burning down of Black people's houses. There's the second wave was a lot less direct action, violent oriented. We all agree on that, right?
No, I don't agree that the modern day conservative to KKK member is an apt comparison.
Or I mean, just like as the second wave was a lot less direct, violent. We agree on, right?
I don't know what you're referring to specifically.
Like the second wave of the Ku Klux Klan after Birth of a Nation, they weren't burning down Black people's houses. They weren't engaging in like lynchings at the rate that the first Ku Klux Klan was. Like there was still obviously a small subsect of it, but considering they had like something like 10 to 100 times the membership, it was still a lower net number.
Okay, sure.
So as we said, we can look at what the Ku Klux Klan was advocating for. It was things like anti-globalism. They were against the League of Nations at the time. They were against immigration. They were very like populist and nationalistic, but like ethnic.
Do you understand my critique of why I don't think it's wise to compare modern day conservatives to KKK members?
My understanding of that was you were looking at the direct violence caused, and you were saying that modern day conservatives aren't like burning down Black people's houses
no.
with kids in it.
My critique was virtually every person, when they hear the word KKK, thinks of the KKK that burned down houses and lynched Black people. And so when you compare modern conservatives to people that lynched Black people, that seems like a bad idea for the reasons I explained. Do you understand why I hold that position?
I understand why you hold that position. I just don't think that. I think that's a misunderstanding of what the KKK was.
Last bit, Corinth. Make your point very concise.
The KKK didn't all engage in this. You just had a bunch of people that were fine and permissible of this. You have groups of the right, like the Proud Boys and things, where they were trying to go in and van with masks to a gay pride parade. You see things like this where people are running cover for people taking action of this, and that's what the KKK majoritively was after Birth of a Nation and around the turn of the century.
Sure. Well, if you call someone a conservative, a KKK member, and then give them the explanation you just gave, you tell me if that convinces them.
Okay. Corinth, I will let you kind of give a follow up because I'm not sure we can really end it right there on that note.
So whether or not someone like agree to them being a KKK equivalent would be irrelevant if they are, right? Like people don't like to see themselves as evil, even if we would all agree that they objectively are. Like you can kill people and think that you're justified for it, even if everyone else will agree that it was an unjust killing.
Okay. Do you think most conservative Americans are killing people? I mean, what is this?
No, I think
don't
most of
understand
them
the
are
argument.
running cover for it, like the majority of the KKK members.
I'm sure you believe that.
In the second wave. Do you think that most of the right-wing people are going to be so far against it that they're still going to opt out of sects that are doing this?
Do you have conservative friends, just out of curiosity?
Arguably.
Okay. Do you think the people that you're friends with, would lynch a black person?
No, I think they'd run cover for it, people that do, though.
And you're friends with them?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that says more about you than anyone else.
All right, we'll let that. We'll move on to the next one. Noah, you were patiently trying to get into the debate even before it was time for people to get into the debate. So you've been waiting patiently. Do you have a question for somebody?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yeah, this is a question for Vouch. So I don't want to strawman you here, but your reason for equivocating Jordan Peterson with the fascist is because he has similar views. Is that correct?
I think he makes a lot of the same arguments, and I think he broadly advocates for a lot of the same cultural tendencies, yes.
Okay, so with that logic, do you think it would be fair to compare, for example, modern day LGBT advocates with people from the past, such as Alfred Kinsley and John Money, who advocated for a lot of the same things?
In what respects?
Well, they had, for example, Alfred Kinsley's book about male sexuality was very much was very influential in shaping the sexual revolution and acceptance of homosexuality and similar behaviors at large in society. And a lot of his associations were with people that, such as abuse kids and stuff, right?
Sure, the standards for psychiatric practice weren't exactly high back then, but there's a difference between trying to describe why you think a person adheres to an ideology and making a tenuous link between a modern-day social movement and like an earlier iteration. If you go back far enough, you'll find that pretty much any modern social movement has an origin point that's pretty disagreeable to us now. I mean, go back to the civil rights movement, or go even further back to the abolitionists or the first wave suffragettes, and you'll probably find that a lot of them had terrible views on a bunch of stuff, and a lot of their leaders probably weren't that great either. But of course, that doesn't denigrate the modern movement. It just means that history has moved forward.
But couldn't you say the exact same thing about Jordan Peterson and what he believes and a lot of conservatives? Couldn't you literally make the same argument?
No, because what they are doing and what they believe now are harmful now. I'm not trying to say that they're bad because they're tied to some earlier iteration of belief that, you know, like cheapens them now by proxy. I think they're bad on their own terms. The term fascist is just a reference to the broad set of tendencies, but specifically if you look into it, there are criticisms you could justify of their own volition. With modern day LGBT activism, though, obviously all those people are perfect and flawless, so no such work there.
But they're the descent. So your argument is that they're the descendants of people like the KKK and the Nazis, right?
If there's an ideological through line, yes, the KKK to modern conservatism. Is there an ideological through line to the people you mentioned, and the modern queer movement? Yes, of course there is. But I don't think that in and of itself is a denunciation. You would have to examine what has moved, what has grown, what has changed, and how it refers and applies to the systems we live in today, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the main issue I have with what you're saying is it seems like it's like a double standard. Like, do you think that that same sort of charity that you're giving to this movement that you support, you're giving it to the people that you don't support, such as Jordan Peterson? Don't you think literally the exact same thing verbatim that you said could be said about them as well?
No, because I can criticize Jordan Peterson on his own merits. If the criticism you wanted to make was that, hey, you compare modern conservatives to the KKK because of an ideological through line, couldn't you do the same between like modern queer movement people and like the 1960s psych people, the weirdos or whatever, which is true. That is true. But unless specific criticisms can be found of the modern queer movement, there's not really any value to denunciation by proxy. You know, you'd have to argue, well, this is a bad thing they did then, and here it is present today, and here's how it's changed over time.
Noah, I'm sorry. Noah, I'm sorry. I got the call there. I appreciate the call in, though. Have yourself a great day.
We love you, Noah.
Andrew,
Almost.
My friend says you're an addict in its fullest meaning, referring to cigarettes, I believe, and he wishes that you quit for your own sake because We love you.
I think it makes him look cool
Now
and rugged.
I
though.
gotta remove you from the fucking stream. What the fuck? Every time the smoking, right?
I agree
get
with
it.
Bosch.
I'm a fucking smoker, all right? I get it. I understand, right? It's a moral failing of mine. I'm so fucking sorry, all right?
I think it makes you look
Relax.
cool. You don't need to apologize for
That's
that.
the
right.
worst
That's
thing
right.
about cigarettes is they do look pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
They do look cool. Joe Camel had it right. All right, Will, you've been waiting very patiently. Go ahead with your call in and whoever you had a question for, please.
Hey, so this is a question for Paul. So I sort of want to ask you about like why Jordan Peterson has like this really like deep disdain for trans men, right? So like you have Elliot Page, right? I mean, he basically did it like quote unquote perfectly. He transitioned as an adult, right? He also like didn't make that much of a fuss about it because he did like I don't know 5 years or so before all this trans shit going on nowadays. So like, but like yet on the other hand, right? He's like really gentle and like fatherly towards like these alienated men, which seems to fit trans men to a T, right? Like that advice is genuinely useful for trans men. So I was just like wondering like why does he hate like trans men so much instead of like I don't know trying to like I don't know be nice to them or like guide them or do anything other than like call them degenerate or something, right?
Okay, well, again, everything you just said is not true. I don't think there's every piece of advice or piece of psychological advice that Jordan Peterson puts forward is applicable to everyone.
No,
So there's nothing in his body of work that's independent or that is exclusive of trans people. He's again, you notice you took Elliot Page as one example and then compared it to all men. Why does Jordan Peterson like all men but dislike one person? Well, his dislike for what Elliot Page did was that Elliot Page, in his mind, and again, I disagree with this, but I understand why Jordan Peterson would hold this perspective, is that Elliot Page, I think Peterson's term was flaunting their surgery, that could very likely convince many children to go along with it or to do that themselves. And if you believe, as we have to iron out, this is an open challenge to anyone who would like to debate this. We can do it on the Crucible. We can exchange studies. If it is the case, there is a social epidemic of children transitioning who will regret it, then Elliot Page, from a consequentialist perspective, played a role in encouraging people who might not otherwise be trans to undergo surgery. If you believe that gender is a social construct, meaning that the roles of gender, of man and woman and all that are determined by media in part and social norms, then how is it not the case that someone proclaiming how they, became transgender and it was perfect for them, and that might be the case, but when it's when you're a star and you have a bunch of children who are in the midst of a what I again believe, and I think the evidence clearly indicates, an epidemic, it's a problem. It's like, it's like someone who lost a ton of weight to the point that they were anorexic and then saying this is good for children. Because if Elliot Page came out and said, I did this, but children should wait, and if you're a child and you're thinking about doing this, wait till you're 18 so you know this is the right move, I guarantee you Peterson would have had a different perspective. Is that unreasonable? Do you think should Elliot Page have probably done that?
No, I'm saying like he says this not just towards Elliot Page, right? If that's not true, you can I guess I'll take the L on that. But he said that towards all trans men as well, even those who are privately
That's not
doing
true.
their,
Nope, that's wrong. That's not
how
true.
he says specifically.
Give me an example, otherwise it's
wrong.
not true.
I mean, he says I'm pretty sure he's just in general, right? Trans people are just they're misguided or
Caller, I'm not sure that we're getting anywhere here with this call. I don't want to cut your time short, but can you make a really concise point here that PF can respond to?
I'm just saying why this hostility? like to instead of like trying to like work instead of does he have this negative attitude instead of a more positive attitude like he does with problematic
Okay,
men?
sure. Let me try and put this in a way that people generally would agree. Religious people on the right who send their children to gay conversion therapy rightfully elicit indignation and rage from people, and that should. And so when those people who see religious conservatives sending children to gay conservative camp, it makes sense why they would then broadly say, actually, religion in general kind of sucks. If I can understand why someone would have that perspective, why can the other side not understand why, if some minority of children, a very small minority, but a large enough that it is part of a bigger issue, if some of those children do get their breasts surgically removed at age 13, which they do, and no one disputes that it's happened, and that the studies say it was a successful surgery despite them being bullshit studies, which again, I will back up and debate anytime, then again, it makes sense why someone would have skepticism of like, look, we're going a little bit too fast on this. Saying anyone can be anything at any time, we should maybe pump the brakes a little bit and understand the extreme elements of either side are a problem. And we need to have some sort of reasonable middle agreement, but nobody seems to want
Thank
to
you
have
for
empathy
that.
anyone anymore.
Appreciate that, Paul. I got to move on to the next caller. Elronder, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, I was calling in because I heard Paul theorizing about Jordan Peterson maybe trying to subvert the Christian uprising or de-radicalizing Christians or something. And then the whole thing, who's the real fascist and so on. And my question comes down to this, because we have a clear evidence for this thing, and I want to hear Vao's opinion on that as well. Jordan Peterson clearly stated many times on many occasions that his primary goal was not to defeat the leftists or something. He was seeing an uprising, especially in America and Europe, in America of the alt-right, who were the only force to take on the culture war against the left. And he saw that as a danger because he's an individualist. He hates identity politics, and therefore he had to take basically, it's basically like a neo-liberal renaissance he had to instate, and he was very successful with that. So that was his primary goal. I want to state that. And if you have watched, Vaush, have you watched that documentary of Resurrection Europa, Jordan Peterson Dismantled? Do you have an opinion on that?
Are you German?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my ancestors are mostly Polish, which is why it's going to be quite an embarrassment to you that I'm about to out IQ you right here, okay? You and your alt-right compatriots are terrible at
I'm
knowing...
not alt-right. I'm an identitarian.
Right, yeah, okay, thank you. Are terrible at knowing what's
and
good...
don't deflect from my question.
Let him finish his answer,
Yeah, come
caller.
on. Are terrible at
his
knowing what's
answer.
good for you, okay? The modern Republican Party is clearly gunning to achieve basically everything you cared about. They're just not stupid enough to openly announce it. Do you think Hitler would have been able to one day rise to the position of prominence he had if he was back in 29 screaming about the Jewish question? No, of course not. It's basic political strategy operated in by every radical group in the world, okay? So you're complaining about Jordan Peterson. Oh, he's an individualist. He's diffusing the culture war critic, blah, blah. Shut up, man. Have you listened to what he's been saying lately? Degeneracy racking the entirety of the right?
I've seen what he's saying. He's now complaining about the evil Nazi trolls saying laughing my ass off on Twitter. So what are you talking about? It's pure speculation on your
obviously,
part.
as long as you
because
call
you
yourself...
need to be a dissident,
caller.
You're not a dissident.
As long as you
calm down. Let
you're
him answer
obsessed
to
with
your-
the aesthetic of being a dissident because you need something to explain your virginity, okay? As long as you call yourself a Nazi, obviously you're going to be denounced. Jesus! The Republicans don't mind Nazis. They've been working with you from behind the scenes for literal decades. The only time they denounce you is when you're stupid enough to say you're a Nazi or an identitarian or whatever. Jordan Peterson
it's
is
all the
doing
same,
good
right?
work for you, okay?
right now, your side, your guys, billions of dollars in dark money being funded to people, even like Ben Shapiro, even Ben, because Ben shares a network with Matt Walsh and Candace Owens, literal Hitler defending Candace Owens, and Matt Walsh, who was talking about how necessary it is to employ the death penalty to rid our streets of degenerates. You have no idea how good things are for you. You millennials, you goddamn millennials.
Can I say?
No,
going
Paul,
back to
Paul, this is the caller's time. Go ahead. El
I just
Ronder.
want El Ronder to appreciate how good things are for them right now. That's it. That's like, I'm a socialist, man. Think about how I feel, okay? Steven Crowder was crying and moaning about not getting a $50 million contract so he can make jokes about black people and put on fucking minstrel shows. And I, meanwhile, have to worry about YouTube TOS monetization. Do you think there are dark billionaires funding BreadTube? Where do you think our fucking money is coming from? Even
Dude,
Nick Fuentes, who's
people
stupid
like you
enough to
control all the institutions.
I fucking
it's
wish-
funny from a
I
German
wish-
perspective, I tell you that.
Show me what institutions.
We are really laughing about the establishment, basically tolerated establishment, political forefront like Steven Crowder, making millions.
You have no
Here
idea.
In Germany, we have no money whatsoever, and these people make on a YouTube
because,
channel like 50 million.
no
or
shit,
something.
because you
We are
guys
laughing about
fucked up
that.
in Germany. You fucked up there. You don't eat where you shit, dumbass. Nazis already had a try over there.
Everywhere in Europe. Everywhere. It's only America
Caller.
who has the funding. Conservatives in America. who has the
I'm
funding.
so sorry. It's
You've
only
been
the
muted.
backing of
You
the
have
most
to let
powerful
him
and wealthy
respond.
country in the world. I know how devastating that must be for your failed ideology. Jesus Christ. Look, you have no idea how good things are for you right now. You lack the political comprehension necessary to understand your ideology cannot be brought about by a bunch of LARPing 17-year-olds screaming about how they're the real renegades running online and talking about Jews, okay? It has always been about the dog whistle. It has always been about the
mentioned
covert...
the Jews. You're making stuff up, Walsh.
I'm
What's
sorry,
up
wait,
with
I'm sorry,
you?
hold on, wait, really quickly. You said people like me control all the institutions. What do you mean by that?
Yes, people with your ideology, progressive
Socialists?
values. Yes, also socialists. Yes, many socialists.
Okay, just to let you know, you might want to change ideologies because the Nazis did kill the mentally disabled, and if you seriously think socialists control institutions in this country, you might want to fucking skedaddle to like Spain or some shit before they went. Okay, goodbye him.
No, you can finish.
No,
He's still
these fucking these Nazis today. They have no idea how good they have it. I swear to God. Even back when I started my channel, all right? Even back then, Donald Trump seemed to put some kind of effort in distinguishing himself from the farthest right of the Christian nationalists. But no. Now everything is going their ways. Ron DeSantis is literally like, yeah, what if we just did fucking the Fourth Reich here in Florida? And they're like, but I still can't call the Jews out of Twitter. God almighty, they are so whiny. But he'll grow up. He's like 15. They all are.
If I could just chime in.
And Elronder, I do appreciate the call. I don't try to remove you guys. I'm not trying to throw you off. I'm just trying to consolidate the time frame correctly. So I'm fine. I'm fine with people challenging both debaters' ideology. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Paul, did you have something you needed to say?
Yeah. First off, ich bin Augenblick Seiten siehst, but I can die Wurst on Fjaden siehst.
You speak German?
I agree. Whatever he
absolute,
said.
it's absolute gibberish. But
That was pretty good gibberish.
Yeah, it was really good gibberish. It was convincing gibberish for
Dankeschön.
sure.
Was
that gibberish too?
No, that was thank you.
Okay.
The point, first off, I don't know what that person was exactly saying, but he did seem right-wing, certainly far right-wing. Although I didn't really hear, like I said. However, Vosh, to the point, you made a point about Matt Walsh talking about like death penalty and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I have made a video specifically saying Matt Walsh is approaching fascistic. Those are fascist talking points, real fascist talking points, proto-fascist even. The point about syndrome, right? As soon as Matt Walsh says those people are evil and we need to do something, you can't get along with evil. That is the opposite of Jordan Peterson's entire body of work, which is that we are all capable of evil.
Wait,
the whole message.
What's that called again? Redundancy? Is that
syndrome?
Yeah, redundancy.
When you use a word to mean anything, it means nothing. When everyone's super, no one will be. When everyone's fascist, no one is. And my point is, you make it more difficult for us centrists the real people, to call out the actual far right
So
people.
here's the
like Matt
issue.
Walsh, who's approaching that.
Ron DeSantis is threatening felonies against teachers who have books in their classrooms containing references to gender or sexuality for the exact same reason that you defend Jordan Peterson going off an Elliot Page. This is why I use the term more than you do. What you're looking at in DeSantis is a policy application of something you're defending. The idea that the public demonstration of this ideology is something that could lead to children getting groomed. The idea that like these like first graders in their classroom might open up a book and see like some gender sex ideology thing and that might trans them, that is the same fear as Jordan Peterson saying they might see Elliot Page posting happy selfies. So all you're really railing against here is the policy application of your ideology. But that's the difference. I believe we need to call it out at the ideological level, not just wait for it to become policy. You have to target these things when they're still festering in the minds, incomplete thoughts. You can't just wait for them to be in charge. Like, Ron DeSantis has already got a decent shot at winning the presidency. Like, okay, now we find out that he's a fascist. Well, I was telling people that years ago, and I could have said that a long time ago.
That when you call everyone a fascist, you usually get 100%
No, it's the
correction
same
rate when they
thing.
actually
It's the
turn out to be
same-
fascist.
It's the same
I don't believe
ideology.
anything you said about Ron DeSantis. I know that he passed a law to ban critical race theory, which Jordan Peterson disagrees with, and so do I. I do not. What you said, he's threatening felony charges for people who have books that reference gender and sexuality. That's not possible because any mention of man or woman is referencing.
That
gender.
is
So
literally
your
no.
description.
Wait. Look at what's happening. You can Google it. It's happening right now. Florida
don't
is
believe you.
providing it. I
I do
can't
not
help you with that.
believe-
I can't help you with that. You have to Google. There's a Florida white list of books that they're going to approve. Obviously, even though they say they're disallowing any references to gender or sexuality, what they actually mean is any references to non-cis, non-straight people,
Hold on.
because that's always what they mean with
Just to be
neutral
clear,
language.
what I said, I don't believe what you just characterized. You're saying the law as written is that any book that references, quote, gender and sexuality, end quote, you're saying anyone who has a book that does that, whatever the fuck that means, those
No.
teachers are going to prison.
The law says public
Please
school
read it.
teachers may not instruct on sexual orientation or gender identity, but instruct was, well, wait, hold on. So instruct is really vague, and it's including now per broad like interpretation and through like state interpretation, having books in your classroom that indicate those things. So instruct on actually means your classroom contains it all. And the word is sexual orientation or gender
Yeah.
identity, which, yes, the technical definition of the law, the actual text on the bill would mean that, yes, any reference to being a man or a woman, even if you were cisgender, would be illegal. But that's not how it's being enforced. Much in the same way that Nazi Germany would talk.
What age was that law applied to?
What? That's from 2022.
I'm saying what age is sexual orientation not allowed to be introduced in the classroom? Because just to be clear, in case this is a fascistic talking point, I don't think it's unreasonable to say before the age of like, let's say 5th grade or something, we don't need to bring up sexual orientation in general. You can acknowledge like, oh, so-and-so has 2 moms, which you should because there are people who have 2 moms.
So
and
to
they
be
should not feel
clear, you
excluded.
would be in favor of the state bringing felony charges against a teacher
No.
if they have a book in their classroom and that book is the story of like a little girl realizing that she's actually like into girls and not boys. Like her mom's like, one day you're going to get a boyfriend. And her dad's like, one day you're going to get a boyfriend. And then at the end of the 6-page book, she's like, actually, I think I like girls. And the mom and dad are like, I guess that's okay too. So how many years in prison for that one? 6, 7? That's what's happening right now.
Yes,
So
you are
like,
deliberately just doing a bit and removing all the
No, that is explicitly the thing that is happening.
And that's, like Jordan Peterson said, wrong. He's against all of DeSantis's bans on critical race theory,
right.
and I'm sure the gender stuff as well, because that's just as vague.
Has he said that? Has he said that he
in
disapproves?
He's explicitly said the attempts to ban critical race theory is a bad idea, and it leads to censorship.
Okay, so if he thinks that it's morally wrong for a trans male adult celebrity to post selfies because that might influence children on gender ideology, how is that not the exact same thing?
If we are in the midst of a social contagion, which you disagree with,
Okay,
Okay.
that's what
Whether-
Ron DeSantis is trying to prevent. You realize that, right? They're referencing the social contagion in the Florida Don't Say Gay bill. And what you're talking about is degeneracy, by the way. When you say social contagion, it is explicitly...
No, it's not.
Also, Jordan B. Peterson agreed with Trump when he said he wants to ban all ages, federal gender ideology, and affirming care. So, apparently...
No, he didn't.
So, apparently...
Pull it up. Let's see it. That's what you just said is wrong.
Okay, he
He's been
agreed
making a
with
lot
the
of
speech
claims.
that Donald Trump gave out back on the 1st of February.
What
Trump
did
said
Jordan
that he
Peterson
wanted...
say?
Trump said... So here's the tweet from Michael Knowles, which is describing a video linked within. Trump is calling to outlaw transgender ideology, not just for little kids, not just in classrooms or certain federal programs, at every level. This is an excellent development, and other potential 2024 candidates should follow suit. Jordan Peterson quote tweets with, "I'd have to agree." So that seems as straightforward as possible. That is an explicit endorsement of federally banning anything.
Do we have time to pull up the tweet and the speech?
I can link it. The tweet
No, we don't. We've ended up in a side debate. I've got to get to our last call,
Okay,
and then I got to get.
because let me say
supers
this.
all right, hang on, Paul. Listen
Sorry.
to what I'm saying. Very important.
Uh-huh.
We won't be able to get to all the super chats within the confines of the time limit that we have here, guys, if we go on too much of a side tangent. So I'm gonna allow a little bit of it, but just understand I'm trying to keep this on pace.
Sure.
So that we're not here all night, right?
I'll just wrap this up and say I'll watch that tweet, and I will that speech, and I will, if he says what you said, if Jordan Peterson agreed that all transition should be illegal, if that's what Trump put forward, and then Jordan Peterson said I'd have to agree, then I will make a video condemning that, because that's bullshit, and that is one example of Jordan Peterson being a dumbass, which he is certainly capable of being.
Outlawing the ideology at every level, which would be like...
Outlawing the ideology or the ability for adults to get gender surgery?
The ideology, which again,
Okay.
I know you hate these comparisons. Outlawing the ideology of social contagion and degeneracy was the literal first thing the Nazis started their book burnings over. The literal, actual, direct first thing they did was... we will no longer allow the education of or learning of this material. We will mass ban all these books on
Yes, censorship is bad.
Okay, I agree. Okay, let's
We
just
agree.
move on. Yeah.
All right, guys, we got to get to our last caller here before we get to super chats. I don't see anybody else in the queue. And Rob Norrie, you've been
Holy
waiting
shit!
patiently. Go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, can you hear me? Thanks so much for having
Yeah. Well, there's no, and by the way, there's no ambush. I just let
Oh, no,
people
it's
who
totally
call
fine.
in, talk. So go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, thanks for having me, everyone. I didn't hear all of the debate, so I had a question for Vaj. You're not claiming that Jordan Peterson's called for the shooting or the execution of anyone in the trans community or anything like that, right? You're just saying that his rhetoric could lead to bad policy and bad actors doing terrible things and violence.
I mean, he's agreeing with a prospective presidential candidate saying that they want to ban the ideology at every level and ban all medical intervention for it. So that seems like the literal first thing you do before shooting an ethnic group. Like nationally ban teaching about them and arrest people who do teach about them, and then exclude them from the healthcare system, and then you would shoot them.
Fair enough. I watched you on a debate make comparisons to conservatives over and over to Nazis, as you're sort of doing here. And in that debate, I believe it was with a left-winger, you continually said, shouldn't we have stopped the Nazis in the 30s before they took power? You then went on to make a statement that I want to ask if you still agree with. You said that you want a world where left-wingers could shoot out windows at the Patriot Prayer type people in Portland, where, by the way, a Patriot Prayer member was executed in that very situation. He was open carrying. That group was open carrying lawfully, and you said you would like to see them shot. How can you criticize someone for taking a step that might lead to violence when you yourself are directly calling for it?
First of all, obviously not all violence is equivalent. You'd have to morally assess it. But second of all, you're mischaracterizing my position. I didn't say that people should have been shooting at the Patriot Prayer Boys. I was saying that if ever we reached a hypothetical scenario where right-wing militias were invading cities, shooting and killing people in some kind of social clap situation, society falls apart, all the right-wingers in the hills of Washington and Oregon run out at the cities with their AR-15s and such. Under those situations, obviously, Shooting at them would just be a matter of simple self-defense. That's a pretty easy ethical one. The reason I was talking about it there was I was defending the right to gun ownership. I was saying that if that social situation ever does happen, then like, yeah, I would rather, like, you know, not die to the right-wing militia. I'd rather be able to defend myself.
I didn't hear you say that. You didn't say, and if you're clarifying those remarks, that's fine. But in the context of that conversation, you didn't say, you referenced the specific action the Patriot Prayer was taking. You said they were menacing people, they were harassing people because they were intimidating people with guns, and you wanted a world where they would be getting shot out. But I accept if you're changing your position. But the point I have is, don't you think it's incumbent on you to be more responsible for your action, seeing as how the issue that you referenced specifically did lead to the murder of someone by someone who is very similar in ideology to you?
I feel I was consistent and clear with my point before, but I don't remember every word I've ever said. Either way, I'm generally consistent on this point. I do believe in exercising the right to self-defense, and I don't believe it's irresponsible to exercise the right to self-defense either. I think we kind of have to, given the situation, right?
Last, hang on, Rob, I just want to let you know this is going to be your last point. You got to make it very concise.
Okay, I just want to say that, you know, I think that when you hear talk of censorship, talk of legitimate self-defense, the caller previously was right that all these institutions are dominated by people that share an ideology with Vosh. They might not be as socialist as Vosh, but Vosh isn't a socialist either. He's a millionaire, you know, that moonlights as a socialist so he could keep getting money. That's what these leftists do. So, Vosh, I would love to debate you someday on this. But I know you keep running from me and pretending you don't know me. So anytime you want to debate, you talk to Andrew or me. We'll set up a debate on the topic of your choosing. But it was an interesting debate. Thanks for letting me call in.
Yeah, of course, Rob. Have a great day. Appreciate your call in.
I have no defeaters for these arguments.
Appreciate the call in. We have a lot of people across the board who do call in. I know that there's like been maybe a bit of a kerfuffle between these two, but I don't care. If somebody wants to call and they have legitimate questions.
No, I like Rob.
We're going to fill them. So, guys, we're going to move over to the super chats. I understand that there may be a bit more contention here as we go through them. I'm going to kind of
no contention here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. There's none. There's just, it's not even a debate really when you think about it. Risky Dave sends in a $5 super chat. He says absolutely nothing. By the way, my favorite kind of super chat. Borp sends in $2 and says, Vosh, what you're fucking, some of these are trolls, troll chats. I'm going to skip. Borp sends in a $2 super chat and says, clean your room, bucko. Gordzilla sends in a $3.72 super chat and says, normally my disdain of Vosh makes me super chat to tell him so. Well, that'll teach him. But not this time, Vosh. Not this time.
Not this
time. Which, by the way, I appreciate the super chat. It's kind of, you know, goes against your own narrative there, but okay. Adult Small Bear sends in a $2 super chat and says, "Oh God, some of them are trolls."
How many of them involve horses?
No horses yet.
No horse.
Not yet. Now all of them are going to be about fucking horse. You did that to yourself.
Yeah, it's very funny. I don't mind.
2.2 acres and a bear sends in $5 and says PF is Zach Morris's younger brother. You do have the Zach Morris haircut.
I don't know who Zach Morris is.
You've never seen Saved by the Bell, dude?
I've seen the remake, but no,
hang on. Bosh, you've seen Saved by the Bell, haven't you?
God, when I was really young, my dad was watching it.
Yeah.
Well, Vosh is considerably older than me, so that would make sense.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm centrist James Vanderbeek, is what I've been told.
That's your age?
If you had to guess, how old do you think I am, Vosh?
Well, shit, now that you've said that, I don't know, 23?
Like, I don't know. I would have guessed more like 30.
You look, I feel like you look how old I am, but I might look older than I am, so you might not know that. How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. Okay. I'm 28. All right. We're not. All right. Okay.
Like I said,
still
considerably
alive.
Older.
Yeah, still alive. Whew.
Right.
So 2.2 acres and a bear sends in a $5 super chat and says, Vosh versus BPF on a trans debate, Battle Royale 2023. All right. Well, I appreciate the super chat. Pestilent Fellow sends in a $10 super chat and says, can we get a Vosh versus BPF debate on the trans movement? Okay, fuck. I hear you guys. We'll talk about it. Whatever. Vegan Jealousism says Andrew versus, oh man, enough of that. Same from the same character says for $4, Vosh is dancing around making actual points, and then follows up with Vosh is too woke, guys, and that's coming from a vegan.
I learned it from Jordan Peterson.
Fair enough. Raymond Cannon sent in a $4 super chat, says absolutely nothing. Reverend Coffin's son sends in $10 and says Vosh is the biggest R slur in the debate brosphere, hands down.
That's
so I
true.
see that you've made a fan. Got a big fan there.
Hey, they must like me enough to at least know that I'm the biggest one.
Right. What's that?
It's like the Jack Sparrow thing, but you have heard of
Exactly.
But you have heard of me. Yeah, fair enough. Vile Van Gogh sends in a whopping $20 super chat. Appreciate that. And says, progressive crime policies have resulted in record homicide rates disproportionately represented by Black deaths. Martin Luther King could be forgiven if he was resurrected today and made the guess that BLM was the next iteration of the KKK. So
Right.
I think his point here is that Black deaths and homicide are disproportionately represented, and that Martin Luther King, if he was resurrected today, might be in the camp of you considering him a fascist or a Nazi.
I probably wouldn't agree with him on everything. Also, he was a dirty social democrat. As for like modern day crime stat, I have no idea what that has to do with progressive policing policy. Policing for the past 30 years has been defined by broken windows policing, which has been considered in retrospect not only to be destructive, expensive, but also like the right-wing take. I mean, we have more prisoners than any country on earth. How could we possibly have a progressive system for policing?
That's just a funny comment for no particularly good reason. You know, I just thought it was funny. Mr. Spencer sends in a $2 super chat and says, at Paul, what's your definition of fascism?
What's my definition? Yeah. I'm not sure that I have one. I usually don't define most of the words that I use, like most people. As in, most people do not define the words that they use. I'm using it in sort of fascism is a ideology that centers around a totalitarian state, a top-down order, a suppression of the rights of democracy, the suppression of individualism, the state justifying or the state mandating that some people have more rights than others. I mean, that's a stab at it. Does that seem unreasonable?
Well, I
Big
think
Papa
there's a
fascist
lot of-
or Vosh?
I think that there's a lot of definitions that can be
Certainly, we've
used.
seen that on this debate, yes.
That can be used for fascism, and I think that it's an ideology that's not very well understood, even by people who claim that they are. So,
sure. And I would just point out more broadly when people ask, like, well, define this word or define this word. It's like, well, if you actually break it down, most people do not define most of the words they use. And it's not really an issue, right? Fascism, okay, that's a good example. But like, you know, for example, we use words like experience. Define the word experience. It's like, well, I've never actually sat down and defined the word experience. I just
define it by using Final Fantasy references.
Well, that would work. So, you know, fascists are bad people. That's the simplest definition.
Vigangelicism for $8 says people are not gender interchangeable widgets. Based Andrew Wilson. Okay, thank you for that.
What does that even mean?
That people aren't interchangeable widgets.
I guess. Yeah, I think we're all unique snowflakes in our own way. We all have something to bring to the table.
Yeah, I would. Well, I mean, I actually agree with that. Mr. Spencer sent in a $2 super chat and said, "No, really, Paul. No, really, Paul. What is fascism?" So it's almost like he knew for sure that you were going to define this incorrectly, because this super chat's from an hour ago. So this one
impressive.
predicted that the previous one's question was going to go unanswered.
You know what? He should donate again and just say gotcha, and he should do it $20 or $30 or $50.
I mean, he should, but he kind of got you, right?
Hey,
Just like a little bit. Got you a little bit there.
I'm a fool, so I have no problem getting got in the metaphorical sense, of course.
Vegan Gel sends in another $3.72. Says, Vosh, how could you compare people to Nazis nonchalantly? It's pretty weird, dude.
Yeah, I agree. The times that we live in are pretty weird. Unfortunately, what you're suffering from and what I might diagnose you for is kind of like temporal exceptionalism. Nazis weren't exceptional. There were plenty of Nazi supporters all around the world back when they were prominent. The idea that the Nazis represent some kind of like incredibly unique cosmic event that can't be replicated, can't inform anything, can't influence people or change people's minds in the future, it's just not true. It was a powerful and widely accepted political ideology. There were adherents to it then all around the world, and there are still today. There aren't as many now as there were then, but it's a thing that exists, you know? People got all up in arms because it's like this Godwin's Law thing. Oh, well, the Nazis were so bad. Oh, well, you know what? The Nazis weren't the only ones that did a genocide. The British killed millions in the Raj in India. They also killed millions of Irish people with a genocide disguised historically as a famine. And we still call a famine, by the way. The Belgians did in the Congo what the Americans did to the Native Americans. This happens all the time everywhere. The idea that you have to be somehow super unique or special to be compared to the Nazis, I just don't think it's true.
That is exactly the central message of Jordan Peterson's work, if I may point out.
Yes, I'm familiar. I think I might have actually seen a specific piece of material that you're referring to where he talks about the capacity for anyone to become that bad.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't think he has very much self-awareness. So he may denounce the idea, you know, oh, anyone could be a Nazi. And then he'll turn around and start talking about how we need to ally with Trump to federally ban all references to transgender people. And, you know, okay, well, here we go again.
Okay, let me move over to some other super chats here. Early Life checks and a $10 super chat and said, are we really having a debate about Jordan Peterson, the shill who runs cover for Israel and recently called for war with Iran because my reasons?
This is more like Nazi whining. Listen, okay, one day you're going to lose your virginity, and the obsession with distinguishing yourself from regular modern conservatism is going to fade away. You're going to realize there's more important stuff in your life. And you're going to become more of a relaxed, latent supporter of Nazism, the way most people are, by voting Republican, okay? Right now, you're full of anger, you're full of rage, you're gonna... It's not going to be there with you forever, okay? It's going to fall off your shoulders like a weight, and you're going to realize, wow, modern day conservatism's honestly doing the job a hell of a lot better than you and your crazy internet LARPing ever could. Godspeed.
See, I laughed at that. That's funny, and like, because you say you can. What did you say? You can support. You said
like the way most Americans do
Nazism by voting Republican.
Yeah.
Right. That's a funny line. Okay, which is why I understand the hyperbole and stuff. It's just, I hope you understand the degree to which you, the real person who's aware that that was funny, and the persona, and we all have personas. PF Young is an online persona as much as Vosh. You're aware of the danger of blending those too much. Because
it was funny, but it wasn't. I wasn't joking. I mean that. Most Nazi groups endorsed. Wait, seriously, go on Nazi online forums. Who do you think they voted for in 2016? Independent.
All of the communists voted Democrat.
No, a lot of them don't vote, but if you could average out their votes, ignoring the people who didn't, yes, sure.
Right. So each side has its crazies, and each side is responsible for addressing its own
communists are good, unlike Nazis who are bad.
Another bit. See,
that's not a bit. I agree. Wait, yeah, I'm a Marxist. I've got capital right behind me.
Yeah, but Marx. Oh my God! I was under this. Aren't you argue with tankies all the time?
Yeah, but I don't think they're communists. I think they're fascists. I laugh, but I'm not joking again.
Well, it's hard to tell.
All right, BioValve sent in a $10 super chat and says, communists support state-owned resources. Fascists also supported state-owned resources. By Vosh's logic, aren't communists fascists?
No.
That was an interesting segue, by the way, from the previous tanky to, so you know.
It really was. The Nazis massively privatized their industries, actually. And in a communist society, there wouldn't be a state. But no, the Nazis did not have a bunch of state-owned industries, far less than the Weimar Republic. They had a bunch of state control, but that's different from state ownership.
Okay. 2.2 acres and a Bear sent in a $2 super chat and said Peterson blows. Secret Stars sent in a $5 super chat and said, can Paul name any present-day American figure who he believes is a fascist? If not, does he believe there are no fascist public figures anywhere in America? That's actually a really good question.
It is. I would say that Matt Walsh recently has uttered fascist rhetoric, like these people are evil and we can't get along with them. And the kernel of truth in his point, again, everyone on this panel agrees that child abuse is pretty close to evil, I would assume. What constitutes child abuse? Obviously, there's a dispute. But if you believe, as I do, that there is serious child abuse type stuff that is getting normalized, like the, what was it, the 9-year-olds going to the drag shows where there are fake breasts exposed. It wasn't at a school. It wasn't a drag queen story hour. It was parents on their own volition bringing their children to a show with sex acts. That's fucked up. I think that's perfectly reasonable to call degeneracy. It is wrong and fascistic to say that someone who comes to a school with like a clown outfit that could be perceived as drag, even if they themselves don't call themselves drag, that's terrible. Like any mention of, like you said, if you even mention gay people, then that's a bad thing. That would be legitimate fascism. And so Matt Walsh is pushing a lot of that stuff. And my evaluation of him as a fascist is precisely because he is saying the exact opposite point that Jordan Peterson makes. These people are evil, not me. I'm not capable of evil, even though I'm a rich billionaire or millionaire who has a huge platform. And I'm, telling all these people that these people are evil. I'm not capable of that. These people are. And it's like, again, it's very easy to understand why people are upset about the extreme shit going on.
Yeah, the problem is just keep in mind, leaving aside whatever fantasies you might have about like 15,000 double mastectomies of 13-year-olds happening every day. In reality, it isn't. And what's more, if you were to do like a culture war crusade after any kind of behavior, this would be like one video going viral of a dad sneaking their son into a strip club, something I think you shouldn't do, obviously. And then going, that's it. Hooters is out of here. Strip clubs out of here. What kind of degenerate ideology would, et cetera, et cetera. The issue is like, if you want to hyperfixate on some incredibly tiny minority of perceived bad behavior within a community and use that as an excuse to attack all of them, that is how literally all forms of bigotry take place. Every pogrom against the Jews was incited by some story, real or imagined, it didn't matter, about one Jewish guy doing something bad. Every KKK lynching was done following some story, real or imagined, of some black guy fucking a white girl or being in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's always an initial justifying, legitimizing anecdote that's used.
Sure, that's true with anything in history. Who was the black child that was beaten and thrown into a river, and the mom left his funeral casket open to show everyone what they did to the child? Of course, anecdotes are powerful. Black Lives Matter. George Floyd is exactly what you described. The number of unarmed black men that are killed by the police is less than 30 a year.
Except the changes, again, your guy is proposing a federal ban on healthcare.
Who's me? Who's my guy?
Jordan Peterson. Your guy is proposing a federal ban on healthcare and literally all education on them. Comparing that to we need police reform because of brutality against black people, it's not really comparable.
Okay.
The reform is good, but what you're talking about is social ostracization. You've unironically called it degenerate. If you want to talk about degeneracy being inappropriate behavior with children, then literally every community on earth is culpable for that. The largest of which being, by the way, parents and religious groups. And I guess
Catholic
uncles.
Church. Yeah, that's for sure.
The church, the home, and school, which are, between the three of them, essentially all institutions. And it's not like work doesn't do this either. If you want to run a crusade on like, here are a couple of examples of abuse of children in this environment, therefore, we're going to ban these people, we're going to make it illegal to teach about them, we're going to excise them. You can't do this for everyone. The reason you think trans people in particular are a threat, or the reason you think gender ideology, because that's the whole, love the sinner, hate the sin thing. It's you
right,
get
which
brownie
we already
points.
proved. you were wrong about.
We did not prove anything to that fact because you've
Yeah,
done
we
it in
did.
this conversation. What
No,
you're
we didn't.
advocating for is exclusion of a minority group, but you abstract it by talking about an ideology instead. An
No.
ideology which is being used right now for unironic fascist like book burning taking place under Ron DeSantis. Jordan Peterson endorses the ideology behind
true.
it and federal bans that lead to it.
100% wrong.
Okay.
We already talked about this.
He's
did. Against, he literally said in the last podcast, he's against all of the censorship because it's too ill-defined. Critical race theory, ill-defined. I
Paul,
guarantee you he'd feel the same way
Jordan
about
Peterson was
gender ideology.
lobotomized by his daughter. His brain is soup. He says lots of shit. In that
Bit.
tweet that I
See?
linked,
Bit. Funny.
In that tweet that I linked, he agrees with an explicit and unambiguous federal ban on this stuff.
I guarantee you that if Ron DeSantis comes out and the legislation says we're banning references to gender, that Peterson will say exactly what he said about
But he
critical
just
race
said
theory.
he agrees with it.
Yeah, he tweeted it. He's like I said, he's the dumbest person on Twitter, and people retweet stuff that's all that is dumb all the time.
Okay.
Are you serious? Really? Do you want to go into the worst tweets or worst individual things that people say that don't actually reflect their beliefs?
Well, I think if a
Do you have
person's a
any degree
public
of
political
charitability?
figure who's a millionaire and is listened to by tens of millions, and they say on Twitter, I agree with these policies, that should probably be taken as an indication they agree with those policies. It's
So
not just like he's
why-
being like mean or something. He said it
Okay.
explicitly.
So what? So why did he say, if he's in favor of that,
Soup
why
brain.
did he explicitly say that critical race theory shouldn't be banned? That Ron DeSantis is making a mistake. That's censorship and authoritarian.
Soup
He
brain.
said that
He's
explicitly.
inconsistent and possibly dishonest, like many of the people he works with. Yeah.
Or that's one explanation. Or like I said, he's the dumbest Twitter user ever. He's a 60-year-old boomer. Of course, you roll your eyes, but you know it's true. So
Being
Jordan
a boomer
Peterson is
doesn't mean
against-
you just
Jordan
casually
Peterson-
agree with fascism online.
He's a dumbass Twitter user. And again, if you can provide me a rationale of any kind, why would Jordan Peterson say it is a mistake for DeSantis to ban critical race theory? That's censorship. That's authoritarian. These are all direct quotes from his last podcast. And yet suddenly when it's reference to gender, which is even more vague than critical race
He doesn't
theory,
talk about race that much, but he is one of the loudest cultural war voices on the hatred of transgender people. He doesn't talk about race that much, so he's inconsistent. He's not okay with censorship when it's on like this ambiguous race thing, but he has literally said it shouldn't be allowed for trans celebrities to publicly post pictures of themselves because that might lead to that degeneracy spreading to children, which is a direct ideological through line to the idea that you should just federally ban the subject because that also would pose a threat to children.
this is why it's difficult to have a conversation, because you just said he wants to ban celebrities from allowing them from posting their pictures on Twitter, which has nothing to do with the ban in schools that you were just criticizing him for.
Did he
So you're
not
just
say it was
conflating all
morally
these
wrong
things.
for trans
Yeah, but
people to exist in a public space?
He definitely didn't say that. He criticized Elliot Page
for posting a selfie. That was what he did. That was literally all he did, by the way. He posted a selfie of himself by the pool. That's it. And he freaked out at it. He made a whole video defending his decision to not delete the tweet like Twitter
as
asked
a
him to.
old boomer. And again,
Oh my
there's
God, man.
nuance here. I love how you don't actually think that him being, what is he, 60 or something,
but
actually
then
makes
he
more
made a
difficult for him to
video.
communicate in those platforms.
He made an edited video afterwards.
I agree. I made multiple videos saying this is dumb. He's a moron for this.
So you think it's dumb, and I think it's dumb, and here I am pointing out an example of him being weirdly authoritarian when it comes to
And there's-
trans people existing in a public space.
Right. So there's nuance here. Jordan Peterson's perspective, and you can disagree with this, and we can have the debate about the studies, is that there is currently a social contagion, which is the technical term that
That is not a, wait, hold on. That is not a technical term. Hold on.
Anorexia is technically a social contagion. So is cutting. That's literally the definition of a social contagion.
Is that true?
A social contagion colloquially refers to its etymological root. I mean, yeah, social
And as a
contagion.
clinical psychologist,
But the
how do you
use of the
think he is
term
using
social contagion to describe transgenderism is absolutely not technical.
Anorexia nervosa and social contagion, clinical implications. gender dysphoria, which is a subset of body dysmorphia, where some people could benefit and do benefit. And I know people and I've talked to them. And part of the reason this whole thing is even an issue to begin with is because, and you can doubt this, I don't care. But the reason I bitch about, it'd be very easy for me to just go lump in the, right-wing Christian fascist perspective and say all trans people should shut up and all trans people should be banned. I don't believe that. I actually believe the biggest barrier to acceptance of transgender adults is the fact that people look at all the weird shit going on with kids and go, you know what? I don't think about these things as much as Vosh, me, or Andrew, or whoever. But anyone who's against that, I'll vote for. And I don't care if they're also banning adults. I think that's wrong. And that's why I try to be nuanced about this stuff.
I'm going to give Vosh the last word, and then we got to move on to the other super chats. But I actually did not know that social contagion was a clinical term. I had no idea.
I just Googled social contagion trans, and it's just a bunch of articles on how it's not like being trans isn't a social contagion. This is the same shit they said about gay people too.
BuzzFeed.
They said that
They
gay.
were wrong about that. Because the medical establishment's capable of being wrong, like they are now about gender.
So wait, you think being gay is a social contagion as well?
No, I think that the medical institutions labeled it as a social contagion and were proven wrong. It's not a social contagion because the rates of homosexuality are stable cross-culturally.
Yeah, and that was only found after an initial surge of evident homosexuality back in the 1980s and 90s.
Like the left hand thing.
Yes, like the left hand thing. So likewise, if we're seeing a surge of trans people now, it might stand to reason that it's not actually a social contagion. It's just a sudden acknowledgement of the existence of a demographic.
It might stand to reason. What are the percentages of Gen Z who identify as trans or genderqueer? Do we know?
If you're including non-binary people, it might be a huge number of them.
Well, everyone's non-binary because gender is a social construct and everyone contains masculinity and femininity within them. So
true. Not really. It's more complicated than that, but sure.
Well, right. Well, that's a good place to leave that, Paul. We got to move on, or we'll never get through it.
I do have to go soon. It's been a long day for me.
Yeah, we're almost done. I promise we'll keep it to the 3-hour confines. Vosh, just humor a few more super chats. We're almost done. James Nelson sent in a $10 super chat and says, Vosh is doing rules for thee, but not for me. Everything cops and anti-Marxists do is evil and must be punished. But you want to impose the same crimes as punishment to get even.
What? Why are they always so vague? It's there's this weird like brand of low IQ perceived hypocrisy where it's like, I've discovered a contradiction. You think bad things are bad, but good things are good. I don't know. What are you talking about? What crimes for revenge? What I don't even know what they're referring to.
Okay. Bonsai Pack sends in a $20 super chat and says, guilt by association is a fallacy, a very useful schmear. He actually spells that SCHMER. But okay.
That's probably an anti-Semitic dog whistle. Schmear is a kind of like Jewish application of cream cheese to a bagel. So it's like, the Jews like to. I don't know, man. It's your chat. I just got a feeling. If I'm wrong on that one, that's on me. If I'm right though, aren't they smart?
This is the first time I've ever seen it spelt like that.
What did the super chat say?
It says guilt by association is a fallacy and a very useful schmear to do what thou wilt. Vosh, and thanks BPF for truly revealing debate and powerful performance by all.
Yeah.
So I mean, it doesn't sound like he's beating you up that bad. Just saying that he thinks that there's a smear that's kind of put in there. Maybe he misspelt it. I don't know.
Yeah. The use and spelling of schmear is a delectable loan word from Yiddish. Well, we had two identitarians come on earlier, so maybe I'm just looking out for it. Anyway, with regards to the actual point, no. It's not a matter of guilt by association, and guilt by association isn't always fallacious. We're also not evaluating people's individual moral character. We're talking about the actual effects they have in society. If you're associated with a fascist in such a fashion that you say contribute money to them, for example, you could have any ideology, but might still be materially harmful in that fashion, and therefore bad. But I wasn't really making guilt by association arguments. People are complicated. I was just talking about Jordan Peterson and the general ideological tendencies of conservatism.
One of the chatters in my chat, I think he came over from yours, says, probably right. This chat's giving off some ye is right energy. You'll never find somebody who's more critical of Kanye West than I am. Believe me. Aftershock sent in a $5 super chat. I'm getting peppered with these, so I'm just going to condense all of them together because they want me to ask this so bad. Rob Noor versus Vosh. Is a trans woman a woman? When's it happening, Vosh? There's a lot of extra emphasis behind that, by the way.
Maybe. I feel like the convos I've had with Rob weren't that interesting in the past. I don't normally run it through like on pity. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Okay.
I'd have to think about it. I need to like reflect. I don't know what there is to talk about. I feel like it's normally just like him reading from a script that he wrote out on toilet paper beforehand, and I'm just sort of sitting there wondering what's a joke and what's not. I don't. Yeah.
Okay. This one, maybe I don't have the context for it. For $10 from Christian Baller says, Vosh, stop running from Sitch and Adam. Make sure you give them their props. PF, you would have done a lot worse without them. I'm not
Sitch and
sure.
Adam, I tried to get on their show like 8 times. They talk about me nonstop, which I like me too, so fine. And then I'd see them doing it, and then I'd go like, hey, like I'd DM either of them on Twitter, I think, and then they never responded. Like this has literally happened while I'm streaming like half a dozen times. The one time I got an invitation from them, I think they had Sargon on, they were going over a video of mine, and those absolute pussies, after asking them, hey, can I come on? Like for an hour, I finally end stream because the next day I was doing a 24-hour charity stream. And the actual minute I end stream, Sargon DMs me and he's like, hey, you want to come on? No, I'm going to bed. You had your goddamn chance. Well, you worried that I was going to make money off of talking to you. Actually, Sargon did whine about that after I trashed him in the last convo we had, that like BreadTube makes money off of debate. Like he's principally opposed to the idea of making money off of YouTube content. And whatever he has to tell himself, I guess.
I am obligated to say, Adam Friended from Sitch and Adam shared one of my videos when I was below 1,000 subscribers. And that put me over 1,000. So technically, I am his vassal. And if this is a feudal arrangement,
oh shit, it's by proxy then.
Yeah,
potentially.
And
although he wildly disagrees with half of what I said last time I talked to him.
Yeah, I don't have the context, guys. I'm sorry, but Mr. Miner sends in a $5 super chat and says, "Couch, what does the word couch is that to Vosh? What does the word degeneracy mean to you, and should it be opposed?" It's who you start with. Couch. I don't know who the fuck Couch is.
I have to assume I'm Couch. Look, even I've used the term degenerate to refer to like anime viewers. Okay, so it's not like it's not the term itself, but like when it's being used seriously.
Don't you watch anime though?
I watch good anime. Okay, there are people who watch far worse stuff than me.
Okay.
Okay. It's for people who watch bad, or no, all people who watch anime. Fine, fuck it, I'm in there too.
I mean, you watch Berserk, right? Obviously, you watch Berserk.
I've read Berserk like 3 times. I haven't watched Berserk. You mean like the '90s show? Yes, of course. Yeah.
It's great, right? It's great.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Can't go wrong. Yeah, okay.
Beautiful.
All right. I was about to have to throw you off because I was like, "What do you mean you don't watch Berserk?"
Not the modern 3D one. Yeah, the old one was good. Anyway, when people seriously talk about degeneracy, what they mean is like, well, a social contagion. They mean like this is a like pervasive and subversive social force that is wrecking our country from the inside. And it usually refers to something that has to do with like moral character. So like you could argue like socialism is destroying the country from within, but that's not really degeneracy on its own. Socialism would be like drug use because it's perceived to be like representative of a lack of self-control, or being gay or trans because those things are considered to be like interpersonally deviant to a reactionary. Generally, like the idea of degenerates destroying society is really old. I mean, it literally goes back before the Enlightenment, but it's been weaponized more and more with the rise of mass media because it's fundamentally a pseudo-populist accusation. It relies on this collective feel of unease. Is your community being destroyed by this, that, the other? Is yours? And that's a lot easier to pull off when you have like radio and television. It's a real issue. It's a fundamentally irrational way of conducting political messaging.
Raymond Cannon, we're almost done, by the way, guys. Raymond Cannon sends in a $2 super chat and says, "Homeschool or die." Okay, that seems like okay. Wilhelm Bone sends in a $10 super chat, says absolutely nothing. Appreciate that. Vosh says, I can't pronounce the first part, but Warlock, and he sends in a $5 super chat and says, "Vosh, should National Socialist books be banned?"
Like broadly? No, of course not. You probably shouldn't have Mein Kampf in like a 3rd grade classroom. I think that'd be a reasonable thing to not have in there for a variety of
agree.
reasons. But like on basic First Amendment rules, no. The idea of the state intervening to ban any kind of literature is really, really spooky.
Okay. Wicked Wally sends in a $5 super chat and says, but if you want to be really fucking based, you define experience with Chrono Trigger references, which I do all the time.
I haven't
Dad
played
joke
Chrono
from
Trigger.
What?
I know. I
What the-
keep planning to. It's been on my
What?
list for ages.
All right. All right. Well, there's an age gap. I get it. Okay. So Vidya sends in a $2 super chat and said, okay, we already went through that with the Rob Noor thing. Juzar sends in a $5.33 super chat. Thank you for that. Says cigarette money for hosting the debate. By the way, quit smoking. See, I think it's a communist conspiracy. They just say it looks cool because they want to kill me. I think that's what I think that it's a communist conspiracy.
Hey, no,
to get rid of me.
nothing like that. Hey,
Right,
come on, go
there's
back to sleep.
nothing- All right, there's nothing underhanded about it at all. Adult Small Bear sends in a $2 super chat and says, your mom's Jordan Peterson. Okay. Kenneth G sends in a $5 super chat and says, what's with the beard brush? I've had a beard longer than you've been alive, and I've never used a brush. You have some OCD.
It's a stupid tick thing. It's like all the time now. It's so fucking annoying. I didn't used to do that, but now I like yank at my mustache when I'm not thinking, and then I realize I'm like, oh well, now it's in the wrong place. So then I do the fucking brush thing. It's super stupid.
All right.
I gotta like break that habit.
So for $5 comes in, top tier moderation of the Owen Jim Bob debate today. You guys are welcome for that. $15 comes in from James Nelson, and he says, give half of this to PF Young because I don't endorse sophistry, whatever that means, and he isn't getting a dime. $6 from We're Here to Fuck Shit Up says, Vosh, if you believe there's no objective base for ethics, you'd be using universal qualifiers and quantifiers, making it a universal truth claim you need to justify. Also, if most people preferred Hitler, would he be good?
No, I'm not a moral relativist. I'm just a moral anti-realist. I think my axioms are correct. I also think most people have roughly the same axioms. I'd be willing to bet that outside of a couple of differences, even like Nazis or whatever, like ideologically Nazis, probably have most of the same axioms. An instinctual preference towards human well-being, towards like self-actualization. I think there's always like humans, we have like a biological inclination towards some types of preferences. And I think you can appeal to those pretty strongly. But it's not about relativism. Even if everyone on Earth thought it was like okay to murder and rape people for fun, I don't think that would make it right because my axioms exist outside of their preference.
Last couple of super chats here, guys. We're Here to Fuck Shit Up for $6 says Peterson has a lot of good practical advice. But until people like him and PF ditch classical liberalism, we're not going to get anywhere. Vosh is just the DLC expansion pack final boss of that Enlightenment brain dribble.
Yeah, the aversion to Enlightenment values here, I have to wonder how much of that is like a misguided effort to achieve similar axioms to mine, just like retardedly, you know? Like, multiculturalism has failed, as we can demonstrate by the fact that there are poor black people, there wasn't poverty before the Enlightenment. Like, you run, multiculturalism has failed. That's why America is so poor and weak compared to other countries. I wonder how much of it is like total delusion, but I think fundamentally the idiot who donated that does want to live like a life of comfort and freedom with people they love, pursuing interests that they value, you know, making a mark on the world in the best way they can. And I feel like there's some brain damage there, but if you can wire around that, I really think there's agreement that you could get at, even with the people I'd consider like the absolute worst.
Bavarian Hog Hunter says, it's easy to say you're a good guy while demonizing an entire group of people.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think the ideology is really bad. Not to like segue here, but referring to what I literally just said, even if I think a person has an aberrant demonic ideology, I don't think that makes them essentially bad, right? Everyone can change. I admit that my fiery language might not be the best for convincing like everyone, and that's fine. But I think some people actually kind of like the super direct, like upfront, you know, prove to me why you're not this kind of method. I mean, somebody must, or my channel wouldn't have done, you know, very well, I imagine. But yeah, it's not meant to be an essentialist criticism.
Gotcha. Okay, these are the last two, and we're going to get you guys out right at the 3-hour mark, which I'm happy about. $5 comes in from Adam Dole, says, using Umberto Eco's to create a definition of fascism is the same as using Ayn Rand's definition of socialism opposed to going to Giovanni Gentile or Karl Marx, respectively. Good stream, Andrew. Nice to see you here, Vosh.
Karl Marx lived and died before the rise of modern fascism, so I really don't know how good his descriptions would have been in retrospect. No, I think that the Umberto Eco's 14 points are really, really good because fascism is necessarily idiosyncratic. It borrows a lot of stuff. It's irrational, it pulls in, it's messy. Take a look at the rise of 10 dictators from 10 countries. You'll find up very similar ideologies with very different messaging. I think it's more important to look at the cultural tendencies, the underlying logic, than it is to go okay, well, what is the government structure? What specific ideals? It's like defining liberalism or capitalism. What does it mean for a country to be capitalist, right? Basically, every country on Earth is capitalist. I mean, there aren't any stateless communist utopias, but there are so many varieties of how it presents that you have to refer to tendencies more so than explicit descriptors. Systems are complicated.
Lemon sends in $4. Last one says, Andrew, blessed feast of the prophet Zechariah. To Vosh, please reject modernity and embrace orthodoxy.
There's this really weird fucking trend right now of people pretending that they're Orthodox Christians or Catholics. No, you're not. Shut up. I've seen a million people like you. All of you just liked the friend Peppo memes where he's wearing a Crusader helmet, or you saw a picture of a big Orthodox church and you were like, yeah, dude, that's red pill, just like me. Shut up. You don't practice. You don't follow the faith. You haven't read the texts. Okay, shut up. Okay, stop looking for a supernatural justification of your shitty ideology. Just have the balls to step up and believe the dumb things that you believe without pretending that you're being motivated by some kind of underlying religious enlightenment. God almighty. Jesus Christ. Some of these fucking people, man.
I agree. There was just one that I missed, and it's good because we still have 2 minutes on the clock. AI Enhanced Cinema says, Vosh, do you support the Weimar Germany degeneracy that extended to sex with animals and children under 15? If you think those things didn't exist, would there ever be a society possible in which those could ever be acceptable?
Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure that sex with animals in a lower age of consent is just a Western European special. I mean, from what I'm aware of, Spain, England, France, Germany, a bunch of these countries have, in my opinion, worse attitudes on these issues than America. So I don't know if this is necessarily a Weimar thing. Also, if you think there wasn't a bunch of rape of children in Nazi Germany, yeah, there are some historical texts on that one I would reflect on. Not to mention all the rampant drug use. What happened to, anti-degeneracy? Look, if you want a society free of those things, then there are actually a bunch of resources you can find on preventing sex trafficking that also talk about stuff like the abuse of children. You want sex education, which makes it easier for young people who are being abused to identify what's being done to them, because the ignorance of young people is often exploited by abusers. You want to support feminism and Me Too movements. You want you want to create social systems that support and uplift people who are being abused, because that makes it a lot easier to catch abusers. But all of these things are part of the liberal degeneracy you denounce. Your society, not mine, is the one that would be having these problems. And probably the Nazis fucked animals too. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. Let's just say they did to make it easier to...
Just assume it.
Let's just assume. Assuming as first principles that they fucked animals. Moving forward.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. This was actually quite good. I enjoyed it very much. Let's start with PF Young. Go ahead, shout your channel out to everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm Paul. I have a channel called PF Young. I'll just say, to wrap this up, what I said at the beginning. I did enjoy this. I appreciate this. Like I said, I went to therapy and I spent many months sitting with and talking about the worst parts of myself. And so the reason that even though I truly believe
Paul, you want to shout out your channel?
Let me finish my point. It's more important than that.
This is the channel shout out time, Paul.
Can I finish my point?
Make it quick.
Okay, I'll make it quick. The reason I say that is because I want to engage with people like Vosh. I want to engage with people like you, Andrew, who I think holds just as morally reprehensible beliefs in the opposite direction. And we all think the other two has terrible beliefs. The reason I bring that up is because I do think that when you say, for example, my conservative family members are equivalent to the KKK, that bothers me. But I don't think that the best way to address that is to say, go fuck yourself and you're a terrible person for all these reasons. So with that, what I would say is I would have a beer with either of you. Okay.
Okay. I appreciate that. Vosh, would you like to shout your channel out real quick?
That and something else. I'm Vosh. You can find me at Vosh, Voshing. But also, I enjoyed the convo very much, Paul. you know, we obviously disagree on a lot, and I'll just leave it at that. We disagree on a lot, but you are a human being. A lot of these conversations I have, you know, I'm talking with these giggling, frenetic messes who know they're lying. They know they're lying when they talk to me. They
I
don't
know.
care. Yeah,
I've seen it. Yeah.
you obviously care. You care enough to emote. You care enough to engage. I really appreciate that. Sincerely, I do. It means a lot. You know, so much. Harder and harder to find debates where it seems like both people actually give a shit about the positions they're coming to the table with. So yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope both of you have a wonderful day, and I appreciate the time.
Yeah, have a great night from all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible Land. Have a wonderful night.
All right, I think I did well there in terms of my position. I actually did like talking to Paul, a good amount. That guy was so dumb. Well, he said it up front, and I think it's true. I think he has a very strong emotional attachment to a couple of the positions here. I mean, we all do, right? But you know, no, I enjoyed the conversation a lot. That was fun. I do quite like the super chats and the call-ins at the end, though, because yelling at the Nazis who follow Big Papa Fascist is very funny. It's just, dude, they're all the fucking. It's like tropes every time. It's like, I'm not a Nazi. I'm an identitarian. Yeah, embrace orthodoxy. It's like, okay, man, come on. Thanks to that closing, Vosh. I agree. He was very human in his approach to stuff. Yeah. So, okay, I've said this before, but like, the final stage of fascist engagement in terms of like disagreeing with other people is knowing dishonesty. By the time you get people who are like fully over, they are actively anti-empiricist. Like they no longer in any way value, like politically, ethically, anything, the idea of truth. That's like the end state for fascism. A lot of fascists don't even reach that, you know. It's not all of them all the time, but that is like the end point. And a lot of people who are fascist, who debate online, are in that position. They are unreachable. Like, the only reason you would ever talk to them is like springboarding a tennis ball off of a wall. They're just there for you to catch and throw. It's not, there's not two people there. But with Paul, my man's actually a guy, like a person, you know, and quite emotive too, which I actually find very charming. He kind of looked like Ludwig, don't you think? A little bit, yeah. Also, we got a surprise Rob Noor jump scare. Yeah, it was pretty fun. I don't agree. I thought he was completely disconnected the whole time. I think he had a strong emotional attachment to some of these points that made him less willing to consider some of the stuff that I was saying. But that's, to me, that's very, very different from like knowingly running away from a point, or like knowingly lying, or knowingly whataboutisming, you know. And I appreciate that. I'm glad he cares. He cared enough to be offended by the whole like fascism KKK family member thing, which my goal wasn't to offend him. I mean, I stand by my comparison. But the fact that he could be offended meant he cared about what he was saying, which is, again, like an indication of sincerity, which I appreciate. It wasn't like performative denunciation. He was actually offended by what I said, and he actually tried to get me to walk it back. I didn't, but I appreciate the fact that he tried to get me to. So yeah, how was that? That was like a 7-hour stream, and I had a headache the entire time. I think I did pretty fucking well, man. I think that was a good stream. I was thinking of doing Bayonetta tomorrow. I might or might not. I want to finish Bayonetta. If I don't stream, then it will be because I was eepy. But that would be why. The nail palette cleanser? Yeah, I saw the emote you. Oh. Ooh. Look at this little guy. Good news about Veritas, maybe? James O'Keefe, founder and CEO of Project Veritas, placed on paid leave. Interesting. Wonder why. He wants me, and I want him. Whoa, scrungly. Hello? Daniil, you're so wiggly. Daniil, you're so... Uh-huh. Mm. Can I teach you how to play with your cats? Hey, my cats love me. How does the brain thing affect him? He's actually been pretty good. Oh, he's jumping down? Big jump. Wow. He's free. He's drinking water. Okay. I am going to read donations tomorrow because I legitimately am like really, really tired. How to get brain damage. He had a fever when he was very young and it cooked his brain a little bit. He's maybe partially, maybe fully deaf. I'm not sure. We're still trying to figure it out, kind of. And he's a little bit wobbly, but he's actually doing really good. Really, like he is. Like he's been like more athletic and he's been more like he runs around and jumps just fine. Don't forget to eat. Yeah, I gotta eat. And I never got my fucking coffee. Nah, it's cool. I only asked once. So I'll read donations tomorrow, except for the last dono, which is from Red Redstone, who donated $200. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. Good debate tonight. Thank you. Yeah, and we had a proper debate, and we had Marianne Williamson on in a conversation that I thought was pretty damn good. Very happy about that. Thank you so much for the incredibly kind donation, and thank you all for tuning in for the stream. If there's anyone watching at this point who doesn't subscribe to me, and that seems unlikely, given that we're at the end of a 7-hour stream, but if there is, then I would appreciate it very much if you would subscribe. You know, you don't have to, but it wouldn't hurt you. Probably. I mean, I don't think it would, at least. Do people really hate me looking directly into the camera that much? Daniil, if you go back there, you can't get caught under the thingy, okay? I saw on the subreddit, I'm really liking the Marianne Williamson stream. Might even touch some grass today, boys. Would be a 10 out of 10 if Vosh would stop looking in the camera. Lol, I feel like I'm getting more autism every time he looks at me. Yeah, okay. Dude, look at this little cat. Daniil. Wobble, wobble. See how he walks? You can tell from the way he walks. He's like a little wobbly, like he kind of teeters. All right. I love you all very much. You're all beautiful people. I am going to send you all over to the one, the only... Fuck, my head hurts. I'm going to send you guys over to Riverboat Jack, I think. It's been a while since I've hosted Riverboat Jack. And I like her, I think. I think she's cool, even. Oh my god, he's scratching his ear right by the pink light. Daniil. Oh, what a cute baby. What was I doing? Sorry, I'm really tired and hungry. There it is. Go!